Truly, it was a normal step, but as Atticus took it, an overwhelming and oppressive aura, surpassing the intensity of Spinius's outburst, descended upon the entire vicinity, brushing aside his aura like an insignificant breeze. Atticus moved forward, walking past Ember and standing in front of the group who had already been freed from Spinius's aura. With an air of calculated indifference, Atticus spoke. "You will torture my companions." His voice maintained a calm, measured tone, almost conversational, but those who heard it felt pressure the likes of which they had never felt before. The hearts of the Osera family warriors in the area trembled, their grips on their weapons tightening instinctively. Spinius wasn't excluded. He quickly clasped his hands behind his back, intending to hide his arm that had suddenly begun shaking. His warrior heart was screaming at him. It was a feeling honed from the life and death battles he had fought and endured during his life, the sort of feeling one gets when they meet an opponent who wasn't in or close to their league. The area which had been silent became even more silent. The sounds of the rustling of leaves or chirping of birds disappearing. Only Atticus's words echoed through the ears of the audience. It was as though the intensity of the moment reached every location. The city of the bone race was enveloped in a palpable silence, the students mirroring the same scene. To those who had seen it before, to those who had been subjected to his wrath, they knew it instinctively, this was a new level of anger. Throughout all the times, no one had ever seen Atticus smile when anyone angered him, and yet, there was a small smile on Atticus's face as he spoke. It was unnerving, a feeling that engulfed the entire student watching. So intense that the cheering of Nate and the others came to an abrupt stop, each of them silently focusing on the screen. They all instinctively knew what was about to happen would be intense. Spinius's heart was beating fast, he just couldn't understand what was going on. He felt as though he was making a huge mistake, but unfortunately for him, it was far too late to stop. It wasn't about him anymore nor his petty revenge. He currently had the hopes of the people of the bone race resting on his shoulders, he couldn't falter here. Spinius's hand clenched, forcibly calming his beating heart, before responding. "Yes. But if you sign the contract, nothing." "I see." Atticus interrupted Spinius's words before he could finish, his voice the epitome of calm. The first word of Spinius's response was everything he needed. With a deliberate and effortless movement, Atticus's right hand reached for his katana hanging on his left waist. The world slowed. The sky seemed to darken. The hearts of Spinius and every single member of the Osera family froze as their hearts stopped beating in unison. Hundreds of miles away, the eyes of Mortrex and Vertebrae, standing at the tops of high points, suddenly narrowed into pinpricks, their heads snapping towards the direction Atticus had fled in, their figures vanishing into thin air in the next second. A voice, still maintaining its perfect calmness, suddenly sounded, each word dripping with chilling indifference. Katana Series Second Art, Endless Blade. In an instant, Atticus dissolved into nothingness. The very air seemed to shatter as a multitude of blue streaks filled the space, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry of light. For a heartbeat, all was silent, as if the world itself had stopped to witness the spectacle. The blue streaks cut through the space with lethal precision, slicing through everything in their path. Each streak found its mark, a blur of unstoppable force that phased through every single inch of the Osera warriors in the area. Instantaneously, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Spinius, materializing out of thin air, followed by a cataclysmic impact. The force of the collision released an explosion akin to a nuclear detonation, a deafening roar that shook the very earth. The ground quaked, shockwaves rippling outwards, sending debris and dust skyward. The final brilliant blue streak abruptly stopped, its lethal path interrupted. The world regained its normal rhythm, the hearts of the spectators beating so fast and intensely it was as though their hearts wanted to burst out of their chests. The figures of Zoe, Ember, Aurora, Kale, and Orion performed mid-air flips, their bodies skidding down the earth trying to stop their momentum. Magnus grinned from his throne, the smile on Oberon's face remaining undisturbed as he took another sip of his tea. The dust cleared, the eyes of many almost bulging out of their sockets as they witnessed the unfolding scene. A fountain of blood rained from the sky as each one of the Osera family warriors burst out in a fountain of blood and gore. The sounds of drops of crimson blood hitting the earth, akin to rainfall, were punctuated by the explosion of the multitude of hover cars that were suspended in the sky. Another intense wave rocked the space, sending debris and scorching heat flying across the area. A translucent purple dragon construct radiated out from Zoe, covering the whole group and shielding them from the onslaught. And yet, despite all of these mind-numbing things happening, every single eye was focused on one spot in the sky. On the same spot where the final brilliant blue streak had abruptly been stopped, were the figures of 3 individuals. First was the figure of the trembling Spinius, his whole body drenched with so much sweat that a small pool had formed on the bony platform he was on. On the other end was Atticus, whose hand had turned bloodied because of the unmovable force that had stopped his attack. And just between them was a man. The man was topless and had a compact physique which seemed to brim with power. His head was completely bald, coupled with his golden beard, trimmed to perfection. To the people of the bone race, he needed no introduction. Mortrex the Indomitable, the Osark of the bone race, had appeared on the battlefield. The silence was out of this world. The shock that enveloped every single person watching this scene was insanely palpable. Mortrex the Indomitable had appeared on the battlefield. None of the students watching knew exactly who he was, but his presence was undeniable. They knew someone powerful had appeared, an opponent Atticus couldn't take lightly. But it was different for the millions of people of the bone race watching. There was no one among them who didn't know who this man was, but none of them even had the time and opportunity to comprehend the situation before the hundreds of small artifacts suspended in the air streaming the events suddenly imploded. Simultaneously, the hundreds of screens that the people of the bone race were watching the events through abruptly disappeared, leaving the distraught masses in a state of confusion. The majority of the civilians still in the city immediately began running towards the gate and into the forest where Atticus had fled, intending to find and join the battle. Their Osark had appeared. They must also join the battle. Since the small artifacts had been destroyed, the audience spectating the scene had reduced considerably, leaving only the millions of students of the academy and the instructors watching. Gon had long since found a seat. He was no longer commentating and was instead gazing upwards at the sky absent-mindedly, daydreaming about how he would spend the money he had just won. Once again, they all watched in silence. Mortrex's presence was expansive and thick. It was as though an unknown powerful being had descended on the battlefield. It was so heavy that everyone, Atticus included, found it hard to breathe. Atticus's gaze narrowed, his instinct screaming at him like a blaring horn. He ignored the incredible amount of pain emanating from his right arm, his figure suddenly distorting before disappearing. Instantaneously, he reappeared 30 meters away from where he had been before, sheathing his katana soundlessly. Atticus didn't need to be told, nor did he waste a single second. His body moved smoothly and swiftly, sturdy water forming beneath his feet as he got into a stance in the air. A drop of crimson blood fell from the sky, hitting the earth with an imperceptible sound. It was just a single drop, but to some people, it carried great significance. No one was left unmoved by the power Atticus had just unleashed or the magnitude of the massacre that occurred, but the shock that enveloped Viviana and Mortrex alike could not be compared. It had been brief, but she had seen it clearly before the screens disappeared from the city. Mortrex was bleeding. What is that weapon made of? Mortrex's gaze narrowed slightly, fixing on the sheathed katana at Atticus's waist. The sturdiness of a grandmaster's body was something that many couldn't dream of comprehending. The gap between a grandmaster and the lower ranks was so large that even a master plus rank's strongest attack couldn't hope to hurt the body of a grandmaster. It was that large. And yet, a boy radiating an aura of an advanced rank had hurt him. Viviana's expressionless gaze darkened as a platform made of bones materialized beneath her feet. From the middle of her chest, a white viscous substance streamed out, immediately engulfing her entire body. In an instant, a radiant white armor formed, her figure resembling an incarnation of a white goddess. The bone platform shot upwards, a multitude of bone-like spikes materializing behind her. A dangerous glint passed through Viviana's gaze, and with the speed of a bullet, she shot forward, leaving a trail of sonic booms in her wake. Mortrex raised his arm, focusing on his bleeding finger. He had used a finger to stop the attack, an action he felt was sufficient given the power level of the attacker. But at the end of the day, he was a Grandmaster rank. The wound didn't even take a second to close up as soon as it formed. However, he didn't have time to ponder the matter as an overwhelming thick aura suddenly descended upon the area, followed by a roar. "How dare you!" Vertebrae bellowed, his raging voice making the earth tremble. Atticus and the others felt their eardrums vibrate, threatening to burst. Vertebrae suddenly appeared between Atticus and Mortrex, his seething gaze focused directly on Atticus. To the people in the area, the aura was already familiar. Another Grandmaster had appeared. The perception of a Grandmaster was hard for normal humans to comprehend. Before he had even reached the scene, he had already seen and understood the state of the situation. The warriors of the Asera family, hundreds of youths whom he had painstakingly raised and trained from their childhood, the future of their lineage, had all been killed in a matter of seconds. The intensity of the rage Vertebrae was feeling was akin to the eruption of a volcano. Vertebrae erupted, his full Grandmaster rank aura immediately blanketing the whole area. Atticus felt danger the likes of which he had never felt before. He had never been one to hesitate. Immediately upon Vertebrae speaking, his hand had already moved to tap his artifact. Atticus had gained an incredible amount of points from the massacre he had just committed. From the very first time Atticus had killed Zekern in the forest, he had discovered that depending on the strength of those he killed and his own strength, he was rewarded accordingly. At intermediate plus rank, Zekern had given him more than 2,000 points, but now he had killed almost 500 Zekerns at advanced rank. Atticus was insanely rich in points. Atticus didn't bother to check as he unlocked everything. From his rank to his exosuit, a black suit enveloping him instantly. Atticus was many things, but a coward was not one of them. He was not one to cower even when the odds were stacked against him. Atticus's aura suddenly exploded, his katana moving slightly from its sheath as he prepared to attack. Just as the aura was about to hit, it suddenly disappeared as though it were an insignificant breeze. As though the weight of the world had suddenly descended upon him, Vertebrae's figure plummeted from the skies at fast speed, hitting the earth with a cataclysmic impact. "Am I a joke to you?" A voice boomed at the next instant, its intensity palpable. Vertebrae found himself pinned down face first on the earth by Mortrex's aura, unable to move an inch no matter how much he struggled. "I am Mortrex the Indomitable. How dare you question my authority?" Mortrex's chilling gaze fixed itself on Vertebrae, his aura exploding as it increased in intensity once more, causing Vertebrae to sink deeper into the earth. Vertebrae's hand clenched, his teeth gritted hard. Despite both of them being in the Grandmaster rank, he knew deep down that he wasn't a match for Mortrex, and no one was. He couldn't even lift a finger, and this was just his aura. Blood streamed out of Vertebrae's palms and teeth, his eyes turning red as he stopped fighting back, his aura receding. "This embarrassment will not be forgotten," Vertebrae promised inwardly. Seeing this, Mortrex released his aura, freeing him. "Take your son and leave now," Mortrex commanded. Vertebrae listened, appearing in the sky beside his frightened son. He suddenly turned, his seething gaze meeting Atticus's cold one. "This will not be forgotten," he said. Before Vertebrae could disappear, he received a response from Atticus that made his heart tremble. "I will end your family." Vertebrae locked eyes with Atticus for a second before suddenly vanishing without a word. The area descended into silence for a moment, the gazes of Mortrex and Atticus meeting in a silent clash. The impacts from the explosions had already sent the others a significant distance away from the scene, but the arrival of multiple powerful individuals didn't go unnoticed. The group had gotten on Zoe's dragon construct, about to reach the scene before Zoe abruptly stopped midair, 50 meters away from where Atticus and Mortrex were, her worried gaze narrowing. "What do you mean there's no need for fusion? I can't help him without transforming?" Zoe questioned. "Calm down, Zoe. I don't feel any hostility coming from him. I don't think there's a need to do anything. Just observe, you can always step in if anything happens." Zoe was reluctant, but her spirit was never wrong, and she knew that very well. She turned and explained everything to the rest of the group. Mortrex observed Atticus with scrutiny, his mind racing as he attempted to comprehend what he had just witnessed. "So you're the reason for this whole thing," Mortrex suddenly spoke. Atticus's hand still held his katana tightly. He had already unleashed everything from aerokinesis to burst, he was ready to go at any time. Atticus didn't offer any response, causing Mortrex to narrow his eyes slightly. He had seen everything. Atticus might have been using conceal, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't hide his rank when he was releasing his restrictions. Mortrex had seen the burst of mana every time he leveled up. Despite looking older, Mortrex could tell that Atticus could not be more than 16. An expert plus rank 16-year-old, it was insane. Multiple thoughts flashed through Mortrex's mind before he finally decided on what he wanted to do. "I am Mortrex the Indomitable, the Osark of the Bone Race." Mortrex suddenly bellowed, his voice permeating the space. Human, I hope you will remember this favor in the future when you stand at the top. Atticus's expression changed, but before he could comprehend his words, Mortrex suddenly spoke, his words cutting through the tension like a blade. Domain. Domain. It was a single word, one many normal individuals would utter in their everyday life. It had different meanings, especially for the unknowledgeable. To them, it was a simple word. But to the knowledgeable, in the world of the elites, the weight of the word, domain, was immeasurable. To grandmasters, a single utterance of that simple word was akin to a descending apocalypse. No one had the time to react. No one had the time to even blink. There was only one entity in the area apart from Mortrex who knew the significance of that word and the devastation of what was coming. But despite being a Tier 7 spirit, not even she could protect Zoe due to her inability to withstand and utilize her full potential. A subtle and swift wave emanated from Mortrex, spreading out in every direction. The earth beneath their feet quaked, tremors spreading like a heartbeat through the ground. The atmosphere itself seemed to tremble, the very air shivering as though dreading what was to come. As the aura spread, the heartbeat of every being in the vicinity, even that of Atticus, synchronized with the rhythmic pulse. The world itself seemed to pause, not a single soul moved. In that instant, time itself felt as if it had come to a halt, holding its breath in reverence to the power unfolding. The subtle wave of energy suddenly converged around Mortrex, swirling and coalescing before erupting with a force that shook the heavens. A surge of energy burst forth, painting the sky with a stark, white hue, blinding in its brilliance. From this explosion of light, a frigid cocoon, vast and all-encompassing, unfurled. It swept across the landscape, its brilliant tendrils reaching out and ensnaring Atticus within its grip. Simultaneously, a multitude of golden light ignited, engulfing Zoe, Ember, Aurora, Kale, Orion, Zezizius, and Gerald within them. In the next second, they each disappeared from the area. The screen on which the millions of spectating students and instructors alike were watching the unfolding scene suddenly blackened for a second before flashing and changing the view. Loud murmurs echoed across the whole Colosseum as each of the students stared at the new live footage on the screen. Instead of the figures of Atticus and Mortrex being shown, or at the very least the area they had been in, the screen was instead showing a bird's-eye view of a vast region. For more than 500 meters, in the middle of the forest was the form of an expansive, pristine white, smooth cocoon. "What is that?" a random student asked. "I have no idea. I heard Doma, and before everything turned to shit," another replied. "Look, the rest of the participants are appearing." Many students turned towards the direction the student had just pointed to, their confused gazes landing on the figures that were suddenly appearing at the top of the platform. Zoe, Ember, Aurora, Kale, Orion, Zezizius, and Gerald suddenly found themselves on a platform surrounded by millions of murmuring students. Zezizius and Gerald landed with brutal thuds on the floor, the former still limbless and the latter severely injured. The artifact would protect the students from death but wouldn't heal their injuries. Luckily for Gerald, the restrictions on his powers had been lifted, and the sun was shining in the sky. He healed at a visible rate, but, even after healing, he didn't get up. He simply stared at the sky blankly without saying anything. Zezizius mirrored the same action, with Sonorous instead frantically touching his face as though scared he would lose it. Seraphin was sprawled on the ground, his body completely battered and covered in crimson blood while clutching his neck. But Gerald didn't even seem to notice, he was far too lost in his thoughts to care. Just one knee. Those words resounded in his head constantly. And lastly was the deformed figure of Dante Starhaven sitting quietly on one side. Aside from the newcomers, the rest of the participating students had all appeared on the platforms, including the rest of the first through third years. The Alvarians hadn't joined Zezizius because of Lila's warning, but they had already been eliminated before the showdown, fighting wasn't really their forte. The same was the case for the Nebulon family too. And yet, Zoe and Aurora quickly noticed an oddity. Atticus wasn't amongst them. They each instinctively turned their gazes towards the large screen at the top, and upon seeing the large pristine white cocoon, their expressions turned worried in an instant. "Lumi, what happened? Calm down, Zoe. His life isn't in danger. Those artifacts are more powerful than you give them credit for," Lumindra suddenly responded in a calming tone. "So what, ha? It's simple. You were all too weak," Lumindra suddenly interrupted Zoe's words. What you see on that screen is the peak power of a Grandmaster, a power you need to achieve before you can enter the ranks of a privileged few, a domain, Lumindra explained. The simple activation of a domain is enough to end the lives of a bunch of advanced ranks. Your lover boy not being here must mean he was the only one who withstood it and is currently inside it. Lumindra allowed Zoe to absorb her words, not saying anything. Why can't we see what is happening inside? Zoe asked after a second. A domain is the world of the Grandmaster who unleashed it, so you really think your measly recording artifact would be able to bypass that? Lumindra's words made Zoe shut up, her worried gaze not changing one bit. She clutched her hands together on her chest, focusing on the screen. It should be fine. He still has his artifact, she reassured herself. But Zoe was far from being the only one who was worried. Aurora's heart was beating fast, the feeling of uselessness engulfing her once again. Aurora had wanted to help out in the battle with the army of students, but she knew inwardly that it was better she stayed out of it. Even during the escape from the Bone City, she did nothing, only allowing herself to be saved and carried along. Many might be okay with it, claiming that Atticus was just too powerful, but Aurora didn't feel okay one bit. She couldn't. That wasn't the kind of companion she wanted to be. She didn't want to feel useless. Things will have to change. Aurora's gaze suddenly turned fierce. The only ones who didn't really show any visible reaction were Ember and Kale. They both still had their weapons in their hands, gazing up at the screen ever so calmly. Ember and Kale had never been ones to panic much, the former trusted Atticus that much, while the latter just couldn't find a reason to panic. Their artifacts weren't for decoration. The confusion among the students intensified when they also found out that Atticus didn't appear on the platform with the rest. They each murmured, coming up with different speculations, before deciding to simply focus on the screen and wait. There was no one among the instructors who didn't know what a domain was. Many of them were in the process of trying to form theirs, after all. The number of instructors that stood up as soon as Mortrex deployed his domain was staggering. Many were shocked beyond words. Why the hell was he using a domain against a 16-year-old? But as though remembering Harrison's words, they each sat down without uttering a word. Isabella and Jared didn't bother to stand up, it was as though they knew it would be pointless. Just like the students, they chose to focus on the screen. Darkness, that was what Atticus could see. Even when he saw the cocoon unfurling, Atticus's gaze didn't once blink. He immediately knew that there was no outrunning it and decided instead to maintain his alertness. His hand clutched his katana tightly, his life weapon vibrating in an assuring manner. His stance remained undisturbed, his piercing blue gaze with a hint of crimson in his irises fixed ahead from under his exosuit. Then, Atticus waited, but he didn't have to wait for long as the scene suddenly changed and Atticus underwent a series of afflictions. The air suddenly became heavy, the temperature plummeting as a new scene manifested in its full, awe-inspiring glory. Bones rose from the ground, forming towering dunes and jagged outcrops. Skeletal trees appeared, their branches rattling in the frigid wind. The landscape transformed into a vast, eerie desert, shimmering with a spectral light. Atticus's gaze flashed, his mind working at high speed as he attempted to comprehend everything that was happening. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see, an endless sea of white and pale hues. The ground was a mixture of fine, powdery sand and countless bone fragments. Around him were massive dunes composed of both sand and bone fragments that shifted with the wind, creating an eerie, ever-changing landscape. Here and there, large skeletal remains jutted out from the sand, some resembling rib cages of colossal beasts, towering vertebral columns, or skulls the size of boulders. But this wasn't all. Sparse, skeletal plants dotted the landscape, their structures resembling twisted bones. The climate seemed to shift every second. At one instance, a certain bleached brightness would radiate the space, the sun beating down mercilessly, bleaching the landscape to a blinding white, creating a dazzling, almost otherworldly brightness. And at another instance, the temperature would suddenly plummet as the desert took on a ghostly appearance under the moonlight, with shadows stretching long and the bones gleaming in the silver light. Atticus was completely and utterly speechless. He could feel an intense amount of weakness acting upon him, as though being in this space alone was draining him. What is this? There was only confusion in Atticus' mind. This was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. But he didn't have to ask, as in the next second, as though he could read his mind, a voice suddenly spoke. Welcome to my domain. The voice came from every conceivable direction, and despite that, it sounded in unison. It was as though a god had spoken. Atticus didn't utter any words, his hands still clutching his katana. He recognized the voice that spoke. If he hadn't before, he knew now that there was no escaping this unless Mortrex himself wanted him to. Relax, if I wanted you dead, you would be already. Mortrex's next words were the push Atticus needed to reach his next conclusion. He released his hold on his katana, releasing his exosuit. There was no hostility coming from Mortrex, and if he had heard Mortrex's last words before the deployment of his domain correctly, then he should be expecting a favor from him. Atticus faced no one in particular and suddenly spoke, "What is this place?" "A domain?" he asked. The ground a few meters behind Atticus suddenly swirled, the sand and bone fragments swirling upwards together until the pristine white figure of Mortrex was formed. "Yes, this is my domain." The rapid climate changes suddenly stopped, the bright radiance of the sun shining down on the space. Atticus's head snapped backwards, his gaze fixing on what had just spoken. It looked like Mortrex down to the last detail, but Atticus could tell that it wasn't the real him. Feeling Atticus's stare, Mortrex continued. "I call this the Bone Desert. It is a manifestation of my power and my experiences from the day I was born. Here, I control everything you see." Mortrex's words were followed by the climate abruptly changing once again, the temperature plummeting as the desert took on a ghostly appearance under the moonlight. Atticus frowned, his confusion evident. Seeing this, Mortrex decided to explain further. A domain is a representation of an individual's power, a level of mastery that only those who have attained a profound understanding of their abilities can achieve. Within this domain, the laws of reality bend and conform to my will. Like Soa. Mortrex suddenly raised his hand, and instantaneously the bone dunes around the area began to shift and change. The ground beneath Atticus's feet trembled as a multitude of massive skeletal ribcages rose from the sand, forming an imposing archway. These ribcages, each the size of a tree trunk, curved upward and met at a high point above, creating a grand, eerie gateway. Mortrex continued, "This archway symbolizes the gateway to my power. Every single thing here is under my command. As a Grand Master, my domain mirrors the theme of my ability in my case, the complete control and creation of bones." Atticus went silent, his mind spinning as a multitude of questions kept popping up in his head. But amongst them, only one took precedence. What the fuck was going on? Mortrex immediately saw through Atticus's confusion and decided to explain. "Why am I showing you all of this?" Atticus nodded at Mortrex's question. He was utterly confused. Just why was this man showing him his power? "It seems you're still confused. I blame myself for not being clear enough." Mortrex suddenly raised both his arms, gesturing to the entire space they were currently in. "This is a domain, a form of power that could only be achieved by a privileged few. Despite being of separate races, we all follow the same ranking system, from novice to paragon rank. The advancement from novice to master rank is fairly common, although not everyone has the privilege of even going past the novice rank. However, from the Grandmaster rank, everything is completely different. Only the elite of the elite, the greatest of talents, could ever think of becoming a Grandmaster, and this is because of one reason, a domain." Atticus was completely silent, absorbing everything coming out of Mortrex's mouth. Atticus thought. He was starting to understand everything now. He allowed Mortrex to continue explaining. "Yes, attaining the Grandmaster rank is only possible when you form your domain." Atticus nodded, immediately throwing out a question: "How do you go about forming a domain?" "A domain is a representation of all your life experiences, in essence, yourself, coupled with the understanding of your power combined. We are all different and would ultimately have different paths. It's impossible to say for sure what your path would turn out to be." Seeing Atticus falling into a deep state of thought, Mortrex added. "But there's only one thing I can say for sure. Forming your domain would only happen when you reach a certain level of understanding of your power, or as you humans call it, your bloodline." Atticus's brows furrowed, his thoughts churning. "When I reach a certain level of understanding, but my bloodline is far too broad and the elements I can acquire are too many. Will I have to acquire every element in existence to achieve its full potential, or would I focus on each element so they have a domain of their own?" Atticus was at a crossroads. He didn't just have one element like the others, he had multiple. And he was sure, very sure, that he would still acquire more as time passed. This was exactly what made him feel conflicted. Would he have to acquire all elements, combine and form a domain, or would each element have one? The latter would take far too long, and when he thought about it, it was practically impossible. The only time he was able to gain an element was when he was advancing in a major rank. The only major rank he had before having to create a domain was the master rank. Except his bloodline would allow him to accept all elements, then he wouldn't be able to gain any until he advanced to the grandmaster rank. This conclusion led Atticus to lean more on the latter. Each element would get a domain. Now the only question is, how many domains would I have to form before I can advance to the grandmaster rank? Atticus chose to leave that question for another time. It was impossible to find out now. He turned towards Mortrex and inquired further, "So, you created all of this?" Mortrex nodded. "Yes, and not just created. Within this space, I am the absolute authority. Observe." With a swift movement of his arm, Mortrex suddenly transformed the archway he had created earlier into a towering skeleton, which began to walk around them, the ground trembling with each step it took. He then pointed towards the horizon, and instantaneously a multitude of bone pillars started to rise and spread, forming a labyrinth. Mortrex continued, "Let us take your family as an example. To the best of my knowledge, the Ravensteins each have bloodlines related to the elements. For someone with an affinity for earth, their domain might be a culmination of rock and soil, with landscapes of towering cliffs and sprawling valleys. The element would dance to their tune, creating a realm only they can control. It represents full recognition and acceptance of one's capabilities. Stepping into a domain is like entering a different world, a realm where one's power is the law." Mortrex dropped his arm, the bone labyrinth dissolving into dust in an instant. Then, the scene suddenly changed, replaced by a serene, ghostly oasis surrounded by skeletal trees. "What are its weaknesses?" Atticus suddenly asked. He wasn't naive enough to believe that a perfect power such as this would exist. There had to be something, some kind of limit perhaps. Mortrex shook his head before responding, "There are none." Atticus's gaze narrowed. "None? Really? So once you're trapped in a grandmaster's domain, that's it? Even if you're another grandmaster?" Atticus immediately threw out a number of questions. Seeing Atticus was done, Mortrex decided to explain. Once a domain is formed, barriers are shattered, and possibilities are limitless. This is where the true power of a grandmaster lies. Here, I am limited only by my imagination and understanding. Anything is possible as long as you will it. There are no weaknesses. There's only one way to leave a domain once trapped, which brings us to your second question. Mortrex suddenly turned his gaze upwards, causing Atticus to do the same. The climate changed, the sun shining down replaced by complete darkness. The figure of two brightly glowing men suddenly appeared in the sky, each one as imposing as the last. Suddenly, a visible wave spread out from one of the figures, before a blinding light erupted upwards, unfurling and encompassing a wide range, including the second figure. Mortrex turned his gaze towards Atticus. When a grandmaster is trapped inside the domain of another grandmaster, there's only one way to escape, another domain. As soon as Mortrex spoke, from within the cocoon of blue light, a white light suddenly ignited, blinding in its radiance. With the force of a rocket, it suddenly burst upwards through the cocoon of light, engulfing and encompassing it in the next second. After the entrapped grandmaster has unleashed his own domain, then another battle would begin. During this process, there can only be three outcomes. The unfolding display suddenly split into three identical parts. 1. The newly formed domain overpowers the opponents, thereby freeing him or her and destroying their opponents. One of the split parts suddenly mirrored Mortrex's words, the newly formed cocoon overpowering the initial one. Its form suddenly went supernova, and a large wave rocked the area, spreading out in every direction. In the next second, the first domain turned into motes of light, followed by its maker. Mortrex continued, 2. It is of lower strength and immediately gets overpowered. The second split part mirrored the first, but instead, it was the newly formed domain that met its end. Its form went supernova, and its owner immediately perished. And lastly, they have equal power and thus face a stalemate. The last split part acted accordingly, the cocoon suddenly taking on two colors that kept clashing in the middle with neither side giving in. When this happens, Both grandmasters would have to resort to using their domains and powers to do battle. Atticus absorbed everything at a rapid pace, a question suddenly popping up in his head. He didn't waste time and asked immediately. How do you quantify the power of a domain? I mean, are there ranks or some level of measurement that could tell us how powerful a particular grandmaster's domain is? Mortrex smiled. What a smart boy. Is he really 16? He thought, a bit shocked. He felt like most kids his age would be too overwhelmed by the magnitude of everything to even think of asking questions. What was even more baffling was his questions. There was not a single useless one among them. Everything he was asking was what Mortrex already planned on explaining. The last thing he expected was to be asked before he could even speak. A little excitement couldn't help but bubble from within him. Perhaps there's hope for the bone race yet. There are no ranks or levels to a grandmaster's domain. In fact, a grandmaster individual's domain could overpower a grandmaster plus rank. While it's true the only way to advance in the grandmaster rank is to constantly improve the understanding of your bloodline, just like most things, the strength of each domain is predominantly dependent on one thing: will. The higher your will, the more firm, sturdy, and powerful your domain is. I see, Atticus muttered, taking it all in. Just because a person is in the Grandmaster Plus rank doesn't mean he or she has a stronger will than a Grandmaster rank, Atticus pondered. His brows suddenly furrowed. What about intelligence and perception? Do they have any part to play in this? Atticus inquired. He hadn't heard Mortrex mention both stats during his explanation. Mortrex nodded. They are both useful in the formation and the utilization of your domain. Higher intelligence and perception stats equal more defined and swift control over your domain. Hearing this, Atticus nodded his head and decided to ask what might be his last question currently in his head. Why only in the Master Plus rank? I mean, if a novice rank has enough understanding of his bloodline, couldn't he or she form a domain of his or her own and thus become a Grandmaster? Mortrex shook his head. It's not that simple. Creating a domain requires a certain level of understanding of your power. This much is true, but at the end of the day, it requires an enormous amount of energy to form, one a novice rank couldn't dream of having. Aside from that, a novice rank wouldn't even have the perception or intelligence needed to form or maintain it. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly, his eyes fixing on Mortrex. So let's assume I have enough intelligence and perception, enough energy and understanding of my bloodline even if I'm not at the Master Plus rank, can I form a domain since I technically satisfy all the conditions? An intense grin couldn't help but appear on Mortrex's face as soon as he heard that, startling Atticus. His head nodded instantly in response. He's not joking. What have they given birth to? Mortrex thought. From the little he had known about Atticus, he knew that the boy wasn't the type to ask questions that weren't directly relevant to him. If Atticus was asking this, then it was because he believed that he didn't have to reach the Master Plus rank before he could create a domain. It was insane. Mortrex's battle instinct couldn't help but ignite. Mortrex reeled it in and responded, technically, yes, you can. But it has never been done. The amount of energy, intelligence, and perception needed could only be achieved at the Master Plus rank, and the time needed to reach the level of understanding of your bloodline for the formation of a domain is immense. However, if you meet these criteria, then nothing is stopping you from achieving it. Atticus nodded once more. He turned his gaze upwards and took a deep breath. I have to start working towards this from now. After a few seconds, Atticus brought his gaze back down and focused on Mortrex standing a few meters away from him, not uttering a word. As though recognizing the moment, Mortrex lowered his hand, and instantaneously the bone desert became completely and utterly silent, the climate changing to a mixture of night and day with the perfect temperature and light. Why did I do all of this? It was Mortrex who spoke first, looking directly at Atticus. Seeing Atticus nodding his head, he continued. It's exactly as I said earlier. I hope you will remember this favor in the future when you stand at the top. Atticus understood what he said well, but he still wanted to hear it directly from his mouth. You're incredibly talented, boy, so talented I have no doubt you will stand at the top. Even if not in the whole planet, at the top of the humans wouldn't be a problem. Mortrex's voice suddenly changed, becoming somewhat more humble. My only hope is that when that time comes, you treat the people of the bone race as living beings and not things. Hearing Mortrex's words, Atticus's expression didn't change. He stared at Mortrex directly in the eyes without uttering a word to him. This action seemed to confuse Mortrex a little bit, causing him to furrow his eyebrows. Wada, I never forget my grievances, Atticus suddenly spoke, interrupting Mortrex. Mortrex allowed Atticus to continue, not saying anything. The boy you protected from me a few minutes ago, along with the other Grand Master that appeared, both tried to kill me, with the former being foolish enough to threaten my companions. I meant every single word I said to him. I will end his family. Atticus didn't know for certain, but considering the fact that they were all clad in the same attire, had the same patterns on their skin and even had the same insignia engraved on their chests, he was sure that they were all of the same family. Which meant that they were responsible for the hunt for him. Many would call Atticus cruel. Spinius had come to take revenge because he had killed Zekern, but Atticus didn't care. Zekern was dead because he had tried to kill him in the first place. Why should Atticus have to care that Spinius was after him because of that? Mortrex's hands involuntarily clenched hard. Shit, he thought. He was currently in a situation he had absolutely no idea how to circumvent. If it were up to him, Mortrex would gladly give up on Vertebria, but Spinius and the Ocera family were another thing entirely. Aside from the obvious fact that Spinius was a once-in-a-generation genius and that the Ocera family were very important members of the bone race, Spinius was Viviana's younger brother, and the Ocera family was her family. She might have cut off all communications with them until recently, but Mortrex knew her well. Deep down, she loved them, especially her younger brother Spinius. There was no way he would be able to face her should he agree to something like this. He had to search for another way. But those Isa, Mortrex sighed. The look in Atticus's gaze couldn't lie. Mortrex knew it instinctively, there would be no other way. They awakened a slumbering beast. What's the best possible move from here? Mortrex truly didn't know what to do. On one hand, he could allow Atticus to do what he wanted, but then he wouldn't be able to face Viviana ever again. On the other hand, going against Atticus would be a very stupid thing to do. Even if he wanted to, Mortrex couldn't kill Atticus here since he had the artifact on. If he showed any hostility towards Atticus, he would simply be signing a future death warrant for the bone race. There's nothing I can do currently, and provoking him isn't an option. I'll handle this later, Mortrex sighed. He was Mortrex the Indomitable, the great Osark of the bone race, and yet he felt incredibly drained just dealing with this 16-year-old. The fact that Atticus still kept his intense gaze without even the slightest ripple despite just learning about the power of a Grandmaster and the frightening power Mortrex held inside this space was enough to make Mortrex's heart tremble. He truly couldn't believe that this was a 16-year-old. The world truly wouldn't be fair if it were true. Mortrex didn't bother to ask Atticus for another way, it felt useless. So he simply nodded his head in acknowledgement of his words. Atticus nodded back, his expression undisturbed. I treat people exactly the way they deserve. Enemies are treated as such, enemies. Allies as allies. I will not make a promise of a future that isn't certain yet, but should I reach the top and we do not end up as enemies, I will remember this favor, Atticus explained. This was Atticus at his deepest level. He was cruel, brutal, and dangerous, but Atticus would never harm innocents unless it directly threatened his survival or that of his family. Mortrex maintained the stare with Atticus with furrowed brows. If he had to be honest, he had been expecting more than this, but he knew that this was the best he was going to get currently. Mortrex nodded. Well, that's that. Any other questions before I release my domain? Atticus shook his head, then suddenly remembered something. Can you wait for a few minutes? Everyone's gazes were fixed on 2 points, alternating every other second. The first was the screen showing the massive white cocoon, and the second was the platform where the contestants were supposed to appear when they die during the competition. It was no secret that the person Atticus was currently facing was incredibly strong, someone not even he should be able to win against. And yet, why hadn't he been killed? This is taking way too long. Are they having tea in there or something? Nate screamed, releasing a deep sigh while facing upwards, as though hoping for a miracle. It's only been a few minutes. Calm down, you bonehead, Lucas shot him a death stare. The whole Colosseum was currently completely silent. Despite being tier 1s, their area was getting a lot of intense stares from the other students because of the noise Nate was making. They were all subtle, though, no one actually dared to start or say anything. Low murmurs instead permeated the platform the contestants were on as many of the students spoke to each other. Surprisingly, Even though a few minutes had already passed, the injured students hadn't been attended to. It was a brutal reminder that they were still in the academy and there were no free handouts. They had to buy healing potions with their academy points. Reaching that conclusion, there was one face that couldn't help but darken among Tama Seraphim. His bloodline wasn't strong enough to heal an injury as severe as his. The penalty for missing one class wasn't too staggering that many would shed tears. It was simply 5,000 academy points. What made it brutal was the penalty for missing 2 classes whether consecutively or not was double the one for missing 1. And then the one for missing 3 was 3 times that of the second. Seraphim had missed classes for 10 months. Minus weekends, that was roughly 200 consecutive missed classes. Considering the penalty, it was a lot. Seraphim was currently living on negative points. He was totally and utterly broke. Not everyone could be a millionaire like Atticus. Seraphim didn't even bother to gather points again when he saw that he couldn't keep up with the penalty. Everything he wanted or needed to purchase from the store was done by one of the other Stellaris youths. Seraphim turned his gaze to the side, his eyes landing on Zoe, who didn't even spare him a glance or care that he was beaten up. Her gaze was fixed upwards at Atticus's screen. Seraphim rested his head back on the ground, gazing up at the sky. He was completely beaten up, broke, and the girl he liked didn't even know he existed. 1 second passed, and as everything started settling in, Seraphim couldn't help but suddenly break down into tears, the sound of a boy weeping permeating the space. The brows of the students in the area furrowed one after the other, each of them wondering where the heck the weeping was coming from. Many couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in shock as they saw that it was Seraphim Stellaris crying. The Colosseum was so quiet that a sound as low-pitched as that was sure to capture the attention of many. The students focused their gazes on Seraphim, each of them mirroring the contestant's shock. His cries sounded very childish, the kind of sound that none of the students would ever imagine a Tier 1 making. Some remembered the beating Atticus had just given him, their expressions turning into pity, while others were still beyond shocked. So what if he was beaten up? A Tier 1 was still a Tier 1. Seraphim was basically committing an atrocity. The stain that this event would have on the Stellaris family could not be measured. Gerald snapped out of his reverie, his gaze landing on Seraphim. He instantly approached and bent down to his level. Bro da, Seraphim barely muttered between sobs. Gerald's heart ached seeing his brother like this, especially when he couldn't do anything to help. With swift movement, Gerald landed a brutal attack on the back of Seraphim's neck, knocking him out. He couldn't allow him to keep disgracing himself like this. Despite the fact that the summit was not yet over, Gerald picked up Seraphim and walked off the stage, the rest of the Stellaris family members following closely behind, their heads bowed in slight shame. Zoe, Ember, and the rest of the group hadn't even turned to check what was going on, their gazes focused on the screen. After a few seconds, the students mimicked this action, but luckily for them, they didn't have to wait too long. Cracks like tendrils suddenly started appearing all over the expansive and enormous cocoon encompassing the large space. The cracks traveled around it until it covered every single inch. Then, akin to fragile glass breaking, it suddenly shattered into millions of tiny pieces, dissipating into the air. In the next seconds, the eyes of the watching audience landed on the figures floating suspended in the air, Mortrex and the one they had all been anticipating, Atticus. Mortrex fixed his gaze on Atticus, and just as he was about to speak, his eyes narrowed as he suddenly felt an intense amount of killing intent heading towards where they were. This aura, it's familiar. Mortrex's perception was the perception of a Grandmaster, a level Atticus hadn't yet neared. Their reaches could not be compared. Mortrex turned his gaze towards a particular direction, his eyes landing on the figure of a tiny dot approaching their location at supersonic speeds. Homing in on the figure, Mortrex was met with the form of a petite woman clad in radiant white armor akin to a goddess. Shit! Mortrex screamed inwardly. There was no doubting it, that was undoubtedly Viviana. With the amount of killing intent she was currently emanating, Mortrex knew there was only one person she was here for: Atticus. During the short time he had known Atticus, Mortrex had discerned one prominent feature of his personality, his vengeful nature. Mortrex was already stuck in a dilemma about Spinius and the Osera family. The last thing he wanted was his wife also earning Atticus's ire. It was good Atticus still has no idea she was the root cause of Spinius going after him. Mortrex's gaze flashed, and with a swift thought, Viviana's supersonic figure abruptly stopped midair. Viviana struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move a single finger. There was only one person she knew who could have such precise control over her bones. Just as she was about to open her mouth and scream his name, she found out that she couldn't even move her mouth. Viviana turned her murderous glare toward her husband, and despite the distance, their gazes collided in the air. Mortrex suddenly turned toward Atticus and gave him a quick nod. "I hope you'll remember your word," he said. With that, Mortrex abruptly vanished, appearing in front of Viviana's frozen figure before vanishing once more, leaving the area before Atticus could get a glimpse of Viviana. The area became silent, the sounds of rustling leaves and chirping birds were nowhere to be found. In the area, for more than 500 meters, was only a scene of devastation, the lush forest replaced by a deep crater. Suspended in the air just above this scene was the figure of a white-haired boy clad in a simple black robe. An ordinary-looking katana hung sheathed on his left waist, and piercing blue eyes gazed at the area around him with an air of effortless calmness, as though the devastation meant nothing to him. Without missing a single beat, the artifact on Atticus's hand suddenly ignited, a golden glow encompassing him. Then, Atticus abruptly disappeared from the area. Only one thoughts appeared in each of the students watching. The leaders' summit had ended. A golden light abruptly ignited in the middle of the platform where the contestants were, followed by the screens each student had been watching the events on suddenly vanishing. All eyes turned towards the center of the platform, where a smaller platform had just jutted out, moving upwards a few meters off the ground. Their baffled gazes landed on the figure that had just appeared. Simultaneously, another enormous screen appeared in the middle of the Colosseum, showcasing the figure who just so happened to have the golden light dimming around him at that moment. In the next second, and in full view, the clear form of Atticus appeared. The whole Colosseum went silent for a moment, as though each person was trying to grapple with the moment. And then, "He's here!" A voice rocked the whole Colosseum as Gon screamed at the top of his lungs. He had somehow gotten back his mic from only the stars know where. The man of the hour. Gon's words were followed by the loud, reverberating, intense, and thunderous cheers of the millions of students in the Colosseum, the earth trembling. The whole competition had been a whirlwind of excitement and anticipation, with many hearts racing at each turn. To the higher years, this was undoubtedly the best Leaders Summit they had ever watched, incomparable to the ones they had witnessed during their lower years. And this had all been because of one boy. The platform kept ascending, raising Atticus's figure higher and higher, the chanting of his name resonating across the Colosseum. Atticus's full figure was shown on display on the large screen. Despite all the intense battles he had undergone, there was not a single sign of dirt nor sweat on him. The injury he got from Mortrex stopping his sword had already healed. Except for his change of clothes, he was as flawless as when he entered. Atticus gazed calmly at the chanting crowd. Most would have been overwhelmed at the sight of millions of youths chanting their name or, at the very least, excited, but Atticus's mind was focused on another aspect of all of this. They saw everything. Atticus was 90% sure that they hadn't seen or heard his talk with Mortrex. He felt it was far too sensitive, and Mortrex wasn't stupid enough to make that mistake. Instead, what Atticus was thinking about was every other thing that had happened. They had seen him use his space element and exactly how he fought. Atticus had done quite a number of things during the competition, things he would rather not show to millions of different youths. There's no helping it. What's done is done, Atticus concluded. The cheers went on for a long while, with Gon eventually calming down and announcing Atticus as the winner of the summit, an announcement that earned him another round of deafening cheers. He was the first ever first year to win the Leaders Summit. The announcement was followed by an eruption of light from below, which shot up to the sky, exploding in a fountain of brilliant lights in the next second. A beautiful 98th was formed in the skies, the students cheering as Gon continued. This marks the end of the 98th Leaders Summit everyone, I hope you all had a good time. The cheers seemed to increase in intensity as those words rang out, the chanting of Atticus's name becoming even more rampant and deafening. Their meaning was clear, they all had one of the best times of their lives. And it was truly because of one boy. Atticus couldn't help but notice how much they were showcasing him as some kind of celebrity. Maybe this is the real reason they were trying so hard to win Ida popularity, Atticus noted. If the winner of the Leaders Summit was shown this way to everyone, it would undoubtedly bring great fame to their family, especially if they were a tier 1. I hope he'll be satisfied. Atticus suddenly remembered Magnus's request before he had left for the academy, make the Ravensteins number 1. He had lost the first rank at the entrance exam, but at least now he had taken first overall in all 3 years. After the rounds of deafening applause and cheers, Gon went ahead and handed a space ring to Atticus on top of the platform. This was the first time Gon would be so close to Atticus. His heart couldn't help but quicken as he handed over the rewards. He felt like a fan meeting a very famous celebrity. The rest of your rewards are already in your artifact, Gon instructed, trying hard not to stammer. One couldn't blame him much. He had been watching Atticus's feats through a screen all this while, and it was weird finally meeting Hema, the source of his riches. He felt like giving Atticus a big hug and, at the same time, was a bit scared as he met his piercing blue eyes. What a little demon, Gon thought as he cleared his throat awkwardly, turned, and immediately left. Much to Atticus's surprise, the rewards weren't announced, making him glad that the academy at least still had some common sense. As Gon left, the platform descended downwards, slowly reaching the same height as the platform the contestants were on. His gaze instantly landed on his companions, each of them staring at him. Ember simply gazed at him quietly with a small smile, mouthing a barely perceptible congratulations. Kale gave him an intense stare with a grin, his battle intent not dimming down despite the battle being over already. Orion brooded slightly on the side, both hands folded on his chest, while mouthing a silent, show off. As Atticus was about to turn to the next person, a figure suddenly enveloped him in a tight hug. He didn't need to turn to see who it was. Atticus smiled slightly and patted Aurora's head. You have to train harder and get stronger, he suddenly whispered, making her body flinch. Atticus might not have been very attentive when it came to how the people around him were feeling, just like when he hadn't known how Nate and the other Ravenstein first years had been feeling. But since then, he had made it necessary and important to make sure that didn't happen anymore. He was aware of all the subtle changes in Aurora's expressions, the way her fists clenched, and the determined gaze she directed at him. Her admitting it back in the caves during the competition only served to prove his observations. But at the end of the day, it was her battle to fight. The only thing he could do was cheer her on. Atticus felt Aurora nod her head subtly against his chest before leaving the hug after a few seconds and turning away from him. Before Atticus could turn and say something, another figure rushed in, enveloping him in an even tighter hug. This one slightly shocked Atticus, but not only Hema, Zoe's gaze darkened slightly. What shocked Atticus was the identity of the lady, Sophie Ravenstein. Ah, Atticus, I've missed you, Sophie squeaked while hugging Atticus tightly. But seeing that he simply stood there like a log, not reacting to her hug, she let go of Atticus, taking a step back. Her eyes shined brightly as she spoke. Hi, Atticus. It's been a while, her lips curling up into a bright smile with a hint of seduction. Atticus could still vividly remember Sophie. Despite his high intellect and ability to never forget things, Sophie had been too vibrant a lady to forget even if he had neither one of those qualities. As Atticus focused his gaze on her, one of his eyebrows couldn't help but raise upwards. Damn, he thought. He hadn't seen her since the reward ceremony at the estate, but Atticus couldn't help but think she was very ladylike. Although not all, most Ravenstein ladies he had seen had chosen comfort and looks in line with a warrior, but Sophie had clearly chosen the opposite and excelled at it. She was a fool. She had meat in all the right places and packaged them well. Seeing Atticus's slightly surprised expression, the smile on Sophie's face widened. Congrats on winning the summit, young master, Sophie added softly and in a cute tone. Her words snapped Atticus out of his thoughts, his mind suddenly remembering something. Atticus swiftly turned and saw a small frown on Zoe's face. Shit, he thought. He had been too surprised by the significant changes Sophie had undergone that he had forgotten himself for a second. Ahem, Sophie. It's been a while. You've changed. Atticus cleared his throat, offering a response. Sophie beamed and suddenly grabbed Atticus's arm, inching her chest closer to him. A murderous aura suddenly engulfed the whole platform, making even Atticus shiver. He didn't need to turn to see who it had come from. The shape of a large shadow suddenly started taking form just behind Zoe, her gaze narrowed and focused coldly on the spot where Sophie's chest was touching Atticus's arm. Atticus immediately tried to pull his arm away from her grasp, but she held it surprisingly tightly. Orion couldn't help but smirk as he saw Atticus's plight, while Hogan sighed softly as he once again witnessed Sophie's shenanigans. Ember appeared neutral, not caring about the unfolding scene, while Aurora didn't seem to understand what was going on. Zoe's gaze became colder as she saw that Sophie didn't want to let go. Just as she was about to move, someone beat her to it. Kale suddenly walked forward, reaching Atticus and Sophie in a second. With his characteristic expressionless face, he turned towards Sophie and spoke, his gaze narrowed, "Release his arm. He has a woman already." Kale's words were blunt, so blunt that Zoe couldn't help but blush slightly upon hearing him. Atticus breathed out a subtle sigh of relief, while Sophie appeared confused, seemingly not understanding Kale. Sophie smiled innocently, "Ah, but I'm just his cousin. Idoa. Your breasts are currently in contact with his arm. Cousins don't do that." Kale suddenly interrupted Sophie's words with another blunt response, his face still expressionless. Sophie abruptly paused, her bright smile threatening to crumble with the edges of her lips subtly twitching. "Who the hell is this dude? He's ruining everything." Sophie suddenly cleared her throat, regaining her composure. She released her hold over Atticus's arm before responding, "Ah, I'm sorry about that. I was just so excited to see Atticus that I lost my composure." Sophie twirled her hair with her fingers with an innocent face. Kale didn't seem to care about her reaction and instead nodded his head slightly before stepping back and taking his gaze away, not uttering a word. Atticus couldn't help but give his friend an inward high five for that assist. His eyes landed on Zoe, surprised to see her approaching him. He was half expecting her to walk away and then he would have to beg or something in line with that. Zoe approached Atticus with an expression the latter didn't seem able to discern. Everyone watching couldn't help but wonder what was about to happen. But her next actions left them all confused as she suddenly grabbed Atticus's hand and started walking away from the platform. After a minute, they both reached the entrance to one of the large halls Atticus had come from with Aurora. Atticus allowed himself to be pulled, not saying anything. Seeing as they were both the only ones in the immediate area, Zoe pulled Atticus against the wall and then simply stared without uttering a word. "Hey, beautiful," Atticus suddenly greeted with a charming smile. All Atticus got in return was a deadpan stare. He cleared his throat awkwardly, scratching his head. "You're looking more radiant today." Atticus sighed, "All right, I'm sorry. I was caught off guard, and she truly is just my cousin." Seeing Zoe maintaining her silence, he let out another inward sigh. "Women. Come on, Zoe, it's me. You have no reason to be jealous," Atticus said, suddenly using a finger to adjust a strand of Zoe's hair behind her ear. A frown suddenly marred Zoe's face, her hand hitting Atticus's away. "Jealous? Why would I be jealous?" Hearing Zoe's retort, Atticus couldn't help but be slightly baffled. If she isn't jealous, then what the hell is happening? Zoe's next words gave Atticus an inkling into what was going on. "Why would I be jealous? I mean, it's not like we're going out or anything. So tell me, why would I?" Zoe's words were supposed to sound like ramblings, as though she was pondering something out loud, but they were anything but that. Every word was spoken slowly and given emphasis as though she wanted to make sure Atticus heard her clearly. To put an icing on the cake, she spoke while locking her amethyst eyes with Atticus's. "Ah, I see. I guess I'm the stupid one for waiting this long to ask." Atticus suddenly smiled and cleared his throat before suddenly grabbing Zoe's arm, startling her. Then, Atticus spoke, each word making Zoe's flawless face change to a new shade of crimson. A few minutes later, Atticus and Zoe walked back hand in hand towards the platform where everyone was. During the past minutes, most of the contestants had left the area already, most leaving in shame. A girl with vibrant red hair fixed her gaze on the back of the retreating Atticus, her expression unreadable. The shaking figure of Dell hid behind her like a scared puppy who had seen the scariest of things. The stare lasted for a few seconds before she suddenly turned and started walking away, along with the trembling Dell and the rest of the Alvarian youths. Lila hadn't been the only one staring at Atticus. Dante too had his gaze focused on him. Unlike Seraphin, he wasn't broke. He had purchased a healing potion from the Academy store and used it. His deformed features were already close to healing. "I warned you," Dante thought, shifting his gaze from Atticus. His eyes landed on Zoe's slightly flushed features, his hands by his side suddenly clenching hard. Then he turned and walked down the platform, leaving the area. The number of stares that Atticus got was staggering, each one filled with different emotions. The minutes had passed, but the chanting and cheering of Atticus's name were still ongoing with full force. The atmosphere was electric, the emotions in the air filled with positive energy as students screamed at the top of their lungs. No one knew how they had done it or when, but as Atticus reached the platform together with Zoe, the loud and intense screams of Nate and the other Ravenstein youths of all years suddenly resounded. Atticus only had enough time to turn around, curious about what was going on, before the ripped figure of Nate suddenly grabbed and lifted him upwards, tossing him high into the air. Just as Atticus started descending, the platform suddenly became filled with other Ravenstein youths, gathered around in a circle. Atticus found himself held by multiple hands before his body got sent flying upwards again with the chanting of his name intensifying. History had been written, the bar set to a new high that might remain unbroken for generations to come. A first year had effortlessly defeated the higher years and crowned himself the strongest in the academy. It had never been done, even during the times of Magnus and Avalon. It went without saying that the standing of the Ravensteins in the human domain had increased to a new level in the eyes of everyone, with the name Atticus Ravenstein being known by all. The white-haired devil, the monster of the Ravenstein family. The booth the instructors were watching the unfolding situation from was a lot quieter, with the instructors engaged in different conversations, each one speaking about the events that had just occurred. Atticus's feat had not been small, even the higher year instructors who had wanted one of theirs to win had long since shut up. Each of them were now discussing the implications that were to come. Learning that a first year had such power was shocking on many levels, and the majority of the instructors couldn't help but wonder. What would happen now? Would everything return to normal with each of them ignoring that they had a monster in human skin in their midst? Isabella abruptly stood up from her seat. She could see that many eyes were on her, many of the instructors' gazes focused on her. If there was anyone among them who would know the answers to their questions, it would be Isabella. But unfortunately, Isabella had no plans of entertaining anyone. Not even I know what's going on in that man's head, she thought before suddenly removing her gaze from the screen and walking out of the booth before they could approach. Jared, instead, was sprawled on his seat, both hands folded behind his head. He released a loud burp, using his left arm to rub his bulging belly. Two large carts, initially filled with food, were beside him, now filled with bones and empty plates. Ah! Jared suddenly let out a satisfying laugh. He had really eaten his fill. What a competition, he remarked. It wasn't only his belly that was full, even his eyes were completely filled. It had been a long and eventful day. After a few minutes and seeing that the chatter of the other instructors was getting increasingly annoying even for him, Jared sighed, stood up, and started walking out of the booth. I can't wait for the second year to begin. Jared thought with absolute excitement. It was as though he didn't care about the fact that Seraphin had just basically disgraced the Stellaris family in front of millions of people. Click. The sound of a teacup hitting a hard surface echoed across the large hall. I must say, Magnus, you've shown me something interesting today. I truly am grateful. These days, it's getting hard to find something even the least bit entertaining. Oberon suddenly turned towards Magnus before continuing, Oh, I have a great idea. Why don't I meet him? It'll be a good chance for him Toa. The air in the entire hall suddenly became electrified. The hairs of Harrison and the enigmatic instructor standing up straight. A small smile appeared on Oberon's face as his gaze collided with Magnus' intense stare. Magnus made no attempt to mask it. Even without his godlike perception, Oberon could see it. Magnus said nothing, but his eyes spoke volumes. It was a warning. It wasn't only Oberon that the other paragons were wary of. Each paragon had different characteristics that their counterparts were wary of. Be careful what you show when Oberon is present. This was for Oberon, but Magnus was completely different. For Magnus, it was simple. Don't push your luck. Magnus never tolerated nonsense nor did he waste time on anything. His no was a firm no. There was no bending him. Most of the paragons acted carefully among themselves because none had any intention of battling against each other. A battle between paragons was cataclysmic. It wasn't an event that should be taken lightly. Sectors could be flattened in a matter of seconds and billions of lives lost. They were all aware of this fact and chose to avoid such scenarios from occurring. But Magnus did not care about any of this. Once an enemy was identified, he would strike. If anyone was stupid enough to threaten him or the Ravensteins with war, the war would begin right there and then, with him directly attacking without wasting a second. The other paragons had learned to accept this trait because it had happened more than once, with the other paragons having to step in to stop the battle from escalating. The madman of the human domain wasn't for decoration. So when Oberon met Magnus's gaze, he knew exactly what he was dealing with. The smile on Oberon's face widened. Ah, apologies. It seems I misspoke. Hearing Oberon, Magnus maintained his stare for a few moments before suddenly looking away. There would be no further warnings. Just as Magnus was about to leave, Oberon's next words suddenly stopped him. You should visit my domain during your journey. It will only benefit him. Magnus remained silent, not saying anything. After a few seconds, he replied, we'll see. Magnus's succinct words were followed by his abrupt disappearance, taking his imposing presence with him. Oberon turned his gaze back towards the screen, focusing on Atticus's figure being thrown up and down. With a slight chuckle, the air in front of Oberon suddenly began filling with golden glowing letters, despite him not moving an inch. In less than a second, the glowing intensified and encompassed him. Just like Magnus, he abruptly vanished. The figures of Harrison and the enigmatic instructor remained in their bowed positions for a few seconds before standing up in unison and leaving the hall. The cheers lasted for a long while before each of the students received notifications to return to their divisions. After saying lots of goodbyes, Atticus and the other Ravenstein first years were teleported back to their division, where another round of cheering and celebration began. The atmosphere of the White Raven division camp was as bustling as it could be. Unlike the Ravensteins, the members of the division had been unable to reach the middle of the Colosseum. It was only after returning to their division that they were able to see Atticus face to face. It went without saying that many of them were terrified as they met his piercing blue eyes, but the anticipation of the moment fueled their courage. Atticus found himself in another sequence of being tossed upwards continuously once again. Their leader was the strongest in the academy. Despite having many reservations about it, and with a small frown, Atticus allowed himself to be tossed into the air. He could understand why they were happy and would rather not be a buzzkill. Of course, the smug look on Aurora's face did little to curb this annoyance, intensifying it in fact. But much to Atticus's chagrin, after a few minutes of cheers and screaming, they eventually came to a steady stop, with Atticus landing on the ground quietly. We have to celebrate. Before Atticus could even think of escaping, the excited voice of Nate suddenly rocked the space, followed by the other members of the division sharing his enthusiasm, each of them screaming at the top of their lungs. A few minutes passed, and Atticus's frown deepened. I should be training, Atticus sighed, resting his head on his right hand. The leader summit had ended late, with the sun setting after they got back to their division. He was currently seated outside at an earthen table just in front of the mansion. All around him were the figures of the Ravenstein youths along with the other members of the division, seated around an expansive and large circular earthen table. Nate had gone out of his way to make the scene akin to a medieval feast. There were shockingly large pieces of meat and an incredible number of mouthwatering dishes. It had cost a fortune to purchase from the mess hall, but Nate would say that it was well worth it. A multitude of orbs floated in the air, illuminating the area in a golden glow. Chubby ate like a madman, as though he hadn't eaten for weeks. He had made sure to be seated far away from Atticus so he wouldn't have to be reserved. The excitement of the students was still present as many of them conversed with each other. Atticus couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. Most of the talks were about him and his exploits at the summit. It didn't help that his keen senses allowed him to hear everything. Some of them even went as far as standing up to demonstrate. Atticus sighed. Turning to his side, his gaze landed on Aurora, who was gazing at her food, lost in thought. She hadn't even taken a single bite. Attention! Just as Atticus was about to speak, Nate's shout, coupled with the clanging of a cup, made the students quiet down, curious about what Nate was about to say. I would like to make a toast. Nate suddenly raised his cup, which, instead of being glass, was iron. Lucas couldn't help but shake his head. What the hell was wrong with him? Turning to face Atticus, Nate continued, to our fearless and overpowered leader who brought us to this stage, to our leader who showed the rest of the academy who the White Omens are, to the white-haired devil, to the young master. Nate's last words were followed by the rest of the students, Ravensteins and division members included, raising their cups and speaking in unison, to the young master. Atticus also raised his cup with a smile before drinking its contents along with everyone. Of course, there was no way the Academy would allow alcohol, it had simply been juice. After Nate's toast, Atticus hadn't been able to get the chance to talk to Aurora as he was immediately bombarded from all sides by members of his division who kept asking different questions. Atticus kept his answers vague and succinct, but the staggering number of questions made it a chore. The feast lasted for hours, a time during which Atticus eventually decided to let go of his inhibitions and simply enjoy his time alongside the others. Afterwards, Atticus was finally able to separate from the group and head towards the advanced training room. It had been an incredibly long day for him. For the others, it might have just been a couple of hours, but for him, it was days. During this time, he had to hunt, always be on his toes, and escape from the members of the bone race. This was not even considering his unfair and unfavorable welcome into the summit and the mind-numbing end of it. However, despite everything that had happened, events that would have left many completely exhausted, Atticus still wanted to train. The things he had just found out had simply interested him that much. Atticus entered the advanced training room. Upon seeing its pristine white features, he couldn't help but experience a copyright vu and recall the bone race he had faced. Atticus cleared his thoughts and moved towards the terminal, but before he could change the settings of the room, an AI voice suddenly sounded. Hearing it, Atticus smiled slightly. Open the door, he immediately instructed the AI to let the visitor in. The door slid open, revealing Aurora walking into the training room. To what do I owe the pleasure, princess? Atticus teased, despite seeing the serious look on Aurora's face. However, the serious look on her face didn't change as she locked eyes with Atticus. Aurora's fists suddenly clenched by her sides as she spoke. Atticus, I don't want to feel useless again. I want to get stronger, she said firmly. Atticus couldn't help but inwardly praise her. She went straight to the point. This will save a lot of time. But you're already strong, Atticus responded calmly. No, I need to get stronger. It's clearly not enough to be useful Toa. Me. Atticus finished her sentence before she could, then sighed. Aurora, I'm going to be real with you here. Atticus suddenly walked closer to her before continuing, you're my family, and I really believe that there's no need for you to want to be useful to me, but since it's the way you feel, I'm going to have to accept that. Atticus suddenly raised 2 fingers. For you to be useful as you claim, there are only 2 ways. 1 finger dropped, leaving just 1. 1. You either have to be stronger than me or close to my strength. And Aurora, I'm really not trying to brag here or belittle you in any way, but I'm incredibly strong for my age group. Unless you find some kind of divine treasure or suddenly awaken a dormant strength, forget about this path. No amount of time and training can help you narrow this gap as much as you want. Atticus's words were brutal, so brutal that he saw how hard Aurora's fists were clenched, and as her gaze started getting watery, but regardless, he didn't stop. She needed to hear this. The second finger came up, returning to 2. Atticus spoke. 2. You find something essential that you're better at than me. It could be anything, what matters is that you're good at it. Atticus suddenly grabbed Aurora's clenched hands, stopping her from injuring her palms. He gently opened up her fists before flashing a gentle smile. The second is a bit more possible than the first, and I believe that instead of you being a buzzkill and crying like a baby, you should instead focus on finding what this thing is. Aurora's heart warmed. Just why was Atticus so good to her? She suddenly lowered her head, tears streaming down her face as she sniffed. After a few seconds, she muttered softly under her breath, I'm not a buzzkill. Huh, what did you say? Aurora suddenly kicked Atticus's leg, causing him to let go of her hand, startled. I said I'm not a buzzkill. Aurora exclaimed, but as though realizing something, she suddenly turned and faced away from Atticus, her hand moving to wipe away her tears. Atticus smiled, shaking his head slightly. Thank you, Aurora muttered softly, and just as she was about to leave, Atticus suddenly spoke. Wait, I'm curious though. What was your initial plan when you came here? His words made Aurora flinch as she suddenly started twirling her hair. I wanted to ask you to train me, Aurora muttered. Atticus stared at her back for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, his mirth resounding across the room. Be bastard. Aurora's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment as she immediately started running towards the exit of the training room. The door slid open, and she ran out of it before she died of embarrassment. Atticus chuckled, wiping off a tear at the edge of his left eye before releasing a deep breath. This little sister of his was surely a handful. Atticus shook his head and approached the control terminal of the training room. He swiftly changed the settings of the room, and the scene suddenly shifted into an expansive and lush grassland. The gentle sounds of birds chirping and the rustling of leaves created a serene backdrop that would instantly calm even the most chaotic minds. Atticus chose a random spot and then simply sat down cross-legged. Taking in a deep breath and releasing it in the next instant, Atticus closed his eyes and instantly entered a deep state of focus. Not a single inch of his body moved as he replayed everything he had experienced during the entire summit duration. Atticus meditated for a long time, deep into the night. When he felt as though he had understood and comprehended every single thing that had happened, he stopped. However, instead of continuing to train, Atticus decided to get some rest. His body didn't feel tired, but he felt he should rest his mind. He had used it intensely during the battles. But instead of heading back towards the mansion, Atticus chose to sleep inside the training room. His back descended downwards, resting on the soft grassy ground, and within seconds, he entered dreamland. Morning came quickly, and Atticus was surprised to discover that he had overslept. He would usually be awake by 5 to 6, but Atticus's eyes widened as he heard what the current time was, 8:29 a.m. I must have really overused my mind, he muttered to himself. It was still early to some people, but to Atticus, it felt incredibly late. He swiftly stood up, stretching his body and freeing his tensed muscles. Despite having slept on the floor, he felt well rested. Let's see what I got, he said aloud. Just as Atticus was about to check and see what he had won from the summit, his artifact suddenly sounded, making him pause. Atticus instantly tapped on it, and as he saw the notification he had just received, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Student Atticus, please report to the administrator's building for the remainder of your prize as soon as possible. The terminal will be on standby to teleport you. Atticus stared at it for a few seconds, his mind swirling, before leaving the advanced training room. If he had to be honest, since the incident with his exosuit, the academy had already lost his trust. Atticus had been so enraged back then that if he had the power, he would have probably leveled the whole sector. However, he felt there was something more to why he was being called, so he decided to check it out. The division members he saw as he passed through the camp greeted him with fervor and enthusiasm, but Atticus simply gave them a nod as he passed them by. He decided to inform the Ravenstein youths where he was going just in case, and after a few minutes, a golden glow enveloped Atticus, and he found himself in front of a massive and imposing building. Atticus wasted no time and approached the door. With a scan, Atticus walked through the open door and was instantly met with a large hall filled with different staff members of the academy walking about. As soon as Atticus entered, the hall went silent as everyone focused their gazes on him, their shock apparent. Atticus raised an eyebrow, but before it could get increasingly awkward, a figure stepped out of the crowd, approaching him. With a small smile, "Student Atticus, welcome to the administration building. I will lead you to your destination," Isabella spoke. A man stood facing a transparent wall in a plain-looking office. He had his hands clasped behind his back and, although to many the man appeared to have no expression on his face, to the more observant and to those who knew him well, it was clear that he was slightly worried. The man's shadow suddenly shifted and stretched, and in the next second, a man clothed in completely black attire appeared, instantly sinking to one knee. "Master Magnus, if I may be so presumptuous," the man, Vector, spoke. If Atticus had been there, he would instantly recognize Vector. He was Magnus's Ravenblade that Atticus had seen the first time he met Magnus when he was 7. Magnus maintained his silence for a few seconds, allowing the room to descend into silence. Vector didn't dare say anything else, and after a few moments, Magnus commanded, "Speak." His voice was low, but its weight was undeniable. Even if Vector had nothing to say, he would immediately think of something for fear of disobeying. "Lord Magnus, from your order, I've watched the young master since the day he was born, and although he turned out to be one of the most frightening 16-year-olds I've ever seen, his love for his family is undeniable. I truly believe you have nothing to be worried about." Many would have been shocked beyond words, with others completely denying it. Magnus Ravenstein, one of the powerhouses of the human domain, a paragon, worried. Their shock was completely justifiable. Magnus truly was slightly worried, but not for the reasons Vector was thinking. He was well aware of Atticus's personality. In every one of his ideals, his family would always be an exception. If Magnus hadn't been sure of that small simple fact, he wouldn't have done everything he had done, at least not in that way. What Magnus was worried about was something else. He was about to ask Atticus to do something difficult that many wouldn't even consider, but immediately accept because of the incredible benefits. But it was because Magnus knew Atticus well that he was worried. That boy could refuse. Magnus let out a small sigh. Although it's slightly embarrassing to do it for my grandson, I might have to do that. Let's hope so. He's almost here. Leave us, he ordered. Vector bowed deeper before suddenly vanishing into the darkness, leaving Magnus alone in the office. Atticus hadn't wasted any time and immediately followed Isabella. They both took the elevator, with Isabella selecting the highest floor of the building. The ride was completely silent, with neither of them saying anything. Even though Atticus hardly knew Isabella personally, he could see that she was in a good mood, a small smile on her face. This small fact further intensified the feeling that Atticus initially had. Is there anything I should be worried about? Atticus suddenly spoke, startling Isabella, who hadn't been expecting him to. Regaining her composure in a few seconds, Isabella responded to Atticus's question with a simple shake of her head. There's nothing for you to be worried about. You're safe. Raising her right hand, she awkwardly scratched her head. I understand where your mistrust is coming from, and although I've said it before, I am truly sorry about that incident. You will understand everything in a few moments, and I hope you will take back your words about repaying all of us tenfolds. Isabella's last words were followed by the chime and sound of the elevator door opening. Isabella gestured ahead. It's the door at the end of the hall. Atticus paused for a few seconds, with Isabella having to stop the elevator door from closing by placing her hands between them. Atticus stared at the door, then at Isabella, before his gaze settled on the door, his thoughts racing. He would learn everything. Atticus was having a hard time telling if that was good news to him or not. Isabella might have been happy, but that didn't mean he would be too. After some time, Atticus finally moved, walking out of the elevator. Then, Student Atticus, I wish you good luck, Isabella said, the elevator doors closing as she headed back down. The smile on Isabella's face widened as she recalled everything that had happened after the Leaders Summit. For months now, Isabella had always wondered just what was going on in her father's head, but that one evening answered all her questions, and from her happy demeanor, it was plenty obvious that she loved everything she had found out. Finally, everything I wanted will come to pass, she thought. Then, she couldn't help but worry slightly. I hope he accepts, she muttered. Atticus walked through the hallway and reached the door after a few seconds. There was a lot going on in his head. Why had he been called? He would find out the reason for everything in a few seconds. Who was he going to meet behind this door? It has to be Harrison. Only he should have this kind of influence, he thought. He was currently on the highest floor of the massive building. He felt it was only natural the vice principal of the academy be in this position. Is it him? Atticus suddenly recalled the figure of Ulrich, his thoughts spinning until he ultimately shook his head. He doubted if it was him. Atticus took a deep breath, turning his gaze to his arm and making sure his artifact was still on his wrist. Although Isabella had told him he was safe, he still wasn't taking any chances and wanted to be prepared for any scenario. Atticus took a step forward, the door immediately sliding open for him. To Atticus, it felt as though a majestic lion had roared, a wave of air suddenly bursting out of the room, making his clothes flutter. Atticus didn't even need to look or think. Although the aura was being restrained, there was no way he would mistake that man's aura, especially after feeling it every day for 5 years. Grandfather, Atticus muttered, his shock palpable. Atticus's shock was completely evident on his face. Out of all the things he had expected, meeting Magnus here hadn't even been close to being on the list. What the hell is happening? He thought. Magnus's aura was still as overwhelming as he remembered. Although he wasn't actively releasing his aura, Atticus could tell that the weight of the air inside the room was triple that of the outside where he was standing. Atticus took a moment to regain his composure before walking into the room. He instantly felt the pressure but didn't allow it to stop him as he closed the distance and approached Magnus from behind. Throughout the scene, Magnus hadn't once turned or even said anything to acknowledge Atticus's arrival. Upon reaching a few meters behind him, Atticus suddenly bowed and simply greeted. Grandfather. He was already all too used to Magnus's behavior. Despite how shocked he was and curious about the reason for his presence, he still had to greet the man. Magnus had his hands clasped behind his back, his imposing and bulky physique standing completely still and silent. Atticus, Magnus suddenly called out, causing Atticus to lift his head and listen. Before I begin, I just want you to know this, you've done good. A small smile appeared on Atticus's face. Despite his cold personality, it still felt incredibly good to be praised by Magnus. He knew the man well, he would not say words he did not mean. The smile lasted for 2 seconds before it ultimately turned to curiosity. Begin what? Just what was going on? Atticus, Magnus called out once more, despite how unnerving everything I'm about to say will sound, I would like you to allow me to finish before saying or doing anything. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly before he nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. I shall start from the beginning. I was aware of everything. I was aware that my grandchild was an unusual one. I was aware of the moment you started absorbing mana when you were still an infant, up to the point you awakened your mana core at 2. I was aware of your sleepless nights where you kept on meditating and absorbing mana after your mother left you to sleep. I was aware of you mindlessly staring ahead as though you were examining something. I was aware of the day you awakened your bloodline, awakening 4 elements all at once. I was aware of the day you awakened your perception when you acquired your katana. Atticus, I was aware of everything because I was always watching. Magnus suddenly turned away from the transparent wall, his gaze landing on the figure of Atticus, who had long since lost his composure, the shock on his face completely evident. Magnus didn't pause nor did he allow Atticus to comprehend what he had just said. He continued. You're far from normal, the greatest genius to ever appear in the history of the human domain. You most definitely have your secrets, secrets you obviously have no plans of sharing. Your decision will be respected. However, Magnus's voice suddenly turned heavy, as though every word he was about to say came directly from the depths of his heart. No matter how questionable your whole existence is, no matter what your secrets are, one fact remains unchanged, you're a Ravenstein. Magnus took a step closer to Atticus, their gazes locking. Atticus, as long as the blood flowing in my veins remains true, as long as nights remain nights and days remain days, I, Magnus Ravenstein, give you this promise, you will never be alone. The atmosphere that enveloped the room at that moment was hard to describe in words. It was a mixture of 2 different feelings. The first was obvious, warmth. The only person who had made Atticus feel this way since he had been reincarnated was Anastasia, but now, his grandfather was doing the same. The second feeling wasn't as obvious as the first, but it enveloped Atticus all the same, trust. Those words didn't sound like the ramblings of a normal individual. They were the words of an honorable warrior, the words of a paragon, the words of his grandfather. The weight of every single one of those words was palpable. Atticus didn't speak. He couldn't even if he wanted to. He was utterly speechless. But Magnus was far from done. Despite being aware of all these things, my original intention had been to ensure you led a normal life, one free from the enormous burden and responsibilities that shouldn't be placed upon a young child. But unfortunately, our world is a cruel place. Thousands of people are dying every day in the war, but the threat is far from being only external. If things are allowed to continue as they are, the human domain will be eaten up by the forces we consider allies. Atticus, Magnus suddenly called out, turning to face Atticus once more. Despite your overwhelming talent, I was the one who instructed Harrison to treat you like any other student. But then the situation changed, and thus my original intention had to change as well. The Academy was established by the Paragon Council and thus adheres to its rules. Should any major or minor rules need to be broken, even for something as small as getting a student out of the Academy prematurely, it must be agreed upon by the Paragon Council. The talks went by quickly, and eventually, 2 conditions were given before the request could be accepted, conditions that have already been satisfied. I shall be specific. I was the one who gave the Academy authorization to try out the experimental exosuit on you. It was as though a nuclear explosion went off inside him. A wave of emotions hit Atticus like a crashing wave, but regardless, he remained utterly silent, allowing Magnus to continue speaking. But the intense clenching of his hands couldn't lie. Magnus continued, The second condition was fairer and was simply to satisfy one individual's curiosity and get his acceptance. The leader's summita we created its rules. The room was utterly silent. As soon as Magnus had given the second reason, he hadn't said anything else, finally giving Atticus the time he needed to grapple with the enormity of the situation. Atticus's feelings were hard to put into words. Did he feel betrayed? Yes. Did he feel like that particular incident needed some kind of retribution? Yes. But now that he had found out the whole reason for the incident, Atticus was at a major crossroads. It was going against his whole nature. From the beginning, he had always repaid back anything that was done to him manifold. But Magnus was his grandfather. Was he supposed to take revenge on him? There was no way Atticus could do that. Magnus met Atticus's intense stare, his expression still as unreadable as it had been since Atticus had seen him. Why didn't I just tell you beforehand? Atticus nodded to Magnus's question. That had been exactly what was on his mind. He just couldn't understand. If Magnus or any staff of the academy had simply told him beforehand, they would have avoided this whole situation from happening. Atticus, Magnus suddenly sighed before exploding into tendrils of lightning, wrapping around Atticus and then disappearing, only to reappear outside the structure in a burst of light. Atticus's gaze snapped open only to find himself high in the sky just below the clouds. The entirety of the academic campus sprawled beneath him, majestic in its entirety. The beautiful scene brought about a calming effect, as Atticus's raging blood started simmering as the seconds passed. Atticus took in a deep breath before exhaling, continuing this action for a while. Magnus gave him the moment, not uttering a word. After feeling as though he were calm enough, Atticus turned towards Magnus, his gaze silently demanding answers. Magnus continued, as I said earlier, we're our own worst enemies. The greatest genius to ever appear in the human domain. This sounds so good on many levels, but unfortunately, not everyone has that same perception. We humans are greedy by nature. Magnus turned his gaze down towards the academy grounds, looking at the staff strolling about and carrying out their business. For generations now, we the Tier 1s have maintained a somewhat stable power base with each family keeping each other in check. But with your emergence, that power base is about to be broken, significantly at that. In essence, the other families see you as a threat that would break the power scale of the human domain, which is why they came up with this a trick. The official reason for demanding I not tell you was to see if you could be controlled. A sharp weapon that couldn't be used or would harm its user was not needed. This was what they wanted everyone to believe, but their real reason was simple: to destroy the trust you have in me. Atticus, Magnus turned to face Atticus once more. I will be sincere. I'm not trying to justify my actions. Ultimately, I made such an important decision that could have ended your life without informing you. I shall take full responsibility. The tone of Magnus's last words sounded a little lower than the rest, albeit very subtly. Not even Atticus had been able to notice it. Only Magnus knew how thoroughly he had researched the experiment before agreeing to the council's request. There was no way Magnus would have taken such a decision if he hadn't been sure that Atticus could overcome it. This was something he could say to Atticus to otherwise try to ease his anger, but Magnus wouldn't. He refused to make any excuses. He had made the decision and would take full responsibility. This was his ideal. Atticus turned his gaze away from Magnus and towards the academy campus, releasing an audible exhale. He truly had nothing to say. So many things were happening in the background that he had no idea about. The paragons were wary and scheming against him. The emergence of a genius should be something of celebration, but he was just finding out that the other families weren't too happy about it. I might have to watch out for assassination attempts in the future, Atticus thought. He had never been one to brood on issues that arose. He knew his potential well and the heights he could and would reach in the future. From the first place, he hadn't been so naive as to believe that everyone would welcome him with open arms, but at the very least, wasn't it too early? I kind of expected this already, but it's far too early. To think they would scheme against a 16-year-old, he pondered. The paragons were entities at the top of the food chain on their planet, beings that Atticus couldn't even dream of fighting now, and yet he had entered their radar already. They had even gone as far as trying to destroy the relationship he had with the Ravensteins. Atticus suddenly realized something. So that's why he told me I'll never be alone. He just figured out why Magnus had given him that promise first before telling him all this. At this point, Magnus needed not to say anything else. He had already said everything that even the dumbest of people would understand. No matter who or what comes after him, Magnus would always have his back. Atticus closed his eyes once again, opening them after a few seconds. His heart calmed down completely as all the anger he had been feeling vanished. Now wasn't the time for pointless anger. He then turned towards Magnus. You mentioned something about the human domain getting eaten up. By whom? Atticus asked. This had been something that had been bugging him since Magnus had said it. The human domain would get eaten up by allies. The other races. This was the only thing that came to his mind. The only other people he could consider allies were the other races, and Magnus confirmed this thought in the next second. Magnus smiled slightly, easily noticing Atticus's calm aura. Yes, if things should continue as they are, the other races would overwhelm us. Magnus's words made Atticus raise an eyebrow, his thoughts spinning. Are the humans hated by the other races? He inquired. He just couldn't understand how. Although not extensively, he had an idea of the power of the human domain. They weren't weak in the slightest. You were supposed to learn about the other races during your second and third years at the academy, but since it coincides with what I want to ask you, I'll tell you our situation briefly. Compared to the other races, we are utterly weak. Forget about our numbers, forget about our ships and technology, and forget us paragons. The average strength of their masses is higher compared to ours, and the strength of their powerhouses is on a completely different level. We're at the bottom of the food chain. Before the Zorvans attacked, we humans survived only because of one reason: perseverance and adaptability. No matter how many of our people were killed, no matter how many cities were destroyed, we would always find a way to adapt and persevere at every turn. Magnus spoke smoothly and without pause. He held nothing back, not even the uselessness of the paragons in the face of the powerhouses of the other races. He explained everything in simple words, making sure Atticus understood it all. The other races had always tried to show their dominance over us, albeit subtly. But now, they've decided to do it openly. Which brings us to the main reason I did all of this. As I told you, my original plan had been to make sure you led a normal life, but this had to change when the terms for the next Varigata Nexus came out. Magnus could immediately see the confusion on Atticus's face and swiftly continued. The Varigata Nexus is a gathering of all the remaining races of Eldoralf, where each race would choose a single representative from their younger generation to represent them in a collectively agreed upon competition. This single representative would carry the title, Apex, of their race. Of course, this was created in order to deepen the bond between all the races and ensure a smooth alliance. But just like every other thing meant for good, the opposite was what it eventually became. The Varigata Nexus created an environment for the races, especially the powerful ones, to show their dominance. During each Nexus, each race has to put down something valuable as a wager, a way to have fun and deepen bonds, they claimed. We've somehow managed during past Nexuses, but now, they're requesting Sector 10. Atticus's expression couldn't help but change. A whole frigging sector. Wasn't that too much? And we can't refuse. Magnus shook his head. It's not as easy as that. The other races were all in agreement and it was impossible to refuse. Such is what happens when one is weak. You might see this as simply a normal sector, but it's more than that. Sector 10 is the domain of the Nebulon family, a sector that is farthest away from the Academy, which is at the center. The reason the Nebulon family was stationed there was because of what it contains: resources. I shall spare you the list and move straight to what is important. The metal we use in creating exosuits was discovered there. Unfortunately, its source cannot be moved or emptied because of certain reasons. We found out that the source would continually produce this metal over time, which was why that family had been stationed there, to make sure the other races wouldn't find out about it using their illusion and deceit. But it would seem all good things must come to an end. They somehow found out, and now they want it. Damn, that was all Atticus could say. Truly, it was a lot to take in all at once. First the Zorvans that were trying to take over the planet, then the Paragons who he couldn't even dream of fighting scheming against him, and now he would have to worry about the other races of the planet too. It was insane. I'm just fucking 16. Atticus suddenly shook his head. Don't think of useless stuff. The way forward, that's all I should think about. So this Varigata Nexus, what would happen if we win it? Then we get to keep Sector 10 and win the other wagers placed on the competition. Atticus grabbed his chin, his thoughts spinning. You did say we're weak. Wouldn't they just bully us into giving up the rewards? Regardless of our weakness, there's a reason we've survived this long, the Alliance. A mana contract has already been formed. None of them, the higher-ups to be specific, can directly attack or battle with us or each other unless both parties involved agree to it. Atticus nodded, meeting Magnus's gaze. This was the most he had ever heard the man speak, and honestly, he had no idea when he had dropped all sorts of formalities between them. Atticus could see that Magnus didn't mind, so he decided not to switch back. Magnus, who also met Atticus's gaze, suddenly smiled slightly. I'm sure you've figured it out already, Atticus, but I shall still ask formally. Magnus floated a few meters back, putting a slight distance between them. Magnus suddenly bowed his head, and just as he was about to speak, he felt Atticus's hands on his arms. Please don't, it'll be far too cringe, Atticus remarked with a chuckle as Magnus raised his head. I can't feel anything, Atticus thought. Compared to him, Magnus was truly massive. His body was bulky, standing at 6 feet 8 inches. He was currently wearing a simple sleeveless robe, and Atticus's hands were touching both of his exposed arms. Despite that, Atticus could feel no warmth or cold. He couldn't even tell if Magnus's skin was soft or hard. Magnus's eyes were wide as he gazed at Atticus. Bowing had been the big gesture he had planned before the conversation began. He hadn't expected Atticus to let go of his anger so quickly. The smile on Magnus's face changed as he suddenly smiled warmly. Magnus stood up straight, clearing his throat and averting his gaze away from the shocked Atticus. The latter had been too surprised to see Magnus smile that he had shown it openly. A few seconds of silence passed before Atticus suddenly spoke. I understand what you want me to do, but I can't help but be worried. If the Paragons are currently seeing me as a threat, let's say I win the competition. What do you think will happen with the powerhouse of the other races? Atticus continued before Magnus could reply. I know you'll always have my back and all, but you did mention that compared to the other powerhouses, you Paragons are basically useless. How will you protect me then? Hearing Atticus's brutal words, Magnus's lips couldn't help but twitch. Magnus's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Did he really have to be so brutal? I only said all that so you'd understand the severity of the situation. We Paragons are not useless. Atticus couldn't help but release a slight chuckle seeing Magnus's reaction. The man was trying so hard to hide the fact that Atticus's words had affected him. Magnus, who heard Atticus chuckle, suddenly narrowed his eyes. A feeling of dread immediately engulfed Atticus. It was now Atticus's turn to clear his throat, which he did in the next second, immediately stopping his chuckling. Like I said before, there's already a mana contract in place. Mana contracts are absolute, even when dealing with Paragons. They won't be able to go after you openly. None of the higher-ups could. There's a slight flaw in the contract though, the best they could do is send people discreetly, but this also has its limits. Atticus nodded to Magnus's explanation. This was one of the main things he wanted to know. Should he participate in the event and win, would he still be safe? The fact that the humans were weak was a complete killjoy. What good would showcasing and winning the event be if he lost his life afterward? Atticus had no intention of sacrificing himself for anyone. I'll do it on one condition. Go ahead. If I ever feel that revealing myself would do me more harm than good, I reserve the right to back away from the whole thing. Atticus's gaze was firm as he met Magnus's. He was thoroughly serious about his request. There would be no in-between. In fact, this was basically his in-between, and Magnus knew this well. Atticus's mind had gone through a multitude of different scenarios during the short time he learned everything. At the end of the day, he settled on two things. What would be better? Him participating in winning the Nexus and then ending up dead, or him completely avoiding it and growing his strength until he was powerful enough? To him, the answer was obvious, the latter. It was either this condition or a firm no. Magnus nodded. All right, I accept your condition. Atticus's face didn't show any shock, nor did he feel it. He already expected Magnus to accept his condition in the first place. He smiled slightly. So, what's next? The answer came instantly. The Nexus is in a year. Despite how overwhelmingly powerful you are compared to your peers, the current generation of Apexes is a different breed altogether. You need to train like never before. The current generation, Atticus frowned. You'll understand soon. I'll give you 1 day to say your goodbyes. We'll be leaving the academy tomorrow. Fa. Before Atticus could say anything, Magnus suddenly burst into tendrils of lightning, and in the next second, Atticus found himself inside the hallway, standing in front of the entrance to the office he had been in with Magnus. Atticus's frown deepened. It's too soon. He would be leaving in a day. That was way too early. He had people here in the academy. Just what was he supposed to tell them? Atticus sighed deeply. What would he do? I don't want to leave them, but I must. I need something challenging. It had always been Atticus's primary goal to grow stronger. He wasn't sure what training with Magnus would entail, but what he did know was that it would be 100 times better than here. The 5 years he spent with the man were a testament to this. It's just 2 years, Atticus reassured himself, noting that only 2 years remained for each of them to finish the academy, with some already finishing. Atticus turned and started walking down the hallway towards the elevator, his steps resounding across the otherwise quiet hallway. The elevator opened with a soft chime as he reached it, and one of his eyebrows couldn't help but raise as he saw the figure of Isabella inside. She flinched slightly as she saw Atticus, as though she had been caught doing something wrong. Atticus didn't say anything and simply entered the elevator, the door closing behind him. An awkward silence enveloped the space as the elevator started descending, neither of them speaking. Isabella hesitated. A few seconds passed, and she tried to speak again. Gathering her resolve, she suddenly turned towards Atticus. Student Atticus, did you accept? She asked softly. Atticus turned to look at Isabella, his gaze narrowing slightly, his guard raised. How much does she know? He pondered. But in the next instant, he lowered it back down. Since the first day I met her, I've never once felt any ounce of bad intentions from her. Isabella gave Atticus a sort of big sister vibe that he could rely on. Atticus suddenly smiled and shook his head. No. Isabella let out a sigh of relief before registering Atticus's answer. What? She instantly turned to face Atticus, clearly not expecting that answer. If he refused, then what will? Her frantic thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of Atticus laughing. Isabella's gaze narrowed. Was I being toyed with? Atticus stopped his laughter after a few seconds, his gaze meeting that of Isabella, who was already looking at him intensely. PFF'd. I was just joking. Of course I accepted. Isabella looked at Atticus intently for a second before releasing a short sigh. She was way too happy about the development to even get angry about Atticus toying with her. Isabella couldn't help but break into a smile. Just like Gon, she too had simply watched Atticus's feats and cruelty. This was the first time she would actually relate to him like this. Seeing the cruel white-haired devil of the academy playing pranks and laughing like a normal person was surprising, but this small scene seemed to make Isabella happy. At the end of the day, he's human just like us. The elevator door reached the bottom, and Isabella was happy to learn that Atticus had decided to leave the whole matter about tearing the academy down. She was also slightly sad that Atticus would be leaving the next day. The academy would most definitely feel his absence. I wish you good luck, she said with those parting words, smiling at Atticus as he walked through the door of the administration building. As though he recalled something, Atticus suddenly turned and walked back into the building, startling Isabella who had been watching him leave. Did you forget something? Isabella approached and asked. Ah yes, since I only have until tomorrow, I would like to meet some people. He had almost forgotten that only the first year's Ravenstein were with him. He would need help to meet the others. It was just a bit after 9, and the morning rays were still radiating down from the sun at full force. In the middle of the bustling campgrounds, just beside the imposing black terminal, was a round building. It was akin to a large coliseum. It had no roof and an expansive and elegant interior with a grassy landscape. In one corner of this building, with her back resting on a slanted part of the grassy landscape, was the figure of a purple-haired girl who seemed to be in some sort of debate. Just in front of her was the fluttering figure of a petite and tiny fairy-looking being. They were none other than Zoe and Lumindra. I should have just told him yes, Lumi, Zoe said, her voice tinged with regret. Lumindra suddenly stopped moving, her petite figure turning to face Zoe. In a light, high-pitched voice tinged with exasperation, she spoke. I've told you countless times, that would make you seem cheap. You always have to respond with I'll think about it. It's the law. Zoe turned her gaze away from her petite spirit, her expression morphing into a cute pout. She suddenly picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it into the distance. Lumindra couldn't help but sigh. I actually prefer the denying her feelings Zoe. I heard that. Zoe snapped. Just as Zoe was about to throw a pebble at Lumindra, her movements suddenly paused. How? Zoe thought, baffled. She had just suddenly felt a presence that she shouldn't be feeling considering the fact that she was in her division. Zoe snapped her gaze to the side to see the figure of Atticus standing just a few meters away, his back resting on the wall. Atticus currently had a cheeky grin on his face, one that, as Zoe saw it, she couldn't help but panic, swiftly getting up from her seat. Hey Atticus, what the hell are you doing here? Zoe inquired, trying hard to maintain her composure. Please tell me he didn't hear our conversation. Zoe thought frantically, but then she seemed to realize something. Lumi. Zoe turned towards where her spirit was supposed to be, surprised to find out that she wasn't there. This surprise turned to relief, thinking that she had been able to hide. But that notion was destroyed in the next second as she heard Lumindra's high-pitched voice. So you're the boy making my Zoe so confused, huh? Lumindra's small figure fluttered around Atticus slowly, her tiny hands stroking her chin as she scrutinized Atticus from head to toe. Lumi, what the hell are you doing? Zoe exclaimed, throwing her petite spirit a glare. Oh please, it's only a matter of time before you introduce me to him. Why not now? Lumindra didn't turn to look at Zoe, instead, she kept on staring at Atticus, as though trying to assess him. Meanwhile, Atticus was utterly baffled. Zoe, why is she circling around me? I guess you're not so bad. You have good taste. Zoe, Lumindra didn't seem to care about Atticus's confusion, fluttering close to his face. Lumi. Zoe swiftly closed in and grabbed her spirit with both hands before she would die of embarrassment. Lumindra tried to scream, but only muffled sounds came out, Zoe's hands clenched hard. Lumindra eventually gave up. With a sigh, she suddenly turned ethereal before entering into Zoe's body. Zoe let out a sigh of relief, turning towards Atticus. She just couldn't understand why Lumindra had done this. She had been there observing her and Atticus's interactions and had seen him literally every time she saw him. What the hell was she assessing? Who was that? Honestly, Atticus had a rough idea about what that thing was, but not who. Zoe had told him countless times about the Starhaven bloodline, so he was able to instantly tell that she was a spirit. Yee. Zoe had unknowingly tried to answer before she suddenly shook her head. Wait, forget that. How are you here? I teleported here, Atticus answered succinctly with a smile, earning an eye roll from Zoe. Feeling her intense stare, Atticus smiled slightly and walked closer to Zoe. He decided to suspend the spirit matter for now. I'm leaving soon. What? Just as he had expected, Zoe was completely confused. She still hadn't gotten an explanation as to how he was here, and now he had said something she couldn't completely understand. However, Zoe was perceptive. The fact that Atticus was here and that he hesitated in his speech, coupled with the words he had just spoken, made reaching a conclusion not hard. Zoe's gaze widened, her eyes focused on Atticus, silently demanding answers. Atticus didn't waste any time and immediately explained everything to her. Atticus, of course, left out a lot of things, especially those that didn't directly influence his leaving the academy. In conclusion, he was leaving the academy in order to train and battle the other races in the Veritega Nexus. At the end of his explanation, a palpable silence enveloped the whole space. Zoe's gaze momentarily lost focus, a myriad of thoughts flowing through her mind. She currently had no idea how to feel. Atticus was leaving for the betterment of the human domain, it should be something that she would be proud of. But no matter how she thought, she couldn't bring herself to be happy. Why am I feeling this way? It wasn't only about her missing Atticus, it was mixed with another feeling. One that she didn't like in the slightest: jealousy. Even she had to admit that both Atticus and her becoming close happened incredibly fast, so fast that she couldn't understand it. She remembered Lumindra's warning about how strong he was, and she also remembered every overwhelming display of power he had ever shown. Her dream had been to leave the academy as fast as possible, join the war, and eradicate the Zorvans, but seeing Atticus leave way earlier left a bad taste in her mouth. It was utterly weird, but at the same time, it was a feeling that enveloped her. Zoe was jealous. Zoe didn't even know how to feel. It was as though the emotions kept coming one by one. First, There was sadness because she would miss Atticus, followed by jealousy that he would be leaving the academy and not her, and then finally angry at the fact that she was feeling jealous in the first place. Zoe's hands clenched hard by her sides. The initially ranting of Lumindra came to an abrupt stop, simply observing as Zoe went through all these emotions. She could feel everything Zoe was feeling, she didn't even need to hear her thoughts to understand her. But regardless, Lumindra didn't utter a word. These were all natural feelings that one had to overcome on their own. Zoe was human, after all. Atticus could see every single one of her movements, no matter how subtle. She's angry. He could tell that she was angry about something but didn't know exactly what it was. Can't I? Zoe hesitated to speak, but Atticus could immediately predict what she wanted to say. Atticus closed the distance and held her clenched hands, freeing them before she could injure herself. He could immediately feel the softness and warmth of her touch. It should be a first-class felony for anything to dare damage her smooth and flawless palm. What's wrong? Atticus asked, fixing his eyes directly on Zoe's. Zoe averted her gaze, her grip on Atticus's hands tightening. She felt completely disgusted with herself that she couldn't face Atticus. The fact that he was still worried about her made her feel even more guilty. A few seconds passed, and just as Atticus was about to speak, Zoe suddenly took in a deep breath, exhaling in the next second. She raised her head, her gaze meeting Atticus's. Then she flashed a small smile. It's fine. I was just surprised. She's faking, Atticus thought. Not even a world-class actor could fool him. He could immediately see the stiffness in her smile. Zoe suddenly closed the distance and hugged Atticus, startling him. I'm going to miss you, she muttered softly. And Atticus, who heard her, immediately hugged her tightly. I'll miss you too, he said, taking in her scent, which smelled like flowers, and feeling her warmth, which seemed to calm his mind. He truly was going to miss her. They both remained in this position for a while before Atticus suddenly spoke. So, will I get my answer before I leave? Atticus's words made Zoe's initially closed eyes open, but Atticus couldn't see her expression due to the hug. Her expression instantly morphed into sadness. She closed her eyes for a second before opening them, her expression firming. She left the hug, meeting Atticus's gaze, who currently had a small smile. I'll give you an answer the next time we meet. Atticus paused, his eyes widening slightly. Wasn't that basically a refusal? He had kind of hoped that she would accept before he left the academy, that way he would at least, even if not completely, feel assured that she would wait for him. It might sound normal, her wanting to give an answer after she finished the academy, but to Atticus, it felt like she was just avoiding telling him a straight no. Atticus's smile faltered. Did something happen? He just had to ask. Atticus hadn't said anything, but he had overheard the conversation between Zoe and Lumindra. She had been thinking of accepting before what changed. Zoe shook her head, her fake smile undisturbed as she responded, no, nothing happened. Since you're leaving tomorrow, don't you still have people to say goodbye to? Atticus stared at Zoe for a moment, not saying anything. Zoe blinked a couple of times while looking at Atticus. What's wrong? Zoe asked. Atticus didn't say anything for a few seconds. He didn't know what to say. A small smile appeared on Atticus's face in the next instance, fake in its entirety. I was just admiring your beauty, he claimed. Zoe's smile widened. Thanks, Atticus. With another good look, Atticus closed the distance and gave Zoe another hug. I'll see you soon, he muttered. And just as swiftly, he turned and started walking away from the scene while tapping his artifact. She's going through a lot of new emotions all at once. You have to be patient with her. Atticus suddenly paused but didn't turn back. He had just heard a voice speak in his head. There was no way he could mistake it, it was the same petite voice of Zoe's spirit. Atticus nodded subtly without turning back, and in the next second, a golden glow enveloped him, and then he disappeared. Zoe stared at where Atticus had just disappeared from, her expression instantly morphing into sadness. 2 trails of tears streamed down her face, and she moved her right arm to wipe them. The figure of Lumindra suddenly materialized in front of her, her usual bubbly expression nowhere to be found as she stared at Zoe with a gaze filled with sadness. Lumindra simply fluttered forward and landed on Zoe's head, her tiny arms patting her head gently in a reassuring manner. Zoe really wanted to say yes to Atticus, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it, especially after experiencing all those disgusting emotions a few minutes ago. Giant wings suddenly sprouted from Zoe's back, not a single ripple of pain on her face as she shot upwards with speed, her head a maelstrom of thoughts. The next person Atticus went to see was Ember. Appearing at her camp, Atticus was shocked. Compared to his, despite his overwhelming win during each division war, it was like comparing heaven and earth. His camp would be a rural village while Ember's would be a city filled with futuristic buildings and technology. The whole ground was paved, and it seemed as though each student had a small house to themselves, the whole expanse looking like a city. Gazing at this spectacular scene, Atticus couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It was very obvious that during each year, they would grow their camp and build it as they wished. It sounded incredibly interesting, and Atticus was a little sad he would miss out on it. Atticus stopped thinking about things he had no power over and started making his way toward the middle of the camp where a large fenced estate was located. Although he looked completely normal, Atticus would be lying if he said that the matter with Zoe hadn't affected him. He truly didn't understand what had happened as she had abruptly changed out of nowhere. But regardless, Atticus wasn't the type to let that stop him. His goal remained unchanged. Atticus had no intention of attracting any attention or crowd, which was why, as soon as he hit the streets, he instantly activated his ethereal cloak art. A surge of mana engulfed him, his figure becoming faint before disappearing altogether. Atticus moved quickly through the paved streets and reached his location in under a minute. He had chosen not to fly because he wanted to get a close view of the city. Reaching the estate, Atticus easily scaled the fence and entered, making his way through it. He had seen a lot of students back in the city, but no Ravensteins. Atticus found out the reason why after a few minutes of running brought him to the back of a large mansion where an expansive training ground was situated. The training grounds were filled with a multitude of white-haired students, many of them engaged in different spars. Atticus couldn't help but notice that the training grounds were a lot more advanced than theirs. It had way more mana in it, and the equipment was also more numerous and of higher quality. Entering the space, Atticus's gaze instantly landed on the one he had come for, his figure suddenly becoming visible as he released his ethereal cloak art. Atticus's sudden appearance didn't go unnoticed. Many of the Ravenstein third years couldn't help but flinch as they saw Atticus, but among them, there were 4 individuals whose reactions were particularly intense, as though they had seen the scariest thing in their lives. They were none other than William and Helidor Ravenstein, with the other 2 being William's subordinates. William had been stupid enough to scheme against Atticus with his father during the gift-awarding ceremony, while Helidor had been working for Rowan, Aurora's father, who had wanted to kill Atticus. It went without saying that they were all scared out of their wits. William and Helidor had both been victims of Atticus's brutal beatings. The fear that lingered in their hearts was not small in any way, especially considering the cruelty Atticus had shown since he arrived at the academy. They each moved backward, putting a significant distance between themselves and the approaching Atticus. The others, instead, approached Atticus with smiles, offering their greetings by bowing respectfully. Atticus responded with curt nods, but he couldn't help but stop as he reached the figure of Hela. There was no way Atticus could ever forget their over-serious squad leader back at the Raven camp. Hela truly hadn't changed much. She wore a tight-fitted training suit and had her white hair tied into a ponytail. Considering how small it was, Atticus could tell that she had cut it down significantly. Although she looked beautiful, her whole demeanor screamed alpha. There was no mistaking her for someone who took charge. A small smile appeared on Atticus's face as he greeted, "It's been a while, Hela." Hela simply responded with a respectful nod. Atticus could, of course, notice her changed demeanor when it came to dealing with him. It was more respectful than back at the Raven camp, which was understandable. Passing by, Atticus exchanged nods with Orion before his gaze settled on Ember. He hadn't even bothered to pay attention to William and Helidor cowering behind the group. Atticus had already taught them a lesson they would never forget. That was enough for him. Unless they were stupid enough to scheme or attack him again, Atticus wouldn't even go near them. Atticus met Ember's curious stare. It was the same exact stare the other Ravenstein third years were giving him too. What was he doing here, and how did he get here in the first place? Atticus didn't waste time and did the same thing he did for Zoe. He explained everything, of course leaving out the irrelevant parts. After a few minutes, the third-year Ravenstein youths all had looks of understanding on their faces. Ember's reaction wasn't as dramatic as the others, she didn't see any reason for it. This was especially evident as the third years would be leaving the academy for the military in a few days. Ember wouldn't even be in the academy again. She simply gave Atticus a deep hug, surprising the latter that she actually took the initiative. "Good luck, Atticus," Ember muttered softly and succinctly, leaving the hug after a few seconds. Atticus smiled, thanking her, after which the rest of the Ravenstein third years also expressed their well wishes, except William and Helidor, of course, who hadn't dared to go near where Atticus was. After a few minutes of well wishes and goodbyes, a golden glow enveloped Atticus, and he left the scene. Not a second passed, and Atticus appeared in another division camp, but it wasn't his. It wasn't nearly as developed as Ember's division, looking more in line with what a first-year camp should have at this point. Atticus didn't waste time sightseeing this time around. Making himself invisible, he started searching for his target. There were hundreds of tents sprawled about in just a few buildings. This time around, Atticus hadn't seen any mansion, but as he got to where it would usually be situated, just beside the imposing terminal, Atticus was met with an incredibly large training ground. Although not as advanced as Ember's, it had also been upgraded. Atticus's eyes instantly landed on the hundreds of youths currently donned in armor, each of them seemingly circling around someone, their weapons on hand. Now and then, the figures of more than 10 students would get thrown backward at fast speed as though being moved by an invisible force. Atticus was instantly drawn to the middle of the training ground where the largest cluster of students was gathered and circling about. His gaze immediately landed on the one he had come to see. Just in the middle of the clustered students, with his characteristic expressionless face, was the figure of Kale. Attacks were unleashed from all sides using different weapons, but none seemed able to touch him. At every other second, his figure would blur with him not appearing to have moved an inch from his position. However, the figures of multitudes of students would find an overwhelming force acting on them, shooting them backward with speed. Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he saw the current ongoing scene. Kale was currently training with his whole division, well if one could call it that. It's completely one-sided. Atticus could count at least 1,000 students in the training ground, and despite that, Kale didn't seem to even break a sweat as he single-handedly battled with them. Atticus observed the scene for a moment, not saying or doing anything. He had been curious as to how the others went about the creation of their camps. Earlier when he went to Zoe's camp, he had noted even the tiniest of details. Zoe had been the first rank, so he hadn't been surprised when he saw the barracks building among others. But Kale hadn't had that. Atticus also noted something else. He had expected it, but at the same time, it was a little weird. Kale was basically the only tiered in his division. The rest of his members were ordinary people from different sectors in the human domain. I wonder how he got by. Atticus's curiosity was well warranted. During the First Division War, each leader couldn't leave their divisions. He couldn't help but wonder how Kale had managed. Seeing as he found what he was looking for, Atticus suddenly released his art, his sharp and powerful presence suddenly appearing in the area. Kale's reaction was immediate. His head snapped right, his gaze narrowing and landing on Atticus. His aura exploded. Each student that had wanted to attack him abruptly paused in their tracks, their weapons trembling as their hands shook. The students at the front line got the full brunt of Kale's oppressive aura. Immediately, Kale had felt that presence. It was as though his fighting intent had erupted from the depths of his soul. Kale's crimson aura reached for the skies, a maniacal grin on his face as he suddenly erupted upwards, the ground on which he previously stood cratering. The force of the jump sent a wave of force and debris that blew the surrounding students away. However, the cause of this scene didn't seem to care. His grin remained undisturbed as he crossed over the students of his division and landed with a thunderous crash 20 meters away from Atticus. The collision had sent another wave of dust and debris, but as they reached a 10-meter radius from Atticus, they each seemed to disperse as though they dared not come near him. The dust cleared, and Atticus couldn't help but break into a small smile. His obsession with fighting is crazy. Atticus's gaze immediately landed on Kale, whose eyes had somehow already turned crimson, his maniacal grin undisturbed as he stood up straight, his gaze completely fixed on Atticus. Despite being 15 meters away, Atticus could feel the trembling of each one of the sheathed swords hung on his waist. A few seconds passed since the dust had cleared, and the students, especially those at the back lines, had somewhat regained their composure. They all turned their gazes backward where a collision had sounded from, and words could not begin to describe how shocked they were at what they saw. What the hell was the White Devil doing in their division? It went without saying that despite the fact that they had all cheered for him during the leaders' summit, there was not a single one of them that wanted to be the one facing him at any given time. It truly didn't help that their leader had charged at him like that. Didn't that mean a fight was about to happen? Each of them unknowingly had their guards raised, gripping their weapons and shields tightly before their brains suddenly started working again, and they realized what they were doing. Were they truly about to fight the white-haired devil? The scene of each of Atticus' opponents and his brutality played in each of their heads as though a compilation, and no one knew who started it, but the sounds of weapons dropping on the ground started permeating the space in the next second. However, from the one whom they all feared and had dropped their weapons for, and their leader who should be pissed about how cowardly his division members were behaving, neither of them cared. They didn't even turn to look at them. Cale didn't even ask how Atticus had gotten here, nor did he utter a word. There was only one thing Cale wanted to know: were they finally going to fight? Atticus could tell that Cale only cared about that currently, and he didn't waste time, finally speaking. "I'm leaving the academy tomorrow, so I came here to say goodbye." Atticus smiled, "but it looks like there's no way I'm going to escape fighting you, huh?" Cale didn't say anything in response, but his intense gaze spoke volumes. The watching students went through another wave of shock. They were really about to fight. They each silently hoped that they wouldn't be involved, but at the same time, neither of them wanted to miss the battle. Even the ordinary masses knew who Cale was before they came to the academy. The number one in their generation. However, since the emergence of Atticus and his rampages, they had each instinctively let go of that notion. Atticus had easily defeated the third-year rankers. Was there even a need for debate? Regardless, they were all still curious and eager to watch this battle. A circle was formed around them in an instant. However, given how much distance they put, it was obvious they had no intention of getting caught up in the fight. But they weren't the only spectators. The first-year operators filled the control room, each of them watching with rapt attention, having already placed their bets. Unfortunately for Gon, the other operators were still spiteful about the summit, so they hadn't called him. Hearing Cale, Atticus nodded. "All right then, I'm ready when you are." Atticus's words weren't loud, but its implications were heavy. The atmosphere changed, the wind in the area suddenly intensifying, sweeping dust around and making the students' clothes flutter in response. A voice suddenly sounded, bestial in its entirety. "Berserk form. Fury." Cale's voice sounded like the harbinger of impending doom. The last time Cale had spoken those words, the entrance test had ended before Atticus could see it in action. Atticus had known it had been powerful then, but with the overwhelming aura that immediately engulfed the whole area as Cale spoke, he could tell its current power could never be compared to back then. The earth within 8 meters around Cale sunk, snake-like cracks appearing and spreading at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, crimson-like marks erupted upwards from his chest, weaving a complex network of intricate tattoos that snaked their way across his entire body. The red glow in his eyes flashed, its hue deepening as his physique expanded in both mass and height, each sinew and muscle gaining an almost supernatural vitality. Unable to withstand the sheer pressure, his clothes strained against burgeoning muscles and tore, revealing the raw power surging beneath. His brown hair lengthened as it grew down, cascading with an almost ethereal grace, adopting a striking red hue. It was shocking, but Cale's genius was undeniable. Despite being just 16 years old, Cale had already attained the expert rank, putting him at a level comparable to Avalon and Magnus during their time in the academy. Considering his rank, it wasn't surprising when vivid red attire erupted from his chest and enveloped him, his aura shooting up and instantly reaching expert rank. Cale's right hand reached for the broadsword on his back, sweeping it in a blur to his side and sending an intense wave in response to the force. The 8 vibrating swords around Cale's waist erupted upwards in unison as though they could no longer be contained before cutting downwards with speed, their forms suddenly changing and turning into a bright crimson light that immediately converged around the blade of the broadsword. The broadsword lengthened, its form becoming bigger and vibrating with intense power. Every single thing that had just happened occurred in 1.5 seconds. To many, it was an incredibly short time, but to Atticus, it might as well have been a decade. But regardless, Atticus didn't move one step as Cale's colossal figure rocketed towards him at supersonic speed, the ground he previously stood on instantaneously imploding. Despite not showing it, Atticus had truly taken Kale as a friend. While it was true that Kale had gotten close to him because he was strong and wanted to battle with him, it didn't change the fact that his intentions had been pure. Kale had advised and helped him on multiple occasions. Kale had helped him with Zoe, and it was impossible for him to forget how he stood by him when the Bone Race warriors came for him. Atticus never forgets his grievances. This was something many had come to understand about him. But what many didn't know was that the same applied to the opposite. He would never forget any good things that were done for him. Kale appeared in front of Atticus like a phantom despite his enormous size. His broadsword was raised skyward before it whistled through the air in a blistering descent. The speed was so intense that it was akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Atticus was grateful to Kale, and this was exactly why he had decided not to hold anything back during this fight. He would use this as a temporary parting gift. Kale had wanted to fight him at his full power, and so Atticus would give him exactly that. Despite the massive descending sword, Atticus responded with eerie calm. His right arm moved upward towards the trajectory of the broadsword. The nature of Atticus's movement shifted, but he didn't move an inch. His feet were planted firmly into the ground, his body becoming as immovable as a towering mountain. He stood tall, muscles tensed like solid rock. Space suddenly distorted, forming a protective layer around Atticus's raised arm. Then, the sword and arm met. The meeting of the two was like a star-going supernova, blinding and all-consuming. The ground shook as a palpable wave spread out in all directions. Dust and debris scattered around, engulfing the whole area. Despite the distance, the students at the front lines had been affected. Although they each hid behind their armors, the force of the collision shot their bodies backward, hitting the immediate students behind them and creating a chain reaction that shifted the 1,000 youths gathered around them back by several meters. The dust engulfing the whole area cleared, a wave of shock hitting each of the spectating students and operators alike. Despite its overwhelming force, the massive broadsword had its descent abruptly stopped by a single arm. Yet, Atticus didn't appear to have moved an inch, his expression still as calm and composed as when he had appeared. Before Kale could formulate his next move, with a firm grip, Atticus drew his arm back, an overwhelming force pulling Kale's massive figure forward. With smooth and steady movements, Atticus's right hand let go of the sword, the force acting on Kale's body remaining undisturbed. A palpable crimson aura suddenly erupted from Atticus's arm, his fist clenched, and clothes straining as the muscles in his arm seemed to pulse with uncontained power. Without missing a beat, Atticus's fist flew forward with blistering speed, hammering Kale's stomach. The impact resonated through the area like a battering ram hitting a fortress wall, the immense force radiating through Kale's form like ripples on a pond, forming multiple concentric circles that pulsed outward behind his figure. With breath knocked clean from his lungs, Kale's figure hurtled through the air like a ragdoll, cutting through the ranks of the gathered students with speed. His velocity was so intense that each student who was unfortunately hit by him was immediately enveloped in a golden glow, unable to survive the impact. Kale's momentum remained undisturbed until he reached the walls of the camp, hitting it in a devastating impact. Atticus's figure immediately appeared at the wall, racing towards the spot where Kale was lodged. Atticus's gaze landed on Kale, who seemed to have lost consciousness, blood streaming from his mouth. Gazing at Kale's battered body, Atticus acted immediately. With a thought, air enveloped Kale, lifting him up and away from the lodged wall and setting him down gently. Atticus approached and instantly fed him a high-grade healing potion. Then, shifting his concentration, a bubble of water enveloped Kale and immediately started healing him. Did I go too far? Atticus wondered briefly, but he dismissed the thought immediately. After a year spent with Kale, he knew that not using his full power would only be an insult to the boy. Seconds passed quickly, and as though a switch had been flipped, Kale's eyes snapped open within the bubble of water. Seeing this, Atticus released his control, allowing Kale to gradually sit upright. Kale placed his hands on his stomach where Atticus had punched him, an overwhelming pain racking his senses. However, despite the pain, there was not a single ripple of discomfort on his face. Compared to the training he had undergone with his father and grandfather, this much was nothing. Kale's still expressionless gaze turned and met Atticus's, maintaining his stare for a few seconds. Then, without uttering a word, he simply stood up, dusting the debris and dirt from his body, his figure reverting to normal. Kale still held his weapon tightly despite having been unconscious. Afterwards, Kale approached Atticus and offered him a handshake, followed by another action that shocked Atticus greatly, a smile. Atticus's gaze shifted constantly between Kale's outstretched hand and the unusual smile marring his face, completely speechless. Isn't this the first time I've seen him smile? During their 1 year at the academy, Atticus could say with complete certainty that he had never seen Kale smile. A smile unknowingly found its way to Atticus's face as well, and he accepted the handshake with a firm grip. Thank you, Kale said. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle at this. All he did was beat him, and he was being thanked for it. Observing Kale, Atticus noticed that his aura was noticeably more peaceful, as though his fighting intent had been quenched. It's nothing. I should be apologizing instead. I think I went too far, Atticus responded with a wry smile. Kale shook his head firmly. When you have strength, you use it. Holding back is a grave insult to your opponent. Meeting Kale's intense gaze, Atticus couldn't help but shake his head slightly, unable to formulate a response. He wasn't really the warrior type. If revealing his full power would do him more harm than good, then he'd probably not do it. Why should he care about his opponent's feelings? They both let go of the handshake at the same time, turning back toward the camp to witness the devastation. A large trail traced down the earth from the training grounds to their current position. Luckily there were no buildings in the way, Atticus remarked. Kale nodded at Atticus's words, glad that no buildings were destroyed. They both started walking back toward the training grounds. You're leaving tomorrow? Kale asked abruptly. Without turning to face him, Atticus responded immediately, yeah. Kale went silent for a few seconds, not saying anything. You're coming back? He asked. Atticus shook his head. No. I see. Kale muttered under his breath. Okay. I'll see you after 2 years, he added succinctly. Atticus couldn't help but turn towards his friend as soon as he spoke. Apart from the fact that Kale didn't seem bothered by his departure, why wasn't he asking questions? Atticus was literally leaving the academy in his first year, something that had never been done before in the history of the human domain. Every child was required to spend 3 years in the academy. Yet, Kale didn't even wonder how it was possible or, at the very least, what Atticus was going to do. Aren't you curious about how I get to leave and what I'm going to do? Atticus couldn't help himself and asked. He was far too curious about what was going on in this boy's head. Kale shook his head once more before speaking. It doesn't matter. You'll still be gone, and we'd still meet in 2 years. Kale's answer was as simple as his usual ones, but this one held more weight. Kale believed that a warrior's journey should be his to face alone. Finding out about what Atticus was going to do would be completely useless at this point. He would still be gone, and they would be separated. To him, what was important was finding out when next they would reunite. In a weird turn of events, Atticus understood what Kale meant to convey. A small smile appeared on his face. He decided that he was not going to say anything about his departure. At this point, if he did, it would seem like he was bragging. What about your woman? Kale suddenly asked, causing Atticus's expression to change slightly before reverting back to normal. But it didn't escape Kale's gaze, his eyes narrowed slightly. Atticus didn't say anything for a few moments, causing the walk to descend into silence. I should tell him, Atticus decided. Kale was the person who helped him with Zoe in the first place, and he actually wanted to talk about it with someone. Atticus narrated everything that happened, from him asking her out to their meeting at her division. After a few seconds, he finished. So what do you think her reason was? Atticus asked. Her reason doesn't matter. You make your intentions known, and if she's not interested, you move on. Deep down, Atticus agreed with what Kale had just said, but it was easier said than done. Matters of the heart were far from logical. He pondered the issue throughout the walk. The duo reached the training ground after a minute, with Atticus immediately apologizing to Kale for the academy points he lost when his division members died. As expected, Kale took no offense. After some small talk and goodbyes, a golden glow enveloped Atticus, and he abruptly disappeared. A golden glow ignited, and Atticus suddenly appeared at the other end of a large wall. As soon as he did, he instantly muttered under his breath, ethereal cloak, activating his art. A cloak of mana engulfed his whole body before he abruptly disappeared. If one could see through Atticus's camouflage, they would immediately notice that unlike before, there was currently an icy look on his face. Atticus's figure suddenly turned and dipped, an intense tension coiling into his legs. With a soundless and seamless movement, Atticus erupted upwards, scaling the wall in an instant. Not even a second passed. As Atticus jumped over the wall, he instantly released multiple pulses of mana, utilizing his sense of feel. Atticus landed gently on the ground, his senses on full throttle. His gaze swept around the area. Empty. Despite the fact that there was a wall surrounding the whole area, there didn't seem to be anything but a grassland within it. But Atticus was not fooled. He knew exactly whose division this was, and if he had to be honest, he had expected this much. Atticus suddenly broke into a sprint, his figure moving at a moderate pace. With every step he took, Atticus would release a pulse from his mana core, utilizing his sense of feel with complete attention. At this point, Atticus relied more on it than his vision. After advancing to Expert Plus rank, Atticus's sense of feel had been able to cover a whopping 100-meter radius. This basically meant that he could feel anything within that radius, which had completely made him elated. Sure enough, as he reached a point, the scenery suddenly changed, and the once grassy landscape became a towering cliff so high that its bottom couldn't be seen. However, despite seeing all of this, Atticus's steps didn't pause. In fact, he sped up, reaching the edge in 3 seconds. As soon as Atticus reached the edge, he abruptly jumped up, an action that would baffle many watching the scene. Why would he jump instead of stopping? But Atticus didn't seem to care. His vision was telling him that he was jumping down a cliff, but only he knew that it was utter nonsense. His sense of feel was showing him the true reality, 100 meters away from him. The reason Atticus had jumped was simple. There had been a deep pit a few meters wide in front of him. He was currently in an illusion, and everything his vision was seeing was a lie. Jumping over the pit, Atticus continued his run and kept on releasing pulses of mana while easily avoiding and dodging any traps along the way. After a minute, Atticus finally left the illusion and reached the division camp. It was just like most of the division camps he had seen, with a multitude of tents scattered across the field and division members going about their normal business. Atticus still had his ethereal cloak activated, and thus none of the students could see him. Gazing at the middle of the camp, Atticus was met with another odd occurrence. The massive black terminal was now visible, but there were no buildings in sight aside from the tents in the area. But Atticus didn't ponder on it too much. He released another pulse of mana and ran towards the black terminal. As he got close enough, Atticus suddenly found what he was searching for, his gaze turning icy. It was already afternoon and just about time to have lunch. A young boy with iridescent eyes and rapidly shifting hair color walked confidently through the hallway of a mansion. He was currently clad in a purple tight-fitted suit that clung to his fit body and had a bit of sweat on his skin. This boy was none other than Zephyr Nebulon, the same Tier 1 Nebulon youth who had ambushed Aurora some months back. Just like Seraphine, ever since Zephyr had seen what Atticus did to Dell, he had never once attended classes. His debt had stacked up, and he was living on negative points. I need to find a solution to this issue fast. I can't keep living like this. Zephyr had also watched Atticus's battles during the summit. It only further intensified the fear he was feeling. He could defeat the third-year rankers. Zephyr walked through the hallways, reaching the dining area after a few seconds. Let's just get some food and continue training. He can't get to me here anyway. Walking through the door of the dining room, Zephyr was instantly met with a scene that immediately made his scalp go numb. Zephyr didn't finish his thoughts, he couldn't. It was as though the world was trying to tell him that it was nothing other than total nonsense. Zephyr rubbed his eyes fervently, but no matter how much he did, the scene wasn't changing. The other Nebulon youths were under his control. They couldn't, no matter what, use their bloodlines against him. The academy rules were absolute. Under no circumstances should other students be able to visit another division camp, at least not yet. If he didn't attend any lectures and stayed at the division, the white-haired devil couldn't reach him. Yet, despite all of these assurances sounding in Zephyr's head, despite the incessant rubbing of his eyes, reality was cruel. Currently, in the dining room, each of the 16 first-year Nebulon youths were sprawled on the floor, some in completely respectful positions, bowing with their heads touching the ground. The others had completely battered bodies, their crimson blood drenching the ground. And just in front of each one of them was the figure of a white-haired boy. Hoa. Zephyr only had time to mutter those words before he lost control over his whole body, his figure falling face first with a brutal thud. Zephyr's eyes moved frantically, trying to understand what the hell was going on. But no matter how much he thought, he just couldn't. He couldn't feel his whole body, but his limbs were intact, and he was hardly feeling any pain. He suddenly felt that his face touching the ground was slightly wet, and as he focused on it, it was then he noticed the thin layer of water streaming through the floor. The sound of footsteps sounded in the next second as Atticus approached, each footfall making Zephyr's entire body tremble. The intensity of Zephyr's heartbeat was indescribable. Although it might seem impossible, to Zephyr, who was the closest to his heart, each beat sounded as loud as a war drum, increasing in intensity as the sound of footsteps neared. Atticus walked silently and unhurriedly towards the figure of Zephyr on the ground. Atticus was always thinking about multiple things all at once despite not showing or acting on it. His thoughts could change at any time depending on the current needs and circumstances. Regardless, there was one category of thought that wouldn't change no matter what his revenges. Zephyr had attacked Aurora about 8 months ago, and since then, the boy hadn't attended lectures even once. If it had been him who was attacked, Atticus might or might not have gone this far. He might have even decided to leave it until after the academy. But to think that Zephyr had the audacity to attack his family. Atticus would be leaving the academy the next day, but before he left, he would pay back every one of his grievances. Even if he hadn't been given the privilege to visit other division camps, Atticus would have demanded it. He was literally leaving the academy for their benefit, it was the least they could do. He couldn't see a future where Zephyr wouldn't pay. The streaming water beneath Zephyr suddenly wrapped around him, raising him upwards as Atticus simultaneously reached and stood in front of him. The intensity at which Zephyr's whole body was shaking was so staggering that it would be impossible for him to stand if the water wasn't supporting him. Wait. Zephyr's voice trembled, his eyes wide as his gaze landed on Atticus standing in front of him. However, all he got was a hammering punch that landed brutally on his mouth. It took time for Zephyr's brain to register the pain, but his body was living in reality. Zephyr's head jerked backward, his lips bursting in a fountain of blood and becoming a battered mess. The entirety of his front teeth broke into pieces, crimson blood raining on the ground. Zephyr's hair suddenly lit up with intensity, an instinctual reaction from the overwhelming pain that had set in. The scenery changed, the once extravagant dining room suddenly becoming a space filled to the brim with searing hot lava. Bursts of lava erupted from multiple areas, with the figures of Atticus and Zephyr sinking into scorching lava. Yet despite all of this, it was insanely weird because the sound of Atticus's footsteps never once stopped. The scenery changed once more. The scorching lava space shifted, and in the next second, the walls seemed to lengthen, the ground disappeared, and they each found themselves falling from high up in the sky. It all felt real. For many, experiencing what was currently happening would instill immense fear of the Nebulon family bloodline, especially considering the fact that it was done in an instant and without any preparation. The intense rush of wind against the skin, followed by the sensation of weightlessness as though gravity was pulling one downward, so it all felt real. However, despite all of these impressive feats, despite the fact that there seemed to literally be no ground to walk on, the sound of Atticus's steps still sounded. But this wasn't the only thing that increased the intensity of Zephyr's shaking. A small bubble of water had enveloped Zephyr's mouth where he had just been punched, healing him. Fuck. Zephyr stammered in his own thoughts, complete disbelief washing over him. The glow of his hair dimmed, the scenery reverting back to normal. His eyes opened and immediately landed on Atticus, who had started circling him quietly and calmly with both arms clasped behind his back. Zephyr had never felt so small and insignificant in his whole life. He felt like prey, as though a hunter was currently thinking of different ways to handle him. The scenes of Atticus's brutality played in his head. The torturing of the third years, the cruel way he had handled and broken Del Alvarian, the beating he had given Seraphin and the other third years. Was the same thing about to happen to him too? Zephyr shivered, desperation setting in. No. Why you can't do this? Are you watching this happen? Is the academy going to break its own rules? I'm an important heir to the Nebulon family. My family will not stand for this. Zephyr screamed at no one in particular, his hope palpable. This was the only thing he could cling to in this situation. Zephyr could feel water coursing inside his body, its relentless pressure compressing his muscles and joints. It had infiltrated every fiber, every sinew, causing his muscles to stiffen and lose their flexibility. The normally fluid motion of his limbs became sluggish and unresponsive, as if they were encased in a heavy, invisible shell. His joints, usually lubricated for smooth movement, now felt swollen and immobile, the water creating a bloated, stiff sensation. Zephyr continued shouting, but no matter how hard he screamed, one thing remained constant: the sound of Atticus's footsteps. This remained so until Atticus abruptly stopped, an intense chill immediately enveloping Zephyr, making him shut up. Atticus didn't utter a single word, not a ripple of anger on his features as he stared at Zephyr. One wouldn't even imagine that he had come for revenge, but Zephyr knew well the devil that was Atticus. And in the next second, he felt it. It started gradually. To Zephyr, it felt insanely relieving, making him doubt Atticus's intentions. But this only lasted for a second. In the next moment, Zephyr felt pain the likes of which he had never experienced before. The water coursing through his whole body started bubbling as its temperature increased to staggering levels. In every single muscle and joint, in every fiber, every sinew, every organ, Zephyr felt it. The searing hot water cooking him from the inside. It was guttural and deafening at the same time. Zephyr screamed. Those who had been observing Atticus from the very beginning would consider him to be a very simple individual. And truly, he was. Atticus had never believed in conscious mistakes. Your brain was perfectly functioning, you weren't unconscious, you knew exactly what you were doing. So why the hell would you call it a mistake? It was utter bullshit. Bullshit he had no intention of entertaining. Zephyr's screams went on deaf ears. The sound of water bubbling and the smell of meat cooking filled the space. Despite the intense pain, only his head moved, jerking backwards and forward. An incredible amount of spittle flailed around as he kept on screaming. His whole body was still being restrained by the searing hot water, however, he could feel every inch of the pain. The last time Atticus had done this was on Dell, but then, he had boiled him from the outside. It went without saying that they were both truly terrible, but if one had to choose the most brutal, it would be what was currently happening to Zephyr. The feeling of water boiling you from the inside was not pleasant, truly. However, what happened next was the cherry on top that completely intensified Zephyr's pain. The temperature around Zephyr abruptly dropped, the air growing frigid in an instant. A dense mist materialized, swirling around him like a ghostly shroud. The water within his body, already restricting his movements, began to freeze. His skin took on a pallid, almost translucent whiteness, as frost crept across its surface. Zephyr's luminous hair, once flowing like liquid light, became rigid and firm, each strand encased in a delicate sheath of ice. The transformation was swift and merciless. From the searing heat that had tormented him moments before, Zephyr was now plunged into a bitter, bone-chilling cold. His muscles, already stiff from the internal water pressure, now felt like stone, immobilized by the sudden freeze. Every breath he drew was a struggle, the cold air burning his lungs and crystallizing the moisture within. His joints, swollen and immobile, were now locked in place by the ice that encased them, turning his limbs into lifeless appendages. The pain Zephyr felt was immense, but he couldn't even scream. His chest heaved with labored breaths, the cold air slicing through his throat and lungs like shards of glass. Each inhale brought a sharp, stabbing pain, as if his insides were being cut apart. His heart pounded against the icy cage of his ribs, struggling to pump blood that felt sluggish and cold. The frigid air infiltrated his bones, making them ache with a deep, marrow-deep pain that seemed to resonate through his entire being. Even his face wasn't spared. The cold gripped his jaw, making it hard to open his mouth, while ice crystals formed on his eyelashes and brows, blurring his vision. Atticus's expression as he gazed at Zephyr was tranquil. Even as the intense cold suddenly melted, the temperature increasing and turning searing hot once more, his expression remained unchanged. It felt endless and was timed to the last nanosecond. 1 minute, 60 seconds. That was the exact amount of time that would pass during each transition before they abruptly changed to icy cold or searing hot. Zephyr had lost count of the number of times the switches happened. There was only one constant and redundant thought in his head, the counting of 1 to 60. It was only for a brief moment, just less than a second, but the switching of hot to cold or vice versa brought about a nanosecond of relief before the overwhelming pain would set in. This torture went on for 2 hours, 120 transitions. Words could not begin to describe what Zephyr was currently feeling as his body was suddenly enveloped in a bubble of water, healing him. Emerging from the water and kneeling on the floor, Zephyr's body involuntarily started shivering. His body became unable to differentiate between hotness and coldness. Despite the warm temperature in the air, both his hands were under his armpits, his teeth clattering, his body shivering as though he were freezing cold. But unfortunately for Zephyr, his torment wasn't over. A kick landed squarely on the side of his head, driving his head into the sturdy ground. Zephyr felt his vision immediately go blurry before his body started moving upwards against his control. His eyes trembled intensely as he opened them only to witness the figures of 5 different white-haired boys standing before him. His vision didn't get a chance to clear up before a blitzing punch landed squarely on his nose. The force of the punch deformed his nose, shooting his figure backward at fast speed. However, he hadn't even gone far before his momentum abruptly stopped midair, his direction changing as he shot forward toward Atticus, only for his face to meet the bottom of Atticus's foot. His body jerked forward like a ragdoll, his head stopping in place for a moment before the momentum of Atticus' legs slammed his head against the ground with brutality. There was no pause. Atticus's fists instantaneously rained downward on Zephyr's body, each pounding making the ground tremble. Zephyr remained helpless, receiving the brutal punches without being able to react or even scream. They landed everywhere, the bones in his body getting broken at a rapid pace. After a while, Atticus stopped, another bubble of water enveloping Zephyr once more. After a minute of healing, Zephyr was released from the bubble of water only to find himself suspended in the air. The air suddenly electrified, tendrils of lightning snaking across Atticus' figure. With an abrupt motion, they shot forward and landed on Zephyr. Zephyr felt a jolt of searing pain shoot through his body like 1,000 needles piercing his skin. His muscles seized with spasms as the lightning surged through him, coursing along his nerves and setting every fiber of his being ablaze with agony. He had no idea when a primal scream tore from his throat, ah! Raw and guttural. Atticus' torment was unending. After electrocuting the living daylights out of Zephyr, just when the latter thought his torment would be over, Atticus would resume another round of brutal punches and kicks before healing him and then switching to another one of his elements. The division members of the camp went about their daily routine unaware of the torture their leader was currently facing. His screams were loud, but none seemed to be able to leave the confines of the mansion they were in. Time went by and as the sun started setting, simultaneously his screams stopped. Once again, a bubble of water enveloped Zephyr, healing him. At this point, he had a lost look on his face as he sat down on the floor. Atticus was always careful. Even though he wouldn't be in the academy, Atticus had the first-year leader of the Nebulon Youth Draft on a contract. The boy had already been enslaved by him, plus Atticus wasn't sure if he was still considered a student anymore. After getting Zephyr to sign it, which was incredibly easy, Atticus didn't utter a word as he tapped on his artifact, a golden glow enveloping him before he disappeared from the scene. Once again, a golden glow ignited and the figure of Atticus abruptly appeared, this time just beside the massive and imposing black terminal. Atticus's gaze instantly settled on the familiar view of the White Omen Division camp. He wasted no time and started heading towards the mansion on the other side of the black terminal. The usual scenes played out, with every member greeting him fervently as Atticus passed through. Many wondered where he had been and what the academy had called him for, but none dared to ask. Atticus paid it no heed and reached the mansion after a few seconds, immediately moving upstairs toward a particular red-eyed girl's room. Just as Atticus was about to knock, the door abruptly opened wide, and the figure of Aurora appeared with a suspicious look on her face. "What do you want?" Aurora's gaze narrowed, suspiciously eyeing Atticus. She found it incredibly weird that Atticus had suddenly come to knock on her door. Atticus chuckled, shaking his head slightly. "Why are you so tense? I can't visit my lovely cousin anymore." Aurora scoffed, her back resting on the side of the door as she folded her arms across her chest. "Save me the bullshit, what do you want? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Aurora stared at Atticus for a few seconds before sighing and stepping out of the way. With a small smile, Atticus walked into the room. During the past month, Aurora had made sure to customize her room to her taste. Every inch of the room was covered in pink. Large teddy bears lay in multiple spots. It was all very girly. Not something one would have expected Aurora to do. Atticus offered no remarks and turned to face Aurora just in time for her to close the door. Atticus's initial smile suddenly morphed into sadness as he gazed at Aurora. She had been trying to hide it, but he could see her excitement at his visit. Atticus had decided to leave saying goodbye to the people in his division for last because he felt that he would need to spend time with this particular red-eyed girl. Aurora instantly noticed Atticus's sad expression, a frown marring her face. "What's going on?" she inquired worriedly. Atticus had only ever shown 3 expressions, especially when they were together. He was either smiling, neutral, or pissed. The fact that he was looking sad was weird. Even during the attack on the Raven camp, she hadn't seen him give her this expression. "I'm leaving the academy tomorrow and won't come back to the academy even until your 3rd year." Atticus's words were rapid and at the same time deliberate and firm. He had gone the simple and direct route, there was no mistaking any of his words. Aurora's reaction was hard to describe. She simply stood quietly for a second, not saying anything, as though trying to comprehend the implications of Atticus's words. "Why you're leaving?" Aurora's voice trembled, her disbelief palpable. Atticus nodded his head in response and started explaining everything that had happened, from his meeting with Magnus and the relevant information he felt she should know. Atticus spoke for more than a minute, and despite the fact that his voice was loud and could be heard from anywhere in the room, none of it seemed to reach Aurora's ears. It felt like the entire world around Aurora underwent a strange transformation, turning into a surreal scene. The noises of the busy mansion and the distant buzz of activity slowly faded into a soft symphony, leaving behind nothing but a haunting silence. Time seemed to stretch as Aurora's mind grappled with the implications of the news. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Aurora managed to speak, interrupting Atticus's speech. I can't Kamea." The sadness and hope in her voice were so overwhelming that Atticus was almost tempted to either take her with him or remain behind. Atticus's hand clenched hard by his side as he released a deep exhale. He really wanted to, but he just couldn't. He wasn't leaving the academy to play, plus the condition he had to fulfill to be able to leave hadn't been easy to meet in the first place. Atticus shook his head in response. Aurora's hand involuntarily clenched, her gaze turning downwards. She released a deep breath before she faced upwards. Locking eyes with Atticus, she suddenly smiled. "Okay then, good luck." Aurora's smile was entirely fake, and there was no way Atticus would miss that. Atticus had no idea when he closed the distance and enveloped her in a tight hug. "We'll meet after you finish the academy, I promise." Aurora's eyes widened in shock for a few moments because of the unexpected hug before she buried her face into his chest, her figure trembling as she suddenly started sobbing. There was only one person Aurora was mad at currently, herself. She had always told herself that she wanted to rely on Atticus less, being more independent. But the moment she heard he was leaving, what did she do? She wanted to follow him. She didn't want him to go. No matter how much she tried to fight it, the feeling just wouldn't leave her. She didn't want him to leave. Aurora wept, her tears drenching Atticus's chest. Atticus patted her head continuously, trying his best to comfort her. Atticus didn't know how long it took, but Aurora eventually fell asleep in his arms. He carried her, gently placing her on the bed before tucking her in. Atticus cleaned the tear marks from her cheeks, gazing at her quietly before standing and walking out of the room. Atticus rested his back against the closed door, releasing a deep exhale. "It's official, I hate saying goodbyes," he thought with a wry hint of humor. It had been a long day with a lot of sad and intense moments. "It's still not over though," Atticus sighed. He still had a few people he hadn't said goodbye to. Atticus tapped on his artifact, sending a message to each of the Ravenstein youths, asking them to gather in the mansion's living room. Within a few minutes, everyone had left whatever they were doing and gathered at the designated location, each gazing at Atticus and waiting for him to speak. Atticus found saying goodbye to the other Ravenstein youths quite easier compared to the others. Although they had all expressed their sadness, with Nate immediately breaking down in tears and holding Atticus's leg, determined to stop him from leaving. Atticus spent a little time with them, assuring each of them that they'd meet after the academy and that they had nothing to worry about. Afterward, Atticus walked out with Lucas after finally being able to get Nate off his back. The first few seconds of the walk were quiet, with neither of them speaking. "Look after Aurora. It might take a few days before she recovers," Atticus said. Lucas raised an eyebrow at Atticus's words but dropped it in the next second. He understood what he meant. Will you be okay? Lucas asked, turning to face Atticus. What do you mean? Fighting other races? That sounds dangerous on every level. The fact that they're taking you out of the academy for training despite you being so strong already just proves my point. Atticus smiled at Lucas's deductions. The majority of them had just been sad about him leaving, but none of them had actually thought about how dangerous what he was going to do was. Atticus shrugged. Honestly, I don't know, but I should be fine. Lucas's gaze narrowed slightly. Seeing Atticus being so unsure of something was unusual, to say the least. Just don't die, Lucas suddenly remarked with a smile. Not yet, he added in his head, but there was not a single ripple of change in his expression. Atticus chuckled. You don't have to worry, I have no plans of risking my life. You always have been careful, Lucas joined in the laughter. The duo continued their walk until they reached the gates of the mansion. Atticus suddenly turned towards Lucas. You should get some sleep. I need a little bit of fresh air. Lucas immediately understood that Atticus wanted to be alone and obliged, nodding before turning back and heading towards the mansion. Seeing Lucas leave, Atticus turned his gaze away and towards the camp. Taking a deep breath, feeling the fresh air entering his body, Atticus suddenly broke into a sprint towards the gate of the camp. It had been a long day and it was already truly late, past 9 p.m. The camp was scanty, but people were still roaming here and there. Atticus scaled the wall and moved at a fast speed towards the northern forest. Upon reaching it, Atticus released multiple pulses of mana and immediately found what he was searching for, a myriad of mana footprints scattered across the forest floor. Atticus followed the trail as though it were the most natural thing to do. Moving at a fast and rapid pace, he avoided fights and reached a small clearing with a cliff wall ahead. Atticus approached, touching the wall with his right palm. This time, it took Atticus only less than 5 minutes to mimic the signature of the mana barrier, a stark contrast to the usual half an hour. A cloak of mana suddenly engulfed him, and Atticus took a step, phasing through the cliff wall as though it wasn't there. Inside, Atticus didn't waste a single second. Despite the surrounding area being pitch black, he exploded forward, moving through the caves at high speed and arriving at the entrance of a very large cavern. Upon entering, Atticus brought out multiple illumination runes from his artifact. His darkness element had reached an incredible level. At this point, Atticus was partially able to see in the dark. Even now, he could faintly see the cave despite not using his sense of touch. He didn't really need the runes, but he wanted to see what he had come here for clearly. Channeling his mana into them, he threw them out in different directions, the cave getting illuminated in an instant. Atticus's gaze turned upwards and immediately landed on the figure of the beast in one corner of the cavern. It had coiled up high above the ceiling, at the other end of the cavern far away from Atticus. The shadow seraphim assumed its smallest form as though trying to remain as insignificant as possible, its tendrils coiled around the stalactites using them as support. Atticus couldn't help but sigh slightly. Why the hell was it shaking? He hadn't even done anything yet. Atticus took a step forward, and despite the incredible distance, the shadow seraphim seemed to shrink in its corner even further. Atticus sighed. I just wanted to say goodbye. He suddenly exclaimed, having no idea if the beast could even understand him in the first place. The shadow seraphim had served as his training partner for a while during his stay at the academy. Even though he had brutally beaten it, he was still a bit grateful to the beast. But unfortunately for Atticus, the beast was having none of it. It remained cowering in its corner, having no intention of coming closer. There was no way it could forget the aura of that devil no matter how long it had been. Atticus shook his head. Suit yourself, he said, clicking his tongue. He simply found a spot and sat down cross-legged, not paying the shadow seraphim any heed. Atticus cleared his thoughts and entered a deep state of meditation. He had learned a lot about the world he was living in today, and it was possible that this night would be the only respite he had left. Tomorrow, he was going to begin a new journey. He had no idea what Magnus had planned, but knowing that man, he knew it wouldn't be easy in the slightest. Atticus took a deep breath and exhaled, repeating this constantly, his aura becoming tranquil. Tomorrow would be a new chapter of his life, and he was going to be ready for anything they threw at him. Atticus meditated deep into the night, but that wasn't all he did. He finished preparing his mind for what was coming quickly and decided to use the opportunity to train his darkness element. To the shadow seraphim watching Atticus with rapt attention, the tranquil aura he was initially radiating suddenly intensified. The beast, with its powers entirely focused on darkness, could feel how harmonious Atticus had suddenly become with his surroundings. A small low-pitched screech sounded from the shadow seraphim as its two eyes fixed on Atticus, who had basically become invisible at this point. But Atticus's mastery was still far below that of the shadow seraphim. Regardless, the area around Atticus felt rich due to the darkness element converging around him. As time passed and the seraphim felt not an ounce of ill intent from Atticus, it found itself drawn towards him, laying just a few meters away. The night went by quickly, with the sun rising after a few hours. Unfortunately, or fortunately, for the inhabitants of the large cavern, not a single ray of sunlight reached the cave. However, Atticus, who currently had his eyes shut and his back resting on something he found incredibly comfortable, suddenly noticed something bright even with his eyes closed. Although he was sleeping, his mind hadn't been disoriented in the slightest. He still remembered that he was in the pitch-dark cave where no sunlight should be able to reach. His eyes instantly flickered open, wondering what was going on. As his gaze landed on the figure in front of him, Atticus couldn't help but sigh. Just standing a few meters away from him was the figure of Magnus. He was blinding, so bright that the entire cavern was illuminated by the light coming from him. Atticus wasn't even sure if the man was doing it intentionally, but it was as though there dare not be so intense a darkness when he was present. "It's time to leave," Magnus's succinct voice brought Atticus out of his reverie, but he wasn't the only one. Atticus had barely sat up straight from what he had unknowingly been resting on before it suddenly started trembling with intensity. "Wait, did I realia?" Atticus swiftly turned around, his gaze landing on the massive figure of the shadow seraphim just behind him. He looked down and saw that what he had been resting on had been one of its tendrils. To think they were actually so soft to weight. How the hell did I let my guard down so much? Atticus's thoughts were frantic, but then he suddenly remembered who the man standing behind him was and immediately cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to hide the fact that he had let his guard down and was now surprised. He fixed his gaze on the beast once more. Compared to yesterday when Atticus had seen it shake, now, Atticus could feel what it was currently feeling, primal and complete fear. It didn't run, not that it could move even if it wanted to, nor did it look up. Its torso was bowed, eyes facing downward. Every single one of its tendrils had somehow lost their power, lying down as though they were lifeless appendages. Atticus knew immediately that it wasn't him that was the cause of its behavior, it was simply the man behind him. Releasing a chuckle, Atticus turned his gaze back towards Magnus, standing upright. "Won't you at least let me have my bath?" Atticus joked. Magnus didn't seem to care about the reaction of the beast. To him, it was a natural reaction, and he was all too used to it. "You'll do that on the ship. I trust you've said your goodbyes." A sigh escaped Atticus's lips. He had said his goodbyes, but even then, leaving them stung his heart. He had only spent 1 year at the academy, but he had forged some bonds he would rather not abandon. Atticus took a deep breath before nodding in response to Magnus. There was no helping it, it was all for the future. Not even a second passed after Atticus nodded before Magnus suddenly exploded into tendrils of lightning that engulfed Atticus. To Atticus, there was no pause. As soon as it engulfed him and he unknowingly closed his eyes, the next second he opened them, he found himself in another place entirely. Atticus turned his gaze around, trying to get his bearings. Tendrils of lightning still snaked around his figure as he floated suspended in the air, with Magnus just beside him. Beneath them was a lush forest filled with trees stretching in every direction, and just in front of them was the inner side of a massive blue dome. No matter how far Atticus focused his gaze to the right and left, he could still see the dome. "Looks like the same one I saw from outside the academy." Atticus could still remember the large dome he had seen when he arrived at the expanse before the entrance test. The blue dome encompassed the whole sector and, in turn, the academy. Its power was so absolute that even paragons were required to stop in the face of it. Atticus couldn't help but recall the things he had found out about the Aegis shield during his first year. It had been covered during the leader's course with Isabella. The Aegis shield was a dangerous weapon, one that could be used against paragons, and its creators, the Alliance, knew this well. On the entire planet, only a select few were given the privilege of having the knowledge to build it and were heavily bound by an insanely strict mana contract. As an extra precaution, Each shield had an inbuilt bomb which would unfailingly detonate should the Alliance will it. Directly in front of them, a small opening suddenly appeared, and before Atticus could wonder what was happening, he shot forward against his will, suddenly appearing outside the academy. There was no standing ovation, no announcements, or even a send-off. No one in the academy knew except for the staff and a select few students, but the white-haired devil whom many feared, the same boy who still had his name spoken in almost every conversation, the same boy who had made his legend known after just 1 year at the academia had left. Isabella gazed at the large screen displayed in front of her with a wide smile. She was currently in a very large control room, one bearing resemblance to the first-year control room that she usually visited to watch Atticus. But this was on a larger scale. She was in the main and central control room of the academy, where every single thing in place in the academy could be monitored. Apart from Isabella, operators were seated in front of different screens, going about their jobs. Harrison stood just beside Isabella, also watching the screens and noting her smile. On the screen were the figures of Atticus and Magnus streaking through a gap that had just formed in the blue dome. Such an event opening even the smallest gap in the domea had to be heavily monitored. Finally, Isabella muttered under her breath, her happiness evident on her features. Harrison turned to look at his daughter. "You're happy?" he asked. Isabella nodded. "Aren't you? Now we have a chance." "A chance, huh?" Harrison muttered, causing Isabella to turn and look at her father inquisitively. "Tell me, Isabella, what were you doing when you were 16? Isabella pondered for a second, wondering why her father was asking her this question. "I was in the academy." Harrison nodded. "You were being guided, being shown the different paths you could take in the world. Do you know why?" Isabella shook her head. "Because you were just a child. A child who was supposed to be protected, who was supposed to be given a safe space to grow, a child who was supposed to dream and enjoy the little peaceful time you have left before you're thrust into a world of chaos and death." Harrison locked eyes with Isabella, who had long since lost her happy expression. Although she had just shaken her head, she had an idea of where this was going. "Isabella, it's shameful. The fact that we all, from the bottom of the power ladder to the highest authority, anyone with even a modicum of strength, place such an overwhelming burden on a 16-year-old boy. It's nothing other than shameful." Harrison turned his gaze back to the screen, fixing his gaze on Atticus, who was now on the other side of the dome. "We failed him. We all failed him." Harrison's words hit Isabella deeply. She could feel how much this all affected her father. He might not have shown it on his face, but she could feel it in his words. "It's true." Isabella's expression suddenly morphed into sadness. For once, she completely agreed with her father. She had just been thinking about the good part of the part where the human domain would finally have a fighting chance against the forces acting against them. She had completely and utterly forgotten that Atticus was just 16. A sigh escaped from Isabella's lips, an overwhelming feeling of shame engulfing her. It truly was shameful. Harrison and Isabella weren't the only ones watching the scene. High above the clouds, even above the large and imposing administrative building, was the figure of a man. With a crown of brown hair and a large beard, he sat down cross-legged, his intense gaze fixed in a certain direction. His whole waist was donned with different sheathed swords, and on his back was a huge broadsword with its hilt sticking out over his head. The area around him appeared normal, but the oppressiveness of the air couldn't be contained. It was none other than Eric, Cale's grandfather and the principal of the academy. Eric had sparsely ever shown himself, even when the other paragons visited the academy. This had been because his presence wasn't needed. None of the paragons could break the rule, so they all knew this well. Regardless, he had always been watching everything going on in the academy. Plus, Harrison made sure to report every happenings to him. Eric, gazing with a large smile, was currently fixated on Atticus despite the insane distance between them. He had seen everything the little monster did and, if he had to be honest, he was enamored by his personality. It was cruel, and it made his blood boil. Regardless, nothing could make his blood boil as much as when he fixed his gaze on another location, where Cale was brutally punching a study tree with his bare fist, without a shred of mana or equipment. It was an action that led to the impact area and his immediate surroundings becoming bloodied. His arms were already broken, and yet he kept on punching despite the pain, not a shred of discomfort on his face. After a while, he suddenly switched to his legs. Another round of brutality commenced for a few minutes before switching to another body part. Eric's grin widened, his eyes taking on a hint of crimson as his battle intent seeped from his form. The atmosphere around him seemed to tremble. Only those who had witnessed it knew the devastation that would occur should Eric's battle intent fully emerge. The berserker bloodline of the Stormrider family was simple and complicated at the same time. The more one desired to grow stronger, the stronger that person would grow. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. One would need to find a stimulant, a rival, to be simplistic. One that would drive you to want to be stronger and overcome him or her. Over generations, the Stormrider family had found out a lot about this power. There were numerous aspects, but only the important ones would be mentioned. The first, one could mark only one individual for life. This meant that should the individual grow stronger than his or her marked, the effect would immediately stop. The second, it could only work on those whom you consider equals, in essence, a person in the same generation as you or age mates. It was normal for adults to be stronger than children, they simply had more time. However, there was no excuse should your age mate be stronger than you. This small fact would be the stimulant. Why was Eric happy? It was simple. Kale had marked and tagged Atticus as his rival. At this point, the implications were obvious. Eric's blood was boiling. Once again, Atticus' gaze snapped open, this time slightly annoyed. This man was becoming all too used to moving him without any heads up. He shot Magnus a stare but made very well sure to be subtle about it. He was so pissed about the situation that he hadn't thought about the pointlessness of trying to be subtle. There was no being subtle in the presence of a paragon. Magnus paid his grandson annoyance no heed, simply facing forward as though he hadn't done anything. But the slightly curled up lip betrayed his real emotion. He was clearly enjoying this. The duo descended downwards, slowly landing soundlessly on the earth. It was then Atticus focused on his surrounding, his features showing slight intrigue at what he saw. He was back at the large expanse they had all gathered at before the entrance test, and just in front of him was the imposing and large form of an airship. It was parked just in front of them and had immense size and sleek, silver exterior that screams of the extent its durability. Panels of shimmering metal covered its surface, interspersed with glowing energy conduits. The Ravenstein sigil, resembling 8 swirling elements, was etched on each sides of the airship. It's smaller than what brought me to the academy but feels more powerful, Atticus noted. Turning his gaze back down, Atticus saw Magnus walking forward and immediately followed. Even though they were on the ground already, the tendrils of lightning snaking around Atticus was still present. Atticus didn't bother asking why, it was entirely obvious enough, Magnus wasn't letting his guard down. It was for his protection. The hatch of the ship was already opened, and Atticus could see the figures of a few white-haired individuals as they approached. Despite still being a little distance away from them, they had all long gotten on their knees, each of their heads bowed and awaiting their arrival. Atticus couldn't help but wonder why Magnus hadn't just landed directly in front of the ship, why bother to walk? However, despite his curiosity, he didn't ask. They both reached the ship, a loud greeting filled with reverence and respect sounding as each of the kneeling figures greeted in unison. "We greet Master Magnus and young Master Atticus." Atticus had noticed immediately he set eyes on them, the whiteness of their hair were impossible to miss. Ravensteins. Are they the airship's attendants? No, not all of them. They had each offered their greetings standing at the sides of the lowered hatch, leaving a free path into the airship. Atticus scrutinized each of them carefully. They were about 15 altogether and the majority of them wore identical attires, looking as though it was crafted from lightweight, durable fabric interwoven with nanofibers, providing both protection and flexibility. Along with a form-fitting dark jacket made from a dark materials, the shoulders and chest areas were reinforced with armored padding. Their identical attires left Atticus to assume that they were probably the crew of the ship. However, what shocked Atticus was that all of them were at the Master Plus rank. Magnus simply nodded at their greetings, speaking succinctly. "Set off immediately. As you wish." Atticus followed Magnus into the airship, and as soon as the rest of the crew entered behind them, the hatchet ascended and closed. Promptly, the crew immediately scattered, each to their respective stations. Atticus turned his gaze behind and saw that 2 men had remained behind and were unsurprisingly the only 2 who hadn't been wearing the crew uniforms. Amongst the 2, only one of them had white hair, with the other having a crown of black hair on his head and a cleanly shaved beard on his chin. They both approached, immediately sinking into one knee without uttering a word. Introduce yourselves. The two men immediately followed Magnus's command, the one kneeling on the left speaking firstly. Young master, my name is Dario and I shall be your attendant from now on. The man, Dario, who had just spoken sounded mellifluous. In simple words, his words sounded sweet and smooth. Atticus immediately got a weird feeling from him, as though he was used to speaking and buttering people up. His appearance matched his voice, with deep blue eyes, framed by thick lashes, and a straight and slightly narrow nose, giving his face a classical, well-defined look. He had a lean but muscular build and was dressed in well-tailored, unpretentious clothes, favoring soft, neutral colors like light blues and grays that complemented his soothing demeanor. The second man didn't waste time and also spoke. I was given the name Yodid and I shall be your Ravenblade, master. Unlike Dario, Yodid had a raven black hair and spoke in a humbling tone. Atticus could immediately notice a certain similarity between him and Arya, Anastasia's Ravenblade. They both had some kind of dark aura they radiated either consciously or unconsciously. Hearing Yodid, Atticus gave Magnus a subtle confused look. After the academy, it is mandatory for every important member of our family to be attached to a Ravenblade. Atticus frowned slightly. What about Arya? Magnus shook his head. She bounded to your mother already. Unless you want your mother to remain without any protection, it's best you get your own. The kneeling and bowing figure of Yodid and Dario showed an intense amount of shock on their faces as they heard Atticus and Magnus converse. Neither of them wanted to believe what they were currently witnessing. Not even Avalon, the family head, could talk to Magnus this way. Why the hell were they so casual? It was insane. The absurdity of the situation was even more evident given the fact that they were still kneeling and hadn't even raised up their heads the entire time. Regardless, none of them dared to speak or say anything. Magnus immediately noticed the hesitation on Atticus's expression. He stretched his palm forward, two golden folded papers suddenly appearing on top of it. Each Ravenblade has already swore their loyalty to the family and the one they're attached with. I am well aware of your misgivings, so I will give you these. Draft your contract yourself. Atticus collected the contracts from Magnus, gazing at them for a few seconds. He's right. There's no way I'll trust this. Magnus was right. He might have assured Atticus that the Ravenblade was already bounded, but it would take way more than that for him to allow someone follow him everywhere. Atticus didn't refuse. He turned his gaze and focused at Yodid kneeling figure, causing the latter to bow down more. The same thing occurred as he turned towards Dario. Atticus nodded and immediately channeled his mana into his space ring, bringing out an engraver from his space storage. He had used his finger and blood during the summit because he had no access to an engraver. Yodid and Dario weren't facing upwards, but they were well aware of what was happening. Mana contracts weren't as simple as many would think. Although it hadn't been the main reason, it was still a part of why the Academy completely banned mana contract in the Academy. They were absolute, that part was correct. But in order to draft one would require the ability of clearly engraving your intent with your will. They both knew who exactly Atticus was, the son of the family head and direct grandchild of Magnus. But this ability wasn't something that even a grade 1 runesmith could achieve, talk less of a person who wasn't even a runesmith in the first place. One would need to be in at least expert rank and had awakened their perception in order to have such control. However, Atticus was in the advanced plus rank. Only one thought came to their head: what was Master Magnus doing? However, their questions were answered in the next second. Atticus didn't even take a second. A crimson glow ignited at the tip of the engraver, and with swift movements, Atticus drafted the contract on each golden paper and returned his engraver back to his space storage. He didn't feel any drain. His will was already too high to be affected by something this small. He had chosen simple and at the same time direct clauses and eventually made just 3. The contractee shall exhibit unwavering loyalty to the contractor and shall not engage in any actions, directly or indirectly, that would harm or betray the contractor. The contractee shall be strictly prohibited from disclosing any confidential information, conspiring, or collaborating with any party regardless of whether they seeks to harm or undermine the contractor or otherwise. The contractee shall follow and obey the words of the contractor and the contractor alone at every instances, and would never follow the orders another except the contractor is aware of it and had given approval. These clauses were designed to ensure loyalty, prevent betrayal, and make sure his orders were law. The eyebrows of Yodid and Dario trembled, disbelief coloring their features. They both knew Atticus was incredibly talented, but only to an extent. If they were to pretend and say that he had managed somehow, the fact that he had done it so effortlessly and there wasn't a single ripple of demotivation on his face brought about another shock. Air wrapped both mana contract and floated towards Dario and Yodid. They both had the same contents, so Atticus hadn't bother and have gave them each one. Read it and decide if you want to sign it. Seeing them immediately reaching out to the contracts, Atticus added firmly, I'm instructing you to read it first. I will not have someone unwilling as my subordinate. The duo paused, before nodding their heads in unison and grabbed the contracts from the air. The glowing crimson letters were as clear as day and weren't much. All it took was a glance for them to comprehend the clauses, and in the next second, they each signed and accepted the contracts. They turned into motes of light, entering the bodies of the duo and coalescing in their navels just where their mana core were located. There was no hesitation in their actions. The Ravenblades live for the Ravenstein family. This fact has been indoctrinated into their minds even from a young age. However, despite their unwavering loyalty, none of them dared to refuse, considering who was standing behind Atticus. Good. Dario will show you to your quarters and also attend to your needs from now on. You're free to have your bath and relax for the time being. It's going to be a long ride to our first destination. Magnus' words were followed by him abruptly vanishing as though he were never there. Atticus was already used to this action and didn't bother being shocked. Turning toward his two new subordinate, Atticus sighed softly as he saw that they were both still on their knees. You don't have to kneel, stand up, Atticus instructed. They both hesitated but ultimately relented and stood up. Atticus' words were basically law now. Seeing them bowing their heads, Atticus frowned, raise your heads. I understand I'm your master and you guys subordinate, but you don't have to be so cringe. Relax, your unwavering loyalty is all I need. The duo took Atticus' words differently. Yodid immediately raised up his head, following Atticus' command. The Raven's blade were used to following their master's words to the last letter, no questions asked. While Dario was mildly surprised. Did he really win the lottery and get a nice and humble young master? Dario shook his head, it was too early to tell. Show me to my quarters. Atticus' words brought Dario out of his thoughts. He suddenly flashed a smile, straightening out his suit, he bowed and gestured toward a random direction. This way, young master. Atticus nodded and followed behind him, with Yodid attaching himself directly behind Atticus. After a few seconds, Atticus found him in an hallway, a sudden question popping in his head. While I understand the need for a Ravenblade, what about you? Why are you serving me? Atticus suddenly asked. Just answer the question, he added, stopping Dario, who was about to turn and respond to his question respectfully. Dario cleared his throat awkwardly. Apologies, young master. The Ravenblade is here for protection, while I'm here to answer any questions you have about the human domain and its happenings. My family isn't that high up in the Ravenstein family hierarchy, but we're all well versed in politics. So basically an information trove, huh? I can also get anything you might require, from potions to runes to books, anything. Atticus listened to Dario talk about his uses as though he was in a job interview. Yodid remained quiet, simply walking behind Atticus. After a minute of moving through the airship, they eventually reached door. We're here, young master. Atticus fixed his gaze on the door Dario had just gestured to and immediately approached. A scanner suddenly emerged from the wall, a blue horizontal light radiating out and scanning Atticus from head to toe. The door parted open in an instant, revealing a simple and elegant room. Atticus walked in without wasting time. Well, young master, I'll excuse myself and give you your privacy, Dario suddenly bowed. If you need me, just a single mention of my name and I'll be there. Alright, thank you for your help, Atticus responded with a nod. The man was a master plus rank individual. It was no surprise that he would able to hear from far distances easily. Dario couldn't help but be slightly impressed. He loved the way Atticus carried himself. It was as though he wasn't speaking with a kid at all. Despite being just 16, his demeanor was akin to a commander on the battlefield. My pleasure, Dario said before turning and leaving the scene, leaving only Atticus and Yodid. Atticus' gaze landed on his Ravenblade, who immediately bowed slightly as he felt Atticus' gaze on him. Atticus scrutinized him without any restraint. The man appeared to be in his late 30s and had a lean build. Standing at 6 feet tall, he had green eyes and raven black hair. His eyes were piercing, scanning his surroundings with a calculating and cold aura. The large scythe hanging on his back only added to this feeling. He does look strong. I wonder if he's stronger than Arya, Atticus thought. To him, even though he was basically as strong as a Master Plus rank already, he would always welcome strong people, especially when he knew they were 100% loyal to him. What are you still doing here? Atticus asked directly. I'm your Ravenblade, Master Atticus. I go wherever you go. If I'm not being too impertinent, I would like to suggest I enter your shadow. No, Atticus slowly shook his head. He was all too familiar with the ways of the Ravenblade, having gone through it with Arya. Atticus had no intention of going through that again. You are only allowed to enter my shadow when I'm stepping out, never inside. Hearing Atticus' firm tone, Yodid was forced to listen. Just find something to do. I'll be out soon. Atticus allowed the door to close as soon as he said this, releasing a huge sigh of exasperation. I've had a subordinate for just a few seconds and I'm already tired, Atticus thought, chuckling. Being given so much respect and reverence was really hard to handle. He had no idea if it was because he had come from Earth. No matter how he tried, he still felt incredibly weird anytime it happened. Atticus' expression suddenly turned sad as he recalled the people he had left behind at the academy. I wonder how they're all doing. Amongst the people Atticus had left behind, he couldn't help but be fixated on a particular red-eyed girl. He knew well enough that Aurora would be the most affected by his sudden disappearance. She should be able to recover soon though and lead. Atticus had told Isabella to give the leader position to Aurora when he left. He hoped that would be enough of a distraction for her. Clearing his thoughts, he decided to leave it for later. He suddenly recalled something and instantly turned his gaze to his wrist, where the academy artifact was supposed to be, but was shocked to see that it wasn't there. Grandfather must have removed it when we were moving, he thought. Atticus stopped thinking about it and swept his gaze around the room. It was simple and had all the basic furniture one would need, yet it still maintained its elegance. Atticus approached a door to his right, happy to find what he was looking for, the bathroom. He wasted no time and entered to get his long-awaited bath. After a few minutes and a steamy bath later, Atticus stepped out, dried himself off, and wore a simple white robe. He left the room only to find Yodid still standing exactly where he had left him. Yotad's gaze, initially fixed on Atticus's door, now landed on him. Yodid bowed respectfully, not uttering a word. Atticus sighed. Dario, he called out. Not even a second passed before a small gust of air suddenly appeared, and the figure of Dario materialized. You called, young master, Dario bowed and greeted. I would like for you to show me around the airship. As you wish, Dario gestured before taking the lead. Atticus immediately followed, with Yodid walking directly behind him. Atticus was frankly surprised to see that despite its size, there was not a single unnecessary area on the airship. Every single area they visited was necessary, either for weapons, the control room, the medical facility, or the mess hall. Each was compact and kept simple, unlike the airship that had brought him to the academy. After the brief tour, their walk eventually landed them in the mess hall. Like the other places, it wasn't too big, just compact and equipped with a few tables. Some of the crew members were already seated and engaged in conversation when the door of the mess hall opened, and all immediately went silent. 3 figures entered. Atticus, Dario, and Yodid. Atticus stood at the front with the duo behind him. He fixed his gaze on the section where he would get his food and immediately approached. But before he could reach halfway, the crew members who had been shocked regained their composure, stood up, and immediately offered their greetings, young master. Atticus sighed inwardly but didn't let it show. He responded with a nod, acknowledging them, and kept walking. He chose his food, a tray of it materializing. You should have just sent me to get this for you, young master. You don't have to worry yourself, Dario whispered. Atticus completely ignored him, turned and started walking towards the exit. Seeing as he was ignored, Dario silently cleared his throat and chose to shut up. He was starting to understand more about who his young master was. Atticus didn't bother to answer Dario, but his thoughts were occupied by something else. He was a little surprised that, among all the people he had met until now, he hadn't encountered a single one with ill intent or even jealousy. They had all been respectful so far. He was so used to being hated or messed with that he felt slightly awkward. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Atticus sighed. Did I just jinx it? He turned backward and fixed his gaze on one of the crew members. Do you have anything to say to me? Atticus's voice sounded calm and young, but the gazes of those present couldn't help but narrow. He was the grandson of Magnus and at the same time the heir, so showing him respect was normal. But why were they all feeling compelled to obey him? It had been incredibly subtle, but Atticus had heard her. She wanted to speak but hesitated at the last minute. Many of them were completely surprised that Atticus had heard her but didn't show it on their faces. The person Atticus had just spoken to was a woman who appeared to be the leader of the group. It was evident given how the rest knowingly or unknowingly stood behind her. She stood out among the crew with her rich, dark skin contrasting beautifully with the Ravenstein signature snow-white hair, which was styled in intricate braids that flowed down her back, interwoven with silver beads. The braids were gathered into a high ponytail, giving her a regal and fierce appearance. She had warm, high cheekbones and a strong jawline. Her full lips were currently curved into a wry smile. Atticus could still remember seeing her earlier when he arrived with Magnus. The woman appeared ready to speak, but one of the other crew members, another dark-skinned woman, suddenly tugged at the hem of her jacket from behind. The woman smiled slightly but still chose to talk. Forgive my rudeness, young master, but we were all wondering how it is that you were allowed to leave the academy. Atticus gazed at the girl and the crew in turn, not responding immediately. They were all still bowing their heads, and Atticus could immediately tell that they were wary of him. It was understandable. He was a young master they had to obey, and they had no idea what his personality was like. What is your name? He asked. Atticus's question surprised the girl so much that there was a little pause before she answered. It's Amara, young master. I see, Amara. You weren't informed. Amara shook her head. Then you should probably wait until you get informed. You could always ask grandfather if you're that curious. Atticus's words made each of the crew members, along with the duo standing behind him, look at him with stupefied expressions. Did they really just hear him right? Did he just suggest that they question a freaking paragon? It was already hard enough for them to maintain their composure when the man was present, but he wanted them to question him. A myriad of awkward throat clearings suddenly echoed through the hall as each crew member averted their gaze. Although it had been left unsaid, it was very much evident that there was no way this was happening. I have a question in return. What is this ship, and why are the crew members all Master plus rank? Atticus asked, curiosity evident in his voice. The crew members of an airship being so strong should raise questions. Yodit and Dario frowned, their gazes fixed on Atticus. They were finding it hard to grapple with everything Atticus had done so far. How was he able to accurately assess the ranks of each of the crew members? The fact that he was able to draft Mana contract was now starting to make sense. Amara suddenly smiled, seemingly excited by Atticus's question. The crew members hadn't been as shocked, as they all simply assumed that Yodit or Dario had told him. This vessel is called the Abyssal Sky, and we are among the elite aerial forces of the Raven Vanguard. It is only used in important missions. Have you been in an airship before, young master? Atticus nodded, briefly explaining the one that had brought him to the academy. The airship that brought you here was focused more on aesthetics and is usually used for diplomatic outings. Only Master Magnus, Lord Avalon, and Lord Sirius have the authority to deploy this crew and ship, which is why we can't help but wonder what the goal is here. Knowing that man, he probably didn't bother explaining anything to them, Atticus thought, almost feeling pity for them. They were currently on a mission in which they had no idea about its details. And what was worse, none of them dared to ask the one who gave them this mission in the first place. But unfortunately, it was almost. Atticus went silent for a few seconds with Amara and the crew members hoping that he would explain the mission to them. However, as quickly as it came, their hope was obliterated as Atticus finally spoke. Thank you for answering my questions, he said with a nod, turning to leave the mess hall with Yodit and Dario, leaving the stupefied crew members alone in the room. Atticus walked back towards his room, completely ignoring Dario, who kept on insisting that he should ask him the questions instead of asking the others. Atticus ignored his ramblings, and something suddenly occurred to him, making him abruptly stop. You didn't get your meals? Atticus suddenly asked. Oh no, young master. I appreciate your concern, but I'm already full seeing you in good health. Dario waved his hand as he spoke, while Yodit simply responded with a simple, no. Atticus sighed. He was doing that a lot lately. Alright, get your food and meet me in my room now, I have some questions for you. Yodid was the first to oppose. Despite the fact that Ravenblades would always listen to their masters, leaving them, especially when they were still weak, was another thing entirely. However, Atticus interrupted before he could finish. We're on the same airship with a freaking paragon. Who can possibly hurt me? Go get your meals, it's an order. Shit, will I have to deal with this nonsense from now on? Atticus thought, feeling annoyed about the current situation. A few minutes had passed, and Atticus found himself sitting inside his room. In front of him were Dario and Yodid, each holding a tray of food. Atticus had gone through the trouble of setting up a table big enough for the three of them with exactly 3 chairs. They both stood stiffly, holding their trays, looking lost and wondering what they were supposed to do next. Yodid was completely confused. Not even in his wildest dreams would he ever think of sitting down and eating with his master. Dario's thoughts were different. He was more versed in politics, which largely depended on one's ability to read others and predict their thoughts. However, this was the first time he was experiencing something like this. Even some of the young masters in the Ravenstein family, who weren't nearly as important as Atticus, wouldn't act the way he was acting. He felt he was at a crossroads. Was this a test, or was Atticus genuinely okay with this? Atticus sighed once more, waving his hand and indicating that they should take a seat. Seeing them hesitate, he spoke firmly, "Have your seats." They both had no choice and ultimately sat down. Atticus grabbed a spoon and started eating his food, but after a minute, another large sigh escaped his lips. Without bothering to ask why, he said, "Be free and eat your food as you normally would, it's an order." Dario and Yodid turned and looked at each other, unsure of what to do. However, they couldn't disobey Atticus's words. The occasional sounds of utensils clinking filled the room as they ate. After a few minutes, silence once again enveloped the room. Dario and Yodid faced downward, not knowing what to do next. "The main reason I called you both here is because I have some questions," Atticus began. Dario's eyes lit up. Finally, Atticus was going to ask him questions. However, his excitement was shattered in the next instant. "I'll start with you, Yodid." Yodid abruptly stood up and bowed. "Anything you wish, master," he responded with deference. Atticus's lips twitched in response, but he didn't let it stop his speech. "Ravenblades. Tell me about them. You all are obviously not Ravensteins, so why are you given such an important role in serving the family?" Yodid paused for a moment, seemingly trying to understand Atticus's question. He turned towards Dario for help, but saw him with a brooding expression on his face. Dario had been planning on answering Atticus's question before Yodid could, but unfortunately, no one in the family except a select few knew about the origin of the Ravenblades. After a few seconds, Yodid answered, "I'm sorry, young master, but what I know is limited." Seeing Atticus nod, he continued, "We Ravenblades were once part of one of the few Tier 2 families in the human domain, with bloodlines related to Shadow. Due to an incident that I unfortunately know nothing of, we were almost eradicated. The Ravenstein family found and rescued the rest of us, raising us and molding us into what we are today." Atticus was truly flabbergasted. It wasn't because of the sad sob story, no. He was shocked because of one reason: why do I feel like the family is somehow the villains here? Everything seemed as though there was some kind of hidden twist in the story suggesting the Ravensteins were the villains. Atticus cleared his head. Looks like that's all he knows. Yodid had finished speaking, and Atticus knew well enough that he couldn't lie to him even if he wanted to. Nodding his head, Atticus decided to leave that matter for another day. He at least had an idea of who the Ravenblades were now. Atticus turned towards Dario. "Tell me the current situation of the human domain," he asked. Dario seemed momentarily lost in thought, but his eyes blinked in surprise as he saw Atticus and Yodid looking at him. "Are you talking to me?" he muttered under his breath. Seeing Atticus nod, his eyes lit up with palpable excitement at finally being useful. "What do you want to know, young master?" "The families. The economic condition. Just name Ida. Let's start with the war." Dario's enthusiastic demeanor abruptly disappeared at the mention of the war. "Young master, the war is a no-go area. Only those high enough or directly involved in the front lines know about it. All I can say is, we're still gradually losing," he said somberly. Atticus showed no surprise at Dario's words. He already knew how dire the condition of the human domain was. He just wanted to hear it from another's perspective. Alright, tell me about the families next. During the 1 year I was away, what has happened? The important bits, please. Dario thought for a moment. You've been gone for 1 year, young master. That's a long time, and many things have happened since then. But I'll focus on the most important parts for now. During this 1 year, for some reason I still don't understand, there has been an incredible amount of tension between our family and a few Tier 1 families. Usually, it's normal for some tension to exist between Tier 1 families, but I can't help but think this time is odd. There have been multiple skirmishes between us and threats of war, and it wasn't just one family, it was multiple families, though at different intervals. What families? Atticus's gaze had long since turned cold. He had an idea of what was going on but decided to wait for Dario to finish. It was first the Alvarians and Nebulon, almost at the same time frame, after which the Stellaris joined at a later time. The businesses and houses of many of our family members in their sectors were burned down overnight. There have been some missing cases related to our family members all over, but none of the families have openly attacked us. Regardless, the perpetrators were obvious. And how did our family respond? An eye for an eye, young master. Lord Avalon, Lord Sirius, and Lady Lyanna responded in kind. Sector 3 was purged without any warning, Dario responded coldly. Atticus nodded, a grin appearing on his face. He approved 100% of the Ravenstein's retaliation. He had truly been born into the right family. Many families would have considered their actions too risky, deciding instead to lay low considering they were dealing with multiple Tier 1 families. But the Ravensteins had never been ones to shy away from a fight. They were each crazy in their own right. Feeling Atticus's gaze, Dario continued, the other families took the retaliation seriously, but there hasn't been any significant action taken yet. The tension between the Ravenstein and the Alvarian families is the most intense, considering our close proximity. They have long since cut all supplies of potions the Ravenstein family receives. Atticus went silent. A lot had happened during his stay at the academy, and if he had to be honest, he had an idea of what caused all these problems. Tell me, Dario, you mentioned the Alvarians were the first ones to show hostilities. When did they start? I believe it was about 7 months back. Around the time I dealt with Del, Atticus thought, immediately drawing the connections. He could also see that the time the other families joined in aligned with when he had had altercations with their youths. I assumed everything that happens in the academy stays in the academy, but it looks like I'm completely wrong. If grandfather could enter the academy easily, then the other paragons should be able to do the same. Which means they know about everything that happened but couldn't do anything to me in the academy. Dario and Yodid could see Atticus had entered a contemplative state and decided not to disturb him. He's a really weird kid. To think he actually grinned when I mentioned our retaliation, Dario thought. He couldn't help but remember the brutality Atticus showed during the award ceremony at the Ravenstein estate. He had luckily been one of the few attendees. How Atticus had been acting since he met him didn't match what he showed back then, but he had seen a glimpse of that brutality in the grin he just showed. He was having trouble determining which was the real Atticus, nice and relaxed or cruel and brutal. Which is it? This might not be the only reason. Atticus's mind spun. His thoughts couldn't help but shift towards what Magnus had told him yesterday. He was already under the Paragon's radar. What if the Paragons were using the earlier reason as a distraction? Maybe they're trying to weaken us and stop us from gaining even more power because of me. Atticus wasn't completely sure which was which, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Allies are allies, and enemies are enemies. Dario suddenly felt a slight shiver down his spine, and Yodid tilted his head slightly. They had both just felt a piercing killing intent coming from a boy who should be just 16 years old. Dario was utterly shocked while Yodid couldn't help but tense up. He had killed his fair share of people and done many brutal things in his life. For a 16-year-old boy to radiate that amount of killing intent was insane. Atticus paid no heed to their tensed figures. After finishing his contemplation, he also asked Dario about the well-being of his family Avalon, Anastasia, Freya, Kaldor, and his grandparents. He was pleased to find out they were all good, almost all of them. Dario didn't have any information about Kaldor, as he had already joined the military. Just as Atticus was about to call it a day and excuse the both of them, Dario suddenly recalled something and decided to ask, by the way, young master, what is it that we are going to do? Yodid also focused his gaze on Atticus. He too was curious but wasn't planning on asking. Atticus looked at both of them for a second, uncertain about whether to reveal it or not, but ultimately decided to. They were each completely loyal to him anyway, so there was no point in hiding it. Grandfather is going to train me for a year in order to participate in the Veritega Nexus as the apex of the human domain. The figures of Dario and Yodid, who were in the process of standing up, froze in their tracks, their shock palpable. Apex. What? Dario's voice trembled. Atticus frowned. The competition between the top youth of each race. You don't know it. Of course we do. Who in the living world doesn't? Dario screamed, but in the next second, he abruptly froze, suddenly remembering who he was talking to. Dario shot upwards, instantly sinking to one knee. Forgive my outburst, young master. I let my surprise get the best of me. Why are you so surprised? Atticus didn't seem to care about the outburst and asked immediately. I was just surprised, young master, Dario stammered. They both knew Atticus was very talented, but they never expected him to be so talented that he could be called an apex. The title apex held immense weight, and to hear Atticus call himself that so casually was shocking. But I don't think he's joking, Dario thought. He didn't see Atticus as the joking type. If Atticus said it, then he meant it. This small fact made the situation even more unbelievable. Feeling Atticus's curious gaze, he decided to explain. In the human domain, we've never given our selected representative the title apex before because, compared to the other races, apexes, they always fall short by a wide margin. Buddha. It was given to me, Atticus finished Dario's speech, making Dario nod in agreement. And also, there is always a domain-wide competition around this time to select our representative, but to think you were given the role without any of that, Dario was truly speechless. However, he wasn't the only one experiencing a maelstrom of emotions. Yodid, too, was utterly silent. His face underwent a series of different expressions before ultimately settling on one. His hand clenched by his side, a determined expression on his face. It would seem his master was more important than he thought. Atticus didn't seem to care about all these things. It wasn't that it would make what he had to do easier. After a few more minutes of talking, Dario and Yodid left Atticus to his devices. Atticus simply decided to meditate on his elements and perform light training. And just like that, the day passed. Early the next morning, Atticus approached the door to his room. Opening it, his gaze immediately landed on the figures of Yodid and Dario standing with their heads bowed in front of his door. Dario suddenly spoke, "We've reached our destination, young master. Master Magnus requests your presence in the control room." Atticus fixed his gaze on both of his subordinates and didn't say anything. That was fast. If he had to be honest, Atticus had expected them to spend way more time traveling to wherever they were going. Maybe the first location is in Sector 2. Atticus wondered. He nodded in acknowledgement and started moving toward the control room. Where are we? Walking through the hallway, Atticus suddenly asked. We're almost at the southeast border, young master, Dario responded. Border. Yes, young master. Between which sectors? Atticus turned and inquired. Oh no, not between sectors. We're almost at the border between the human domain and another domain. Atticus fell silent. The border between two domains. Another race. Atticus's thoughts spun. But then something else popped into his head. Are you saying that within the span of a day, we moved from Sector 1 to Sector 10? Dario smiled. Yes, young master. Aren't you underestimating this ship's capabilities too much? Wow, Atticus was slightly amazed. Although he didn't know Muchine, he didn't know anything about the outside world. He could still remember the structure of the human domain as clear as day. The human domain was designed in concentric rings radiating outward from Sector 1, the Academy, with each sector progressively more distant. Atticus's amazement was justifiable. He had spent a day traveling from Sector 3 to 1 when he had been going to the Academy, and now he was just finding out that it had taken the same time to move from Sector 1 to 10. How were we even able to move this smoothly? Didn't we cross other sector borders? Atticus inquired. He wouldn't have asked this question had he not learned about the tension between the Ravenstein family and some other families. The Alvarians encircled Sector 3. If they were moving outward, there was no way they wouldn't pass through them. Surely they wouldn't have made passing through their sectors easy. Ah, I understand where you're coming from, young master, but each Tier 1 family has a different direct pathway cutting through each sector to Sector 10 because of its importance and the need for protection. Oh, and the Nebulon family is okay with this. Although our movements there would be limited, they don't have a choice, young master. You'll learn more about it in the military, but I'll explain it briefly so you'll understand. Sector 10 encompasses the entire human domain, its vastness is immense. At the same time, it borders multiple other domains, each at different locations. Because of this, each faction in the military is tasked with protecting each location. Although Sector 10 is ruled by the Nebulon family, it's like a neutral point for each Tier 1 family, Dario explained. Yodid silently listened to the explanation as he walked behind Atticus. He already knew most of what was being discussed. Atticus didn't say anything after Dario's explanation. Only one thought came to mind. He truly needed a lot of information. I was supposed to learn everything in the academy, but it looks like that's why grandfather gave me Dario, he pondered. So this border, we're in charge of guarding it? Atticus inquired. Yes. The Ravenstein faction of the military is in charge of protecting this border. And whose domain is at the other end? What race? Pardon me, young master, but I think it's best you allow Master Magnus to explain that to you. I've been told not to tell you about them for now, but of course, if you command it, I will have no choice, Dario bowed as he explained. Atticus gazed at him for a few seconds and simply looked away without saying anything. The walk to the control room was quick and without interruptions. The trio reached the door of the control room after a few moments, the door parting open as they entered. Atticus had already been to the control room during yesterday's tour and didn't bother admiring it again. It wasn't anything special. Just like the other locations on the ship, it maintained its simplicity. There was a large and wide screen at the front displaying the outside of the airship. And just like the Academy control room, there was an elevated platform at the back and different crew members seated in front of monitors below, in charge of the operations of the airship. Atticus's entrance didn't go unnoticed. The crew members who saw him simply bowed in a show of respect without speaking. Atticus's gaze landed on Magnus, standing to the right on top of the elevated platform, and a few meters behind him were the figures of Amara and some other crew members. But unlike yesterday, she was standing behind a burly man who appeared to be in charge of the crew. He turned and walked towards Magnus. Atticus reached him, acknowledged the crew members' greetings with a nod, and stood slightly behind Magnus, bowing and greeting with a simple, "Grandfather." Magnus turned to look at Atticus. "You've settled well." Atticus nodded. "Good," Magnus simply said and faced forward, not saying anything else. Atticus turned back and saw that Dario and Yodid stood a few meters away from them. Then he focused on the large screen at the front and simply waited. It was also like this yesterday. Atticus couldn't see anything clearly through the screen. He hadn't known before, but it was simply because the airship was moving at such a fast speed that the outside was a blur. What was even more shocking was the fact that he couldn't even feel anything. It was as though they weren't moving at all. Atticus's thoughts were interrupted by the view on the display suddenly changing. It was as though they had initially been moving at hyperspeed and then abruptly stopped. The large screen suddenly expanded and encompassed the whole room, displaying the outside of the ship from every angle. The view cleared, and Atticus's eyes widened in amazement at what he saw. The pathway Dario had just told him about came into full view. It was unlike anything Atticus had ever seen. It was made not of metal or stone, but of pure, shimmering mana. The surface glowed with a soft, luminescent blue, pulsing gently as if alive. It was akin to a river of light. The pathway was astonishingly wide, broad enough to accommodate multiple airships gliding side by side. War might descend at any moment, and they might need to send an army of troops to defend. The pathway was all-encompassing, with transparent barriers of mana energy at the edges, protecting the pathway from any potential danger while allowing an unobstructed view of the surroundings. Atticus noticed the pathway was suspended above the ground, elevated high enough to offer a panoramic view of the area below. The airship, which had come to an abrupt stop, started moving slowly forward. As Atticus gazed further along the pathway, he saw a checkpoint in the distance. The checkpoint was an imposing structure, a grand gate made of intricately woven mana threads that formed elaborate patterns and symbols. The gate itself was flanked by tall, crystalline pillars that emitted a steady, comforting glow. Between these pillars, a curtain of mana energy flowed like a waterfall. The energy curtain shimmered with hues of blue and gold, creating a mesmerizing effect. Near the gate, a multitude of airships floated suspended in the air, with an army of elite guards fully clad in pure white armor standing guard in front of the gate. A white-haired burly man with a scar passing across his left eye walked forward, his gaze narrowed and fixed on the direction from which they had detected an approaching ship. "Are we expecting any ships today?" he asked. One of the elite guards behind him shook his head firmly. "No, Lord Thaler. Be on alert." His words were immediately followed by the army of elite guards in the area placing a hand on each of their weapons, their intense killing intent seeping out of their figures. Each of the airships turned in unison, facing the approaching ship. Thaler also simultaneously unleashed his aura, his Grandmaster aura blanketing the whole space. With a voice both commanding and clear, he called out, "Halt! Identify yourself and state your purpose." Just as he was about to address them, the ship suddenly came out of hyperspeed and his gaze landed on the ship. Thaler's eyes widened. It's the Aegis ship. There was no need to even think about who was in that ship. Only 3 people in the whole Ravenstein family had the power to use it, and they were all big shots. "Please tell me it's not Master Magnus." Thaler begged and hoped he hadn't just questioned a paragon. "Open the gates." Thaler didn't bother asking any questions, he didn't even try to check and see who it was. As soon as he saw the vessel, he instantly gave the order to open the gate. The elite guards nodded in unison and moved out of the way. The airship spread out, shifting away from the path. As the airship carrying Atticus and Magnus approached the gate, the pillars on the side ignited with a glow, and the curtain of mana dimmed before crumbling. Thaler and the army of elite guards suddenly sank to one knee, their heads bowed in a grand display of respect. Magnus hadn't even released his aura, but they were all elite soldiers, they had all felt Ida the otherworldly aura that encompassed the entire airship. There was not a single guard in the area who didn't get on their knees. Thaler's kneeling figure couldn't help but gulp, his back drenched with sweat. He might have just survived a very swift death. The airship passed through the gate uninterrupted, and Atticus was met with a mountainous region. The air smelled crisp and cool, carrying the scent of mineral-rich earth and distant snow-capped peaks. Surprisingly, there was not a forest in sight, only the rugged beauty of the rocky terrain. Atticus's gaze landed on the imposing fortress high above the mountain range, crowned by an imposing castle. The castle, with its high walls and reinforced gates, seemed to blend seamlessly with the rugged cliffs, as if carved from the very rock itself. Extending from either side of the mountain, a grand and imposing wall stretched out as far as the eye could see. At regular intervals along the wall, watchtowers rose like sentinels, their silhouettes stark against the sky. The towers were spaced far enough apart to cover extensive ground yet close enough to provide mutual support in case of an emergency. Atticus turned his gaze behind him, fixing it on Dario, who immediately understood what he wanted. Dario walked forward slowly, trying his best to stop his trembling legs due to his close proximity to Magnus. He didn't get too close, only staying at a distance where he and Atticus could discuss freely. With his head bowed, he waited for Atticus to speak. Atticus didn't bother to complain this time around, they were sort of in public, and he could understand why Dario was acting this way. "Where is this?" Atticus asked. "This is the border the Ravensteins are in charge of protecting, young master," Dario replied. Atticus nodded, fixing his gaze on the imposing walls. The airship picked up speed and moved at a moderate pace towards the fortress. Atticus couldn't help but admire its majesty from above. An armada of airships and warriors clad in full whitish armor dotted the skies and roamed the fortress, each one battle-ready. Atticus watched as the airship moved through the air and crossed over the fortress without stopping for a single second. None of the warriors in the fortress made the same mistake Thaler had made, there was not a single interruption. Crossing over the fortress, Atticus was met with another grand sight, but before he could ask Dario, Magnus suddenly spoke out. "Atticus, this will be your first lesson. You're about to battle a truly formidable foe, and for the sake of training, no details about him will be shared with you." Magnus turned and looked at Atticus. "Always expect the unexpected. You will be battling against apexes during the Nexus, and so to begin your journey, you'll experience what exactly you'll be up against." Amidst the bustling fortress that the Aegis ship had just passed over, a multitude of individuals were seated at a large mahogany table, engaged in a serious meeting inside the highest point of the fortress castle. An eyebrow was furrowed, followed by a succinct, commanding voice, "They what?" The temperature in the area seemed to increase to staggering levels, and despite the strength of those in attendance, many couldn't help but gulp, signs of perspiration appearing on their foreheads. Every single one of the individuals gathered had the same snow-white hair crowning their heads, but each with different styles. The man who had just been questioned struggled to respond, unable to meet the intense blue eyes of the man seated at the head of the table. Luckily for him, another man came to his rescue. "Pardon me, Lord Avalon, but what he said was the truth. The Nebulon family has also joined forces with the others. We're not sure why, but there have been signs of outright hostilities toward Ravenstein family members in their cities." "Any deaths?" The man bowed and respectfully answered, "A few." The air became scorching in an instant, white smoke emanating from Avalon's figure seated at the head of the table. The other men and women in attendance shifted uncomfortably in their seats, their bodies drenched in sweat. The metal items in the room seemed to expand in response to the intense heat, wisps of whitish smoke emanating from the skins of many. Despite the discomfort, no one dared to complain or even try to leave. Everyone sat quietly, except for one man. "Avalon, I get you're angry, but roasting your family members is not the solution." A man impeccably dressed in a neatly tailored suit turned towards Avalon and spoke, a chuckle escaping his lips. He was seated just beside Avalon, and despite his close proximity, there was not a single drop of sweat on his body. It was none other than Sirius, Orion's father and the head of the Raven Vanguard. Avalon released a deep breath, the temperature in the room returning to normal. He turned, his intense gaze meeting Sirius's. "Retaliate, make it public and as brutal as possible. If they want war, let them come." Each word was spoken calmly, but everyone in the room knew well enough that he was far from joking. Sirius nodded. "I already sent word, but I believe it's best we return to our sector as soon as possible. Lyanna can only hold down the fort for so long. The two of us can't be absent for long, considering the dire times." Avalon pondered for a moment. He truly wanted nothing more than to storm the Nebulon cities and unleash a massacre, but he was smart enough to know that more was at play here. It had already been a few years since Ariel had died, and although Avalon hadn't stopped searching for his killer, he looked better than before. Ariel's death had been intensely hard on Avalon, causing him to focus solely on finding his killer for a few years. However, after the attack on the Raven camp by the same bastard who had killed Ariel, it served as a wake-up call. He had almost lost his son. He blamed himself for that incident too. Perhaps if he hadn't been so distracted, deploying the family resources elsewhere, he might have caught on to the attack. After that incident, Avalon decided to get a grip on his life. He would have his revenge no matter what, but he wouldn't allow it to prevent him from living his life. He and Sirius had arrived at the border the previous night and had just come for the meeting. Are they banding together to dampen our family's momentum or because of Atticus's actions? Avalon pondered. However, just as he was about to agree to Sirius's suggestion, the door to the room abruptly opened, and a woman dressed in whitish armor entered and moved with her head bowed towards a man seated across from Sirius. This man was also clad in whitish armor, but sleeveless. His arms were bare, fully showcasing their steel-like muscles. His head was completely bald, and he had no beard, but his long white mustache gave him an air of stern wisdom. This man was the head and captain of the border, Doran Ravenstein. The woman whispered in his ear quickly and left the room as swiftly as she had come. Doran swiftly turned and relayed the news to Avalon. The Aegis airship has just crossed the border. Avalon and Sirius's gazes narrowed in unison, their shock evident. Only 3 people had the power to deploy that airship, and 2 of them were currently in the room, which left only one person. Magnus. The gazes of many in the room widened, each of them visibly tense. Their paragon was here. However, Avalon reacted differently, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. He knew that Magnus was getting his boy out of the academy but had no idea where they were going. If his father was here, didn't that mean Avalon abruptly stood up from his seat, his excitement palpable. Sirius seemed to come to the same conclusion, a small smile appearing on his face as he saw Avalon's excited expression. The others in the room wore confused expressions, wondering just how the mood in the room had suddenly changed. But Avalon had no intention of explaining the situation. The Nebulon family is to be added to our blacklist. I give you full authority to retaliate when attacked but not before that. Remember, this is their sector. More warriors will be stationed here just in case any fight happens. I want a full report of the fortress's status every hour, not a second late. This meeting is adjourned. With those words, Avalon turned and walked out of the room with Sirius directly behind him. You should calm down a bit. Anyone would think you're marching into battle, Sirius teased. Avalon, who had been rapidly walking down the hallway, suddenly stopped, awkwardly clearing his throat. Was my excitement that obvious? Avalon turned towards Sirius and asked. Sirius chuckled, wrapping his arm around Avalon's shoulder. Old friend, it was radiating off you like heat from a forge. Lighten up. Avalon cleared his throat once more but didn't stop his steps. He reached outside and immediately boarded an airship along with Sirius. Hearing Magnus's words, Atticus went silent. He was about to battle and find out what he would be up against during the Nexus. There were many interpretations to those words, but only one was definite in Atticus's head. Regardless, he chose to leave it till later. He would see what Magnus was talking about soon enough. Atticus focused his gaze on the new scene. In simple words, it was barren land. There was not a single green in sight, not a single tree. Only sand. The whole control room was still showing the view from every corner outside the ship, so Atticus could see everything. His gaze couldn't help but narrow as he saw multiple cities from above. Where are we? Atticus suddenly asked. We're in what many call a buffer zone, young master. It's the boundary between the human domain and another, Dario instantly responded from behind. And what are those cities? Are there people living here? Ah yes, those are people who chose to live without any shackles. They refused to live under the control of the tiered families and instead chose to form their own societies here. Atticus didn't know much about the plight of the poor masses, but considering the condition of this barren land, he couldn't help but feel an intense amount of pity for them. Atticus's gaze turned towards Magnus, who had just turned his gaze backward as though looking at something. Then, as though nothing had happened, he turned it back to his front. Atticus didn't bother asking and just went silent, trying to prepare himself for what was to come. The airship flew uninterrupted, and after crossing a very tall sand-made hill, Atticus and the crew members were met with a circular black stage, spanning more than 500 meters, surrounded by incredibly tall sandy hillsides from every angle. And at the other end of the platform, just in front of a large airship, were the figures of 3 individuals. Despite the distance, from a glance, Atticus and each of the people on the ship could instantly tell they weren't humans. Only Atticus will follow me. The rest are to remain on the ship. Do not come out under any circumstances unless I command it, Magnus ordered. The crew members, Dario and Yodid included, immediately bowed, as you wish. Atticus nodded to Dario and Yodid, indicating that they should do as Magnus commanded. He had already specified in his contract that his words were their law. A few seconds passed, and Atticus and Magnus left the airship, which was parked at the other end of the hillside, and started floating towards the figures. Tendrils of lightning wrapped around Atticus tightly, each ready to react in case of anything. The figures at the other end also started moving towards the middle, and after a few moments, they each came into full view of each other. To Atticus, who saw them, it was truly fascinating. There were 3 in number, and despite their weird features, Atticus could see a boy who appeared to be his age standing beside an old man whose power felt unfathomable to Atticus, and the figure of a young girl sitting on his shoulders. They appeared humanoid, but only in their bodily shape. They each had transparent, ghost-like bodies with a faint blue glow akin to the mana in the atmosphere. Their eyes were pitch black, dotted with white spots resembling stars in the night sky. Their hair flowed above their heads like waves of water, mimicking the blue color of their skin. This was the second time he would be meeting another race of Eldorolf, and Atticus was truly intrigued. Atticus's right hand reached for his katana, stroking it carefully. It had suddenly started vibrating without any warning. His gaze unknowingly fixed itself on the figure of the boy in front of him, who had a small smile on his face as he stared at Atticus. The boy's hands moved rhythmically, also trying to soothe the spear hanging behind his back. Their gazes met, and it was as though sparks ignited between them. The world slowed, and neither of them saw anything else apart from each other. A weird feeling suddenly engulfed Atticus, making him clench his hand hard. It was hard to describe, but as Atticus's gaze landed on him, he wanted nothing more than to immediately attack. The smile on the boy's lips widened, but he didn't say anything. The sound of the old man speaking brought the duo out of their trance. Magnus. It's been long, too long. The old man's voice was just as he looked, serene and smooth. But the power each word evoked could not be contained. If not for Magnus's aura currently protecting him, Atticus had no idea what would have happened. Magnus nodded his head. It's good to see you too, Azard. But his guard was still raised at full force. A mana contract appeared in his hand and floated towards the old man. Azard smiled. I see you're still as serious as ever, huh? Another contract appeared in his hand, moving towards Magnus. They both skimmed through the contents and immediately signed it. As soon as the contracts turned into motes of light, each entering their bodies, the lightning surrounding Atticus disappeared, and he descended gently onto the black platform. The boy did the same and landed 100 meters away, facing Atticus. Then, Magnus and Azard moved upwards and created distance from the duo. Are you sure you want to use up your favor like this? Azard suddenly asked. You think he'll lose? Not even you could win back then. What makes you think he would? For Azard, one of the powerhouses of another race, to speak so highly of Magnus only goes to show how much of a monster he had been during his time and even now. Magnus went silent, fixing his gaze on Atticus, who currently had a serious expression on his face as he stared at his opponent. A few seconds passed before a small smile appeared on Magnus's face, one that shocked Azard. He's not me. Azard went completely silent. Just what was giving this man so much confidence? He hadn't deemed it necessary before because he felt that it was beneath him, but now that he heard Magnus speak, he wasn't so completely sure again. Azard turned his gaze downward and scrutinized Atticus thoroughly, and not even a nanosecond passed before one of his eyebrows unknowingly moved upward. A grin appeared on Azard's face. No wonder you're being so careful, old friend. You've finally found your apex, huh? The perception of a paragon was hard for even Grandmaster ranks to fathom, especially when it came to members of Azard's race. The Aeonians. Unlike the Bone race, the Aeonians were a race of people who were mystical and elusive. They were thoroughly focused on knowledge and the pursuit of the unknown. However, every single race in Eldoralth knew better than to underestimate them. They might sound like wise weak scholars, but they were anything but. Amongst their pursuit of knowledge and the unknown, mana and its infinite potential was amongst them, followed by how to utilize them effectively during battle. Their control over mana was so insane, one would think that they had become it. Immediately, he had scrutinized Atticus, he had immediately seen a number of things many wouldn't be able to see. Despite his attempts to hide it, the staggering number of elemental cues he was emitting, the strength contained in each one of his limbs being higher than his rank. An expert plus rank, huh? Just like most of the other apexes. Interesting. Magnus didn't offer any audible response, however, his message was clear, we'll see. The entirety of the Aegis crew members, Dario, and Yodid alike focused their gazes intensely on the figures of Atticus and the young boy facing one another on the massive platform. You seem awfully invested in this battle, Captain. The man who Atticus had initially tagged as the leader of the Aegis crew turned his gaze backward to see Amara, who had just spoken. The captain smiled and turned his gaze towards the platform again. I can't really blame you, Amara. This is probably the first time you're going on a mission outside our domain. You haven't had the opportunity of seeing the other races. The boy you see there standing across the young master, he's the apex of the Aeonians. Amara's gaze widened, but she wasn't the only one. The other crew members instantly broke into chatter, shocked by the revelation. Apex. That same question crossed through each of their minds. That title held so much weight and the individual so much importance that they were each finding it hard to believe that they were so close to one of such beings. As soon as they comprehended the captain's words, another realization suddenly set in. What the hell was their young master doing facing an apex? Dario and Yotad's reactions were different. Atticus had told them a day before that he had been tagged as the apex of the human domain, the other crew members weren't aware of this fact. However, they both couldn't help but worry. It had already been ingrained in the people of the human domain how overwhelmingly more powerful the other races were compared to them. One could say it was an inferiority complex. They both hadn't seen how strong Atticus was, but it was truly hard to believe he would be on the same level as an apex. With renewed vigor, they each fixed their gazes on the platform, wanting to see just how their young master would fare against an apex. Atticus was calm. He was feeling an incredible amount of hatred for the boy in front of him, but he reeled it in. He had never been one to act on emotions. An apex, huh? Magnus and Ezard hadn't made any attempt to hide their conversation. Atticus had heard everything, and it was easy to surmise what they meant. He was about to battle an apex. My name is Aark. Atticus's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the boy who had just spoken. Aark had just bowed slightly as he introduced himself. His voice had been sharp and calm at the same time. There was not a single air of disdain on him. Atticus had somewhat expected it, considering how weak the other races perceived the human race. Aark wasn't overconfident either. Atticus could see that the boy was confident but had no intention of underestimating his opponent. Atticus had no idea if it was just bullshit, but the boy radiated an aura of an expert plus rank. However, his gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the spear hanging on his back. Atticus paused for a moment, wondering if he should respond or not. Do they understand our language, or is it a high-tech translator? He wondered. He ultimately decided to respond. My name is Atticus. Atticus followed Aark's actions and bowed slightly, but that was all he had time to do as a voice, deep as it was commanding, echoed across the area. Begin. Not a nanosecond was wasted. Aark's body acted as though he had practiced that set of movements for generations. His body shot forward, darting left and right, his legs moving like weightless air as he closed the massive distance between them in a flash. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, his hips twisted, and his right hand rocketed forward. Despite the abruptness of the situation, Atticus's gaze was frighteningly calm. His head moved upwards from the bow to see a devastating punch appearing inches away from his chest. Atticus's reaction was instinctual. A golden shield instantaneously appeared between his chest and the punch, blinding in its radiance. However, Atticus's gaze couldn't help but narrow into pinpricks as the punch, which was supposed to be stopped by the golden shield, phased through it as though it were a mere illusion. Hard fists met his chest, the brutal cacophony of bones breaking echoed like a thunderclap, reverberating with chilling intensity across the entire area. The air was knocked from Atticus's lungs, a mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth before his figure shot backward like a cannonball. Atticus's mind spun like a boxer reeling from a knockout punch, thoughts scattering in all directions. Get a grip. It lasted only for half a second. Atticus regained control over himself and performed a mid-air spin, skidding down the hard ground. His mind oddly clear, he performed multiple actions all at once. A bubble of water engulfed his chest, healing his damaged chest. The nature of his movement shifted, his figure flickering downwards, narrowly evading a sweeping round kick inches away from his head. His actions flowed smoothly, his focus changing to the space element. Atticus teleported above Aark, his right leg enveloped in searing flames descending downwards towards his head like a meteor crashing on Earth. The calm expression on Atticus's face threatened to collapse as what was supposed to be a scorching leg meeting head, turned out to be the opposite. As though his entire being was an illusion, Atticus's flaming legs phased through Aark's head down to the bottom. The retaliation was swift, a blitzing punch landed on Atticus's stomach in the next second, its intense force bending him at the waist. With another mouthful of blood spewing out, Atticus's figure once again shot backwards through the air. At this point, Atticus's mind was a whirlwind of scattered thoughts, each one unable to come to a unified conclusion. He was completely and utterly lost. What the fuck was going on? Was this their cheat? Was this why the other races were more powerful than them? To Atticus, the current situation was so baffling that there was only one thing that he wanted: space and time to think. He was so desperate for this that he had unknowingly ramped up his perception into full throttle, his mind working at blistering speeds. However, unfortunately for Atticus, he only got said space and time for 0.3 of a second. Aark appeared above Atticus's shooting figure like a phantom. With his face still maintaining the same neutral expression since the beginning of the battle, his hands raised upwards and legs straight and firm as a ruler, his figure shot straight downward at blinding speed towards Atticus. Now's not the time. Atticus's unfocused gaze regained its clarity, his eyes narrowed and landed on Aark. The nature of his movement shifted, an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his veins as he reached newfound speed. Like a bolt of lightning, Atticus surged sideways and then streaked forward, evading the brutal blow and closing the gap between them in an instant. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of lightning-fast punches. His fists blurred, striking with the fury of a storm. However, the title apex wasn't for decoration. The soft blue glow Aark's figure had been radiating abruptly changed. Its color shifted spectrums from blue to green in an instant. Aark's speed exploded, his movements mirroring that of Atticus. His fists flew in a dazzling display of speed and power. The air hummed with energy. Sparks flew as their punches collided, each strike echoing like thunder. The clash was relentless, raw power meeting raw power, neither giving an inch. The spectators watched silently, many with their mouths agape because of the intense power young kids were currently displaying. Atticus's gaze was sharp, his movements electric. His hands moved in a torrent of blurs, hard fist meeting hard fist, some phasing through as though it didn't exist. Despite the intense situation, Atticus's mind was working like a supercomputer, racing with speed. Atticus analyzed, and analyzed. Multiple scenarios and possibilities rapidly flashed through his thoughts. A minute passed, the intensity of the moment peaking before a thought found its way into Atticus's head. Atticus's gaze flashed, his thoughts firming. I see. The number of thoughts flashing in Atticus's head at this moment was staggering. It was so numerous that many wouldn't even try to count them. And yet, despite the staggering number of scenarios playing in his head, at the end of the day, only a single one remained. As soon as it popped up, Atticus held on to it as though it were his last hope. The thought was immediately brought forward, scrutinized thoroughly, bit by bit and inch by inch until what was once a small thought at the far back of his mind blossomed into something remarkable. Atticus had absolutely no idea what the boy in front of him was. Magnus had made it a point to ensure he had no knowledge about his opponent. He didn't even know the boy's race. He did not know their behavior, their culture, how they lived, how they reacted to things. Nor did he know their structure of government and how they were led. Most importantly, Atticus had no idea about their abilities. Always expect the unexpected. Magnus's words couldn't help but pop into his head despite the dire situation. What did Magnus mean? The meaning of those words was incredibly simple, so simple that Atticus had long since known. He shouldn't rely on pre-made information despite their truths. He should take everything with a grain of salt, and whenever he was in battle, he should only act based on information that he had seen, felt, and confirmed. Atticus had analyzed, and analyzed. Why were his attacks phasing through the boy's body as though it were an illusion? Why were some of his attacks hitting his hard fist? Was his body made of mist? Why were none of his elements working, not even space? There were many possibilities, and Atticus could say with certainty that he had gone through most, if not all, of them. Atticus had tuned in completely to his sense of feel and tried to sense every single nuance when his hand phased through. He had focused his every attention on the boy as his attack phased through him. It took him a minutia, a time that sounded short but, considering the current situation, was truly incredibly long. Atticus had felt it, the insanely subtle way the boy's mana signature changed each time his hand phased through. This small discovery immediately made him think about the entrance of the Shadow Seraphim's cave back at his division camp. In order to enter the cave, Atticus had to mimic the mana signature of the barrier to phase through. Atticus hadn't dared, not even for a second, to think about trying it out on a normal human being. Signatures were changing at every moment, and despite this, Atticus's flesh, blood, and bones weren't so in tune with mana that it would make it possible to ignore them and phase through another. Humans in general would definitely have this problem. But what if there was another race of people without this limitation? A race with control over mana so mind-boggling that they could effortlessly mimic the signature of another person in an instant. The fact that he was using elements didn't matter. They were fundamentally made from mana and each carried Atticus's mana signature. It had taken him a minute, but he had drawn up the most probable conclusion. The boy was mimicking his mana signature every second and phasing through his attacks as though he wasn't there. The clashes of their fists echoed across the area in dull booms, both figures moving from one location to another, hard fist meeting hard fist. Atticus didn't smile, nor did he feel any sense of accomplishment at his findings. He had never been the type to misuse opportunities. As soon as he came to this conclusion, his actions were instant and without hesitation. With the raining fist showing no signs of stopping, Atticus's gaze flashed, his eyes taking on a hint of crimson in his irises. A vivid crimson aura exploded from his figure, his speed peaking. The nature of his movement shifted, a foot-sized crimson shield appearing beneath his feet, his stance firming. Akin to swirling waves, Atticus flowed smoothly, swirling through the bombardment of devastating punches like a river carving its way through rocky terrain. Each movement was fluid yet precise, his body undulating with the grace of a dancer and the power of a storm surge. Aearch's attacks met nothing but unfeeling air, their fury crashing harmlessly around Atticus as he weaved and twirled, an embodiment of water's fluidity. Atticus's eyes, focused and calm, became icy as he closed the distance, appearing inches away from Aearch with finesse. The crimson aura enveloping his right arm exploded, his fist rocketing forward with intense momentum. For the first time since the battle began, Aearch's face showed slight emotion, his gaze narrowing in slight shock. His arm shot upward to block the blow, but it was too late. The punch connected with Aearch's left cheek like a meteor crashing into the earth, the impact thunderous and cataclysmic. A shockwave rippled outward, shattering the air around them as Aearch's head snapped violently to the side. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward with blinding speed, his body becoming a blur as it smashed onto the hard platform for many meters. The ground quaked beneath the might of the blow, dust and rubble exploding into the air in his wake. Blood sprayed from Aearch's mouth, his expression turning firm as he performed a mid-air spin, skidding to an abrupt stop, all fours on the hard ground. The whole area went silent, but that was the last thing every single one of the humans watching the battle wanted to do. They each wanted nothing more than to shout and cheer at the top of their lungs. The apexes of the other races were untouchable. This small fact had been ingrained in every single one of the humans who had encountered the people of the other races before. They were so overwhelmingly powerful compared to their peers that even dreaming of touching a strand of hair on their body was impossible. And yet, despite all of this, despite how much of a legend they were, a member of their family, their young master, had actually landed a punch, and not just any punch, but a punch so overwhelmingly powerful that it had sent the apex flying away. The excitement they were each currently feeling was electric. That punch was none other than a score for humanity. The fists of those aboard the Aegis ship clenched hard, their gazes fixed on the figure of Atticus down below. How the hell were they just finding out that they had such a monster in their family? Wait. The voice of one of the crew members suddenly sounded, many turning towards him. The man gulped as though what he was about to say was difficult. Does this mean that he went through the first year along with the other students? Their gazes widened. That monster was a first year in the academy. They all knew this fact. They went to pick him up, after all. But with what he had just shown, it was hard to grapple with that reality. Dario was trying his very best not to cry in joy. He had hit the jackpot. He was among the first subordinates of a true apex. There was no better position than this. He couldn't help but imagine his future. Meanwhile, Yodid had a firm expression on his face as he gazed at Atticus. The Ravenblade were a loyal breed. He was truly proud to be serving a genius of such magnitude, but at the same time, he could see the enormous amount of problems that were going to come in the future. It would rest upon his shoulders to protect and support him in whatever would come their way. A chuckle sounded in the space, serene as it was clear. Interesting, the boy keeps on surprising me. Ezard turned towards Magnus with a smile on his face. You signed the mana contract, which meant you kept your end of the bargain and didn't tell him anything about our race. And all it took was 1 minute. Ha ha ha. Ezard burst into laughter, his mirth resounding across the area. Among the clauses in the mana contract they had both signed, one had been to keep all information regarding the opponent their grandchildren were about to face completely secret. This meant that Atticus hadn't known anything about the Aeonians before this, almost the same with Aearch. The latter had, of course, known about other races, but not Atticus and humans in particular, not to the extent that it mattered, at least not yet. Aearch had been raised as the apex of the Aeonians from a very young age. It was natural he would learn about his competitors. Of course, humanity hadn't been among them, until now. Only Magnus among those present could understand exactly what Ezard meant. What had taken Atticus 1 minute to figure out and counter had taken years for the human domain to do the same. Granted, they were just learning more about mana and its utilization, but it was such a stark contrast that it couldn't help but be shocking. What had Atticus done? It was simple and straightforward. Since Aearch could copy his mana signature in an instant, Atticus simply had to envelop his fist with mana and then rapidly manipulate and change its signature with such speed that it would be impossible to mimic in such little time. It would sound simple to many, but the knowledgeable knew just how insane it was that a 16-year-old had just done this. It wasn't something one could say outside and expect people to believe. Magnus knew this fact very well, which was why it was incredibly hard for him to hide his excitement. He had brought Atticus here to finally battle someone formidable and gain true fighting experience. No experience could be better gained than during battle. Azard's grin widened, completely ignoring the fact that Magnus didn't respond. His hand moved upwards, twirling the ethereal mustache on his face. Will brother lose? The face of a young girl with chubby cheeks suddenly appeared in his field of vision, his expression becoming warm. Azard lifted the young girl from his shoulder, moving her to his front. He gazed at her worried expression and gently pinched her chubby cheeks. With a calm and serene voice, he reassured her, "You should know your brother better than I do, Enna. Watch carefully, this will be an interesting fight." Enna nodded firmly, her cute gaze resolute. She found herself back in her seat on Azard's shoulders, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Aark stood up straight from his crouched position, his right hand reaching to his dislocated jaw. With an abruptness and a crunching sound that would frighten many, he shifted his jaw back into its original position. Aark moved his head side to side, cracking and freeing its tense muscles. A chuckle escaped his lips, his black gaze fixing itself on Atticus. He rubbed the spot where Atticus had punched him. Despite his jaw having been shattered, there was no hint of anger or pain on his face. "Atticus, huh," Aark muttered under his breath, but Atticus heard him loudly and clearly. Atticus stood a distance away, his gaze calm and steady. His right fist was drenched in bluish blood, enveloped in a coat of mana. The smile on Aark's face widened, a soft glow emanating from his chin as his shattered jaw healed instantly. Aark took a step forward towards Atticus, his aura changing. "I'll remember that name. I think it's about time this battle started." The world seemed to slow, the intense greenish glow on Aark's figure changing. Its spectrum abruptly shifted, a yellow glow erupting forth, blinding in its radiance. Aark's soft hair seemed to elongate, intricate black markings snaking their way across his body. Pitch black eyes dotted with stars collided in the air with a pair of piercing blue eyes, the whole world pausing. With an explosion akin to a star-going supernova, both figures moved in unison, the atmosphere quaking as they collided. The shock that enveloped each and every one of the spectators increased manifold, many with their eyes wide open as they witnessed the speed and intensity at which a pair of teenagers were battling. It had been truly shocking before when they saw both of them exhibit the strength of an expert plus rank at the beginning of the battle, with the duo reaching master rank as they fought. However, after the punch, everything had changed. Two streaks replaced Atticus and Aark on the large platform, each streak blitzing through the air with blinding speed before suddenly colliding in a cacophony of cataclysmic force. The tone of the fight had shifted, their power magnified tenfold, each clash sending shockwaves that made the air itself tremble. The sheer intensity of their collisions shattered the hardened ground beneath them, jagged cracks spider webbing outward with each impact. Hardness met hardness, techniques met techniques, and yet, neither one of them gave an inch. Their relentless assaults reverberated like crackling thunder, each collision causing the heart rate of many watching to quicken. Atticus was currently enveloped in a red glow, his aerokinesis working in full force. Coats of mana surrounded both his arms and legs, his gaze shifting with speed, mind working like a supercomputer, rapidly changing the signature of the mana around his arm. His arms moved like a rain of rockets, launching forward with speed, each impact causing a cacophony of explosions that rocked the space. However, Aark was far from being left behind. His figure radiated an intense shade of yellow, his hair whipping behind him like formless waves. A palpable yellow aura enveloped his form, his speed effortlessly matching Atticus's. Both his arms seemed to become bulky and heavy, their speed becoming even faster. The hard platform was littered with snake-like cracks, many parts already having been shattered into chunks of concrete with many areas following as the seconds ticked by. Fist met fist in the air fracturing as the world seemed to slow. Both their gazes flashed, their movements flowing in perfect sync. Their right hands shot downward and backward, gripping their weapons tightly. The moment reached a crescendo as their eyes locked, both their weapons vibrating with intensity as though begging to be unleashed. Hundreds of sparks flew as their weapons erupted into motion. Atticus's katana swung with a deadly arc, while Aark's spear pierced forward with lethality. Slashes met spear thrusts, each clash producing an intense wave of air that rippled outward from their epicenter. The force of their strikes was so immense that the very atmosphere around them seemed to warp, the ground below further disintegrating under the pressure. Their weapons sang and clanged, the intensity of their clashes growing with each passing second, neither giving an inch. The air around them crackled and roared, the sheer force of their blows creating a vortex of energy that seemed to pull everything into their fierce battle. In an instant, and in less than a minute this time, both their figures exhibited the speed and strength of a master rank. The watching spectators felt their scalps go numb, none of them wanting to believe the unbelievable scene that was playing out in front of them. They knew that an apex was overwhelmingly strong, but this was far too much. Is yellow his highest, or is there more? And just what is that spear, another life weapon? Atticus's mind ran at full speed. Despite having figured out how to counter Aark's phasing, he never stopped analyzing, his every attention focused on every single movement or action Aark took. He tried to find out everything about him. From his habits, his reflexes, the way his ability worked, everything. His katana had been so powerful that it had made a grandmaster bleed. Atticus was still learning about blacksmithing, but he was absolutely sure that not many weapons could withstand his katana, especially after clashing so many times. Only one explanation popped into his head, and this same explanation would explain why Atticus had instantly felt some kind of connection to Aark as soon as he saw him. Aark was another life weapon user and possibly another reincarnated individual. To Atticus, if this assumption were true, it would be truly life-changing for him. This wasn't the only thing he was thinking about. Aark's initial color had been blue. This had been the original. Then he abruptly changed to green, and his movement and power exploded, after which he changed to yellow. Atticus had no idea what each color did to Aark's body exactly, nor did he know how many more colors Aark planned to change to. He had never fought so intensely with another individual his age before. This was the first time he had exchanged blows with such intensity. Despite only 2 minutes having passed, Atticus could feel fatigue setting in. The intense clashes shook his insides, and the water element could only do so much as the damage kept on accumulating. Aark's condition appeared completely different. There was no shred of fatigue on his figure. In fact, as time passed, he only seemed to become faster and faster, his attacks becoming heavier. Atticus could see the result should he continue this path. Despite the fatigue, Atticus had a small smile on his face. He was quite enjoying this battle. He had no idea he had been missing out on so much. If he had known he could feel such a thrill battling another person with similar strength, why the hell would he waste time playing with robots and kids? His katana vibrated with intensity, and despite the devastating clashes, it appeared happy. As though its owner was finally using it for its original purpose. However, these clashes couldn't continue forever, a change was needed. A palpable blue aura abruptly spread across the blade of Atticus's katana, its light blinding. Aark's gaze sharpened, his yellow aura spreading and enveloping his spear. Space-cleaving slash-met world-piercing thrust, the collision unleashing a cataclysmic force that seemed to rock the very fabric of reality. The intense force of the collision sent Atticus and Aark shooting back in opposite directions. Both regained control over their bodies, their gazes flashing with determination. They performed mid-air spins in unison, their legs skidding across the hard ground as they landed. Their gazes collided in the air, and the whole world seemed to slow as if anticipating the power about to erupt. Atticus abruptly sheathed his katana, leaning forward into a stance, his hands poised on the hilt. The moment Aark saw the stance, he wasted no time before acting. Aark's right leg stomped forward, knee slightly bent. His back leg straightened as his body leaned forward. Both his arms held his spear tightly, one near the butt end and the other closer to the middle, the spear tip aimed directly at Atticus. His entire figure coiled like a serpent, Aark's gaze narrowed and fixed itself on Atticus. Their attires billowed as though caught in an invisible breeze, the surrounding area utterly silent. In that exact moment, neither one of them saw anything else. A moment of time passed, and they both muttered in unison, their cold and serene voices mixing. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Celestial thrust. Dragon's wrath. In the blink of an eye, Atticus's form seemed to blur and contort, an ethereal flash of movement that almost defied the laws of nature. His figure erupted forward like a streak of blue light tearing through the air with blinding speed. It was as if reality itself struggled to keep pace with him, the surrounding space warping and bending in his wake. However, Aark's movements were just as deadly. With a calculated calm, Aark's muscles coiled and tensed, ready to spring forth. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the oncoming strike. Aark's body surged forward, his spear becoming an extension of his will. The air around him crackled as his thrust shot out with blinding speed. The speed and power of the attack were such that the spear appeared to vanish and reappear in an instant, leaving a trail of yellow light in its wake. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The katana and the spear, both enveloped in blue and yellow glows respectively, collided in a dazzling burst of energy. Blue light stood firmly on one side, with yellow on the other, energy radiating outward and imploding the platform in a 200-meter radius, with the duo at the center. The ground shattered and crumbled beneath the immense pressure, fragments of concrete disintegrating into dust. Both sides stood firm, neither willing to give in, their gazes locked in a fierce battle. The energy crackling between them grew more intense, a storm of raw power swirling around their forms. The sheer magnitude of their clash distorted the air, creating shockwaves that rippled outwards, obliterating everything in their path. Suddenly, both sides erupted in force, their energies converging into a single point. The resulting explosion was akin to a nuclear detonation, a blinding flash of light and an earth-shaking roar. The shockwave expanded outward, annihilating the remnants of the platform and sending debris flying in all directions. The ground quaked and the sky seemed to split, a maelstrom of force radiating outwards. An insane amount of dust engulfed the whole area, obscuring the view of everyone watching the battle unfold. It lasted for less than a second before the will of powerful entities in the air cleared it instantly. The eyes of the baffled spectators landed on the scene below. The sheer power of their confrontation had left a deep crater where the battlefield once stood. The blue and yellow auras flickered and dissipated as the seconds passed, the air thick with the remnants of their energy. Both Atticus and Aark floated suspended in the air amidst the devastation, their weapons held tightly in their hands, trembling with intense force, their gazes locked. They had both just shown an incredible amount of power, one that youths their age should never dream of displaying. Power took time, patience, and talent to achieve. This truth was known and accepted by many. However, how overwhelming must the talent of both these monsters be to achieve such magnitude at their young ages? It was scary, so scary. Many of the crew members watching the battle couldn't help but gulp. They weren't sure if they would have been able to survive that attack. That attack was well into the Master Plus rank. At this point, each of them simply watched silently, refusing to be shocked once again. Youths as young as the duo currently battling weren't supposed to be able to display even intermediate plus rank power, but they had not only crossed that threshold, they had far surpassed it. The sturdy hard ground that had once filled the space remained nothing other than rubble, its form replaced with a large and deep crater. Despite the complete and utter devastation, both Atticus and Aark seemed to completely ignore it as they scrutinized each other with intensity. Atticus's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his head blitzing and thinking with speed. He would have to be a complete and utter fool not to have been able to tell. The move Aark had just used wasn't any normal art, not even a paragon rank art could be so powerful at their stage. There was only one explanation for that power. It was a life weapons art. Atticus had questions, so many questions. Did the other races have life weapons too? Was it a normal thing in their race or was it very rare? Was Aark the only life weapon user or did the other apexes of the other races each have one? They were each important in their own right, questions that Atticus wanted nothing more than to get answers to. As he fixed his gaze on the smile on Aark's face, he couldn't help but suspect that the boy knew a lot more than him. Now's not the time, Atticus reeled it in completely, removing every shred of hesitation from his thoughts. There would be time for questions later, but now he would battle. Atticus's gaze flashed, the smile on Aark's lips widening. Both Atticus and Aark's figures suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of red and yellow respectively, their forms releasing sonic booms in the air as they closed the distance between one another, a torrent of slashes and thrusts meeting. Atticus and Aark clashed in a series of unending sparks, each one sending a wave of force so intense that a swirling wave of air had already formed around them, preventing anything from coming close or even entering. The crew members watching the unfolding battle couldn't help but be mesmerized by the insane show of skill. The Ravenstein family were elementalists through and through. While many of them still used weapons, not all of them could master them to a mind-numbing level. Most of them would rather choose to master their weapons to an acceptable level and then focus on their elements instead. It was where their true power lay. However, their young master was different. Atticus and his katana's movements were in sync, so much so that many would think they were one. He moved with his katana skillfully and without hesitation, but he wasn't the only one. If Atticus were the only one who was skillful, the current performance wouldn't be as mesmerizing. Aark used his spear expertly, as though he had been using it for generations. His hand and legs moved swiftly, deftly maneuvering his weapon. Despite the fact that they were both currently battling in the air, none of it seemed to have any effect on them. A multitude of foot-sized crimson shields appeared everywhere Atticus's legs were, his movements swift and deadly. Hundreds of lethal slashes were unleashed in the blink of an eye, streaks of blue sparks filling his front. Multiple actions were performed all at once, his movements becoming erratic. He moved with the abruptness of flickering flames in one instant and weightless air in the next. The nature of his movements shifted between each element rapidly, adjusting, and adjusting. Almost 1,000 slashes were unleashed, each with a different nature of movement. Aark's movements, in contrast, were heavy and thoroughly controlled. Despite the smile on his face, his every movement was deadly and precise. His every thrust struck the heart of Atticus's devastating slashes, perfectly parrying every attack while simultaneously unleashing his own. Atticus's figure moved like seamless waves, evading a thrust that threatened to pierce through him. Both hands on his katana faced downwards, crimson shields appearing underneath both his feet, his stance firming. The nature of Atticus's movement shifted, his hands erupting upwards in raging fire, his katana in a devastating upward arc swing towards the unbalanced Aark. However, Aark's figure maintained its usual aura of calmness, his eyes narrowing and his life weapon responding in kind. Aark abruptly let go of his spear. Initially moving forward, it suddenly shot downwards with such speed it appeared as though Aark had swung it with all his strength. The butt of the spear met the katana, an intense collision happening, but eventually, the spear lost. However, its purpose had already been achieved, the katana's momentum slowed. Aark regained his balance, gripping his spear swiftly from the air. Sparks once again filled the air as a torrent of attacks was unleashed without any end. Atticus and Aark became a blur of motion, each strike and counter-strike blending into a seamless dance of death. Atticus's katana moved like a living flame, each swing a blaze of deadly precision. Aark's spear, in contrast, was a personification of controlled power, each thrust and parry executed with perfect timing. Their weapons clashed, creating a sound of metallic notes that echoed through the battlefield. Suddenly, Atticus fainted left, his body twisting like a ribbon in the wind. Aark, anticipating the move, thrust his spear forward, but Atticus had already shifted. With a burst of speed, Atticus brought his katana down in a sweeping arc. Aark, unfazed, countered with a sidestep, bringing his spear up to deflect the blow. They found their way to the ground, the collision sending shockwaves through the earth, dust and debris swirling around them. Aark's eyes remained focused, his grip on his spear tightening. He pushed forward, his spear darting towards Atticus's midsection. Atticus responded with a swift spin, his katana a blur of motion as it deflected the thrust and followed up with a mana-imbued counter-slash. The yellow glow on Aark's spear thickened, its form shooting forward and colliding with the attack. An intense explosion rocked the space once again, the figures of Atticus and Aark shooting backwards. Once again, Atticus abruptly sheathed his katana, the air around him changing. Aark instantaneously followed, standing as straight as a ruler, his spear held vertically, its pointed tip facing upwards. The atmosphere changed, the world holding its breath. They both muttered under their breath. Katana series, second art, endless blade. Spear series, second art, infinite pierce. Then, they both suddenly disappeared. Many of the watching crew members wondered where they went for a second until it started. Dull booms, an uncountable number of them sounding from every single direction. A moment passed before reality reacted, and the cataclysmic cacophony of explosions akin to a sundering world resounded across the space. The entirety of the area erupted into a blinding light, a blue razor-sharp slash on one end and a yellow-sharp thrust on the other, appearing around the area in staggering amounts. Each met in the air, radiating an intense blue and yellow light. The battlefield became electric, the very air vibrating with the ferocity of their clash. Atticus's blue slashes and Aarch's golden thrusts met in midair, each impact sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the sheer force of their duel. The sky above seemed to shudder, the intensity of their attacks piercing the heavens. In the heart of the storm, Atticus and Aarch moved with blinding speed, their forms barely discernible amid the chaos. Atticus's katana erupted in arcs of blue fire, each swing a deadly promise. Aarch's spear danced with golden light, every thrust a precise and lethal strike. Time itself seemed to blur as they fought, each second stretching into an eternity. 2 minutes passed, and then, in a final, cataclysmic collision, Atticus's katana and Aarch's spear met in a blinding flash of light. The explosion that followed was deafening, a supernova of energy that shook the very foundations of the world around them. The light finally faded after a few seconds. Atticus and Aarch stood facing each other, breathing heavily, their weapons still held tightly in their hands. At this point, the area around them was a complete ruin, the black platform, whose hardness was out of this world, nowhere to be seen. Magnus and Ezard gazed downward at the unfolding battle, each with small smiles on their faces, but obviously for different reasons. For Magnus, this was exactly what he wanted, a battle so intense that it would push Atticus to his very limits. It could never be the same thing as when he was battling Atticus. Magnus was far too powerful for Atticus, the battle had no significance. It was almost the same when battling robots, no amount of programming could make them fight like real humans. Robots were ultimately robots. During battle, especially against a single opponent, it was impossible for just one side to feel the thrill of battle without the opponent also feeling it too. Atticus had the Ravenstein blood flowing within him. Even though he had some questionable abilities, it didn't matter. It was basically tradition at this point. Everyone in the human domain knew that members of the Ravenstein family loved fighting, it wasn't a secret. It was a part of their trait, their blood. It was usually always done after the academy and before the military. But as soon as youths of the Ravenstein family finished their 3 years of academy, they would each undergo an intense battle and experience their thrill if they hadn't already. The feeling might seem normal to some people, just a feeling of excitement when battling, but to the Ravensteins, it was more than that. If one should look at each of the extremely successful people in history, they would notice some kind of pattern. Every single one of them, at least 99%, had reached such a level because of one thing: passion. Once one was incredibly passionate about something, one way or another, that person would find a way to succeed. Feeling a thrill during battle brings exactly this feeling to the members of the Ravenstein family, and in doing so, opens up a world of remarkable possibilities that they would have otherwise not known existed. Their love for battle would intensify. Everything would flow smoothly, from their movements to their next actions, and even predicting the next movements and attacks of their opponent would become easier. They would reach a new level of focus they never thought possible, becoming another person entirely. From everything he knew about Atticus and his overwhelming strength, there was only one option that came to mind when it came to finding his opponent: apexes. Magnus could see the speed and ease at which Atticus was utilizing his elemental mimicry art. Despite having so many elements to choose from, he always seemed to adopt the perfect style and movement according to the need, the nature of his movement shifting at each passing second. He was feeling the thrill. He was becoming freer, more instinctive. He was unleashing his true potential. This was exactly what Magnus wanted. Now Atticus would be able to experience an intense amount of growth, not from rank or the amount of mana in his core, but in true battle sense. Things would flow more naturally, he would move more smoothly and without hesitation. He would understand and feel things he wouldn't normally understand and feel. It was an awesome feeling, akin to the term sports people back on Earth use when they suddenly perform way beyond their usual limits. He was in the zone. Meanwhile, Azard's smile was more subtle, more calm, but there was no doubt about Ida, he was utterly shocked beyond words. The Aeonians had never for even 1 second thought the human domain worthy of their time. It wasn't only them, most of the other races also followed this path. And yet, here was a human boy matching the apex of their race. Ezard knew Atticus's age, Knowing who his grandson was going to battle was a natural thing to do. It was unnerving. It wasn't something he could say out loud and expect people to believe him, despite his overwhelming strength. It was just that unbelievable. What did this mean? What were the implications? Would the power dynamics be shifting? Just what would happen in the next Varietiga nexus? Azard's gaze suddenly narrowed, and he couldn't help but chuckle in the next second. He got me good, he thought. He turned towards Magnus, his smile widening. He got me really good, Azard thought once more. Atticus's existence was something that every single other race would want to know of. But because of the terms of the Mana contract, Azard, and everyone else in attendance, weren't allowed to disclose anything about Atticus to anyone. Granted, Aark and Enna hadn't signed any contracts. It was up to Azard to use any method he deemed fit to silence them. In essence, not a single piece of information about Atticus and his strength could be disclosed to the other races, even his own. Azard couldn't help but feel cheated, but he simply shrugged it off. What was done, there was no changing it. Currently, there were far more interesting things happening. He removed his gaze from Magnus and focused it on the fight. Magnus and Azard weren't the only two figures in the sky. At a little distance away, Avalon and Sirius were both suspended high above the air, their intense gazes fixated on the battle. Avalon had a completely wide grin on his face, his hands clenched, and excitement palpable. He had watched the battle from the beginning, and words could not do justice to describe his current feelings. Avalon was beyond proud. Seeing was truly believing. He had heard a lot about Atticus's talent, but now was truly the first time he was seeing it face to face. It went without saying, it was thoroughly blood-pumping. It hit differently, seeing your kin display such overwhelming talent. Avalon felt as though he should go around the human domain announcing to everyone that this was his child. Come on, my boy, you can do it, Avalon inwardly cheered. If Atticus could defeat an apex here, it would be nothing less than history-making. Avalon's excitement didn't go unnoticed. In fact, it was so obvious that it was practically impossible for anyone close to him not to see it. To Sirius, this was top-tier teasing material right there. At this point, he would have normally been making a lot of jokes and teasing Avalon, but Sirius just couldn't bring himself to do it. His gaze was fixed on the battle, an eyebrow raised in slight disbelief. The young boy he had taught on a whim, just because he had nothing to do at that moment. That same boy had not only grown wings but had also soared higher than he could have ever anticipated. Yes, Sirius expected Atticus to be more of a talent than Avalon, but what the hell was this? An apex-level talent wasn't something he could have ever imagined. If not because he was seeing it himself, it would have been hard for Sirius to believe. So this is why the other families are acting out, Sirius muttered under his breath, a chuckle escaping his lips. Everything was just starting to make sense now. No matter how they had thought about it, it just hadn't made any sense. So what if Atticus and one of their heirs or family members fought? It wasn't enough for them to outright show hostilities towards the Ravenstein family. At best, they would simply wait for Atticus to leave the academy and send a swarm of assassins his way. But instead, they had chosen another path. A weird one. Sirius had found it odd, but now that he was seeing Atticus fight, it was understandable. If the other paragons were aware of even a hint of this talent, then their actions made complete sense. They were trying to get to Atticus somehow. Some might want to nip the bud, and others might want to crush the Ravenstein family so they could lay claim to Atticus. The boy might be talented and have boundless potential, but a mana contract was eternal, at least so far. Should they force him to sign a mana contract, he'd have no choice but to fall in line. Sirius suddenly grinned. Atticus wasn't his child, but he had long since taken him as such. His son Orion had been stupid enough to want to fall into bad graces with Atticus after the fall of the Raven camp, and Sirius had immediately corrected that. Many might be against his actions, claiming that he should have supported his son regardless, but that was beyond stupid. Sirius knew Atticus. He wasn't the type of person who would knowingly or unknowingly search for trouble. It had definitely been Orion's fault. A bloodthirsty aura suddenly leaked from Sirius's figure. Despite all of this, if any one of them thought the Ravensteins would sit still while they got to one of their own, then they must believe they were in some sort of fairy tale. There was no doubt about the future now. A blood would be shed. Atticus huffed and puffed, his breathing thoroughly ragged. Despite having hardly happened, his clothes were drenched with sweat. There was nothing but desolation and destruction around him, and despite his pitiful appearance, both his arms held his katana tightly, his piercing blue eyes fixed directly in front of him where the figure of a yellow glowing Aearch stood. As his appearance suggested, Atticus was thoroughly exhausted. Despite a short time having just passed, he had battled intensely, utilizing his perception, elements, and art at full strength. Fatigue had piled up constantly until it reached this level. What made it worse was the katana arts he had utilized at full strength. Atticus had hardly ever utilized it at full strength, and this was for good reasons. It consumed far more energy than utilizing a normal art more than 20 times. It was that staggering. Atticus had only ever used it at half or quarter strength and had never needed its full power. But unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury. But it would seem that he hadn't been the only one affected by the strenuous life weapons arts. Aearch also breathed raggedly, his chest rising and falling. His initial blinding yellow light had dimmed significantly and he also appeared exhausted, but his battle intent was far from being snuffed out, his spear held tightly in his arm. Aearch's gaze was fixed on Atticus, looking at him with complete intrigue and a small smile. You know, Atticus's gaze sharpened as he heard Aearch speak. His voice was still as serene as ever, his aura calm. When grandfather told me that I was coming to fight a human and said human was in my generation, any hope for a great battle was lost. Truly, I had most definitely underestimated you. You probably don't care about this, but it doesn't matter. I apologize. Aearch bowed slightly but his gaze didn't leave Atticus for even a single second. Only a fool would make a mistake as basic as never taking your eyes away from your opponent during battle. Honestly, I didn't think there'd be another one of us in the human domain. Aearch's words made Atticus's expression change, his interest completely piqued. Finally, after battling intensely, Atticus spoke, of us. He instantly inquired. Oh look, he speaks, Aearch chuckled, but seeing Atticus simply look at him without saying anything, he smiled. The time to talk will come, obviously later. But for now, I would like for this battle to continue. Aearch's aura abruptly changed as he slammed the butt of his spear down on the ground. Armageddon. A palpable and intense crimson wave shot up into the skies from Aearch's figure, the spectrum of his color changing. The dimmed yellow was instantly replaced with a vivid crimson glow. Aearch's figure seemed to become more bulky, his height increasing slightly. His hair whipped behind him in formless waves, the ground around him cratering. Atticus watched with narrowed eyes as Aearch stood up straight, every trace of fatigue on his figure vanished. You have mastered the first and second arts, but it looks like that's how far you've gone. I enjoyed this battle, and in appreciation, I will show you a glimpse of the third. Atticus's gaze narrowed into pinpricks, but that was all he had time to do before Aearch moved. Spear Series, Third Art, Apocalypse Lance. Aearch's next movements were fast, mind-numbingly so. Aearch whizzed, flashed, blurred, and pierced, everything done seamlessly and swiftly. He settled into a firm stance, then moved with unending speed. Piercing, piercing, and piercing again, releasing thrust upon thrust at maddening speeds. The air parted before him, snake-like cracks forming all around. He moved with swiftness and precision, the pressure building with each strike. Thousands of crimson pierces appeared all around him, each one devastating in its entirety. The final thrust gathered all the energy, converging into a single, blinding crimson lance. It shot forward with the force of a cataclysm, a blinding streak of destruction. The ground trembled, the air vibrated, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shatter under its might. The apocalypse lance tore through everything in its path, forming a trail of destruction as it closed the distance, appearing in front of Atticus within less than a second. There was simply no time to dodge, the lance incredibly large and all-encompassing. Everything happened so fast and without warning. In one instant, Atticus was listening to Aearch speak, and in the next, a cataclysmic lance appeared in front of him. Atticus felt the space around him warp in response to the devastating lance. His every attempt at teleporting was futile. Atticus's entire existence screamed at him like a blaring horn, his whole body acting without him even telling it to. With a speed faster than light, Atticus performed multiple actions all at once. A golden shield sprang up in front of him, thick in its entirety. A slate and an engraver appeared in his arms, the word impenetrable shield getting engraved in an instant. A stream of mana entered it, a thick crimson shield appearing in front of him. Atticus called upon every single one of his elements, each one exploding from his form in a maelstrom of power. Air whipped around him, a tempest of fierce gales. Fire ignited, roaring with intense heat. Water surged, swirling in a fluid dance. Earth rumbled, jagged rocks erupting from the ground. Lightning crackled, bolts arcing and flashing. Space warped, reality bending and contorting. Light blazed, a radiant halo surrounding him. Darkness enveloped, shadows deepening and coiling. They swirled around him, a maelstrom of elemental fury. The air crackled with energy, each element vying for dominance yet perfectly in sync. The ground trembled, the sky split, and the atmosphere buzzed with raw, unrestrained power. Atticus stood at the center, the master of this cataclysmic dance, his gaze steady and his legs firm. The moment slowed, the hearts of many pausing. Then, the lance reached its destination, an explosion akin to a star-going supernova ensuing. A blinding flash of light that obliterated the surroundings ignited. The Apocalypse lance moved with unreal speed, so fast that many Master Plus rank crew members in attendance couldn't catch its movements. And yet, as it crossed the distance swiftly and was about to make contact with the maelstrom of defensive elements, it was as though time slowed, the lance moving at a snail's pace. But those watching knew that this was far from the truth, the intensity of the moment was just that high. Eventually, the lance met the swirling defense, and the resulting impact was nothing short of cataclysmic. It met the golden arcane shield first. This particular art's strength had always followed Atticus as he ranked up. Considering the might of the lance, the next event wasn't a surprise. The moment the lance's light touched the shield, it immediately disintegrated into nothingness, evaporating in a blinding flash. Next, the lance collided with the crimson rune shield. The runes flared brightly, trying to hold back the onslaught, but the sheer force was too much. The crimson shield crumbled into oblivion, shattered into a million glowing fragments, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. The lance tore through each barrier with relentless momentum, leaving trails of golden and crimson sparks in its wake and finally reached the swirling elements. Light and darkness collided, creating a blinding flash that obliterated the surroundings. Fire and water clashed, steam and flames erupting in a violent blaze. Earth and air met, the ground shattering and winds howling with ferocious force. Lightning and space intertwined, reality bending and crackling with electric fury. The maelstrom of elements held, but only for a second. A blinding flash of light ignited, sending a wave of force outwards. The ground split open, fissures radiating outward from the epicenter. Shockwaves tore through the battlefield, sending debris flying. The sky lit up with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, the atmosphere sundering. Everything within a 100-meter radius was vaporized, reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. In the next second, each of the spectators' gazes flashed as a figure was sent hurtling backward with the force of a rocket. He hit the ground akin to a meteorite, each impact like a stone skipping across water. Brutal shockwaves erupted with every collision, the ground cracking and shattering beneath him. He bounced and crashed, each brutal hit sending debris flying and leaving deep craters in his wake, the sheer force unrelenting until he finally came to a skidding halt, his figure lodged deeply into the ground. The area still appeared fuzzy, many of the watching eyes unable to properly gain an accurate assessment of the situation and damage. Apart from Magnus, Eazard, Avalon, and Sirius, many still weren't sure who the figure that had just shot backward was. However, the smile on Azard's lips remained undisturbed, an unreadable expression appearing on Magnus's face. Avalon and Sirius frowned, their gazes fixed on the figure lodged deep into the earth. A palpable and formless wave suddenly erupted from where Magnus and Eazard were, spreading out in every direction. In the next second, the insane amount of dust obscuring everyone's vision was cleared. Each of their gazes settled on the battlefield. On one side was the crimson figure of Aark standing in a large, deep crater, his light significantly dimmed compared to a few seconds ago. His breathing was haggard, an overwhelming amount of fatigue engulfing him. The butt of his spear was slightly lodged into the ground as he used it for support. A wave of smoke steamed from the top of the spear, a silent reminder of the devastation it had just unleashed. No one needed to be told, the third art had taken a significant amount of power to unleash, if not everything Aark had. Looks like it's still too much, huh? Aark looked at his trembling hand and then clenched his fist, an intense weakness engulfing him. I still haven't mastered it. Looks like Armageddon isn't powerful enough yet. There's no helping it. Did I get him? Aark turned his gaze away from his hand, towards his front to see complete and utter devastation. An enormous scorching trail snaked from where he was standing, moving forward and stopping at the entrance of an even more massive and deep crater whose surface kept on emitting an intense black smoke, a small cloud already forming around it in the sky. Aark remembered that that was the spot where Atticus had been standing earlier, the spot where the lance and elements met. He looked further, squinting his eyes until it settled on the spot where Atticus had been lodged. Aark wasn't the only one focused on that location. Every single one of the spectators, even Azard, gazed at that location, each with different expressions on their faces. Yodid was trying hard to stop himself from jumping down and helping his new master while Dario remained surprisingly calm. To him, there was no need to panic. Even if Atticus lost here, it didn't matter in any way. No human had been able to land a punch on an apex before. It had been like this for generations. And yet, Atticus had not only broken that record, he had completely shattered it. It hadn't just been a spar, nor had it been a one-sided beatdown. It had been a battle. One that was as intense as it was great. It had been epic. A battle between two warriors. Atticus had matched an apex and not only punched him but had pushed said apex to the limit. The feats Atticus had just performed, every single one of them had been mind-boggling. They had both reached Master Plus rank battle strength. Didn't that mean that that little boy could battle with anyone on this ship? It was really insane that there was not a single one of them that felt any hint of sadness. What he had accomplished here had been way more than enough. Amara couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. She knew that this current generation of the main family were a family of monsters, everyone knew this very fact. But everything that had just happened was out of this world. They had been wondering why a first year had been able to leave the academy in such a short time frame. But that had been incredibly wrong. They had been asking the wrong questions entirely. It wasn't about how he had left, what they were supposed to be wondering was why the hell was he enrolled in the academy in the first place. She couldn't help but thank her stars that she and the other crew members had been completely polite to him when they had met. They would have earned the ire of the next leader of the Ravenstein family. None of them seemed to care about the fact that Atticus had just lost the exchange, each with different thoughts in their heads. The gazes of the spectators and Aark alike couldn't help but narrow into pinpricks in unison as they all saw a single hand burst out from the hole Atticus had been lodged in. The hand trembled with intensity, but its determination was true. It bent down and landed on the ground as support. Slowly, and with immense effort, Atticus pulled his whole body out of the ground, dust and debris falling from him. The sound of intense breathing rocked the space as Atticus's chest heaved up and down rapidly. His breath was heavy, his whole body completely battered, blood mixing with smoldering remains of ashes and debris. However, despite all of this, despite his pitiful state, as each of them met his eyes, the hearts of every single person watching couldn't help but tremble. Both of Atticus's fists clenched hard and, despite the overwhelming pain racking his whole body, he forced himself to move, his legs trembling as he stood tall. Throughout the entire scene, both his eyes, burning with an unyielding fire, were fixed directly on Aark's figure. A rush of emotion erupted from the heart of the Ravenstein family, making each of their blood boil. The frowns on Avalon and Sirius's faces morphed into huge grins. Each of the crew members clenched their fists hard, their gazes directly fixated on the battlefield. The Apocalypse Lance had been nothing short of a Master Plus rank full power attack. In fact, most if not all of them on the ship couldn't survive that attack. Aark's attack had been that powerful. And yet, somehow, their young master had survived it. It hadn't been without consequences, but he had survived it and was still standing with his head held high. No one needed to be told, there was no one present who didn't know what Atticus's gaze represented. It was the unwillingness to give up, the relentless determination to fight no matter what. A feeling that, even if he lost an arm and a leg, even if he lost all his limbs, he would still find a way to win. This fight, there was not a single person present who didn't feel their fighting intent ignite. This boy was too much. Atticus's breathing was haggard, his body completely and utterly weak. And yet, there was no single hesitation in his gaze. His eyes were calm, his aura peaceful. He had already made peace with the kind of person he was. Atticus's right hand moved slowly, shaking slightly. The hearts of many watching the scene trembled as they each realized the implications of his actions. Regardless, The movements of his arm remained true, touching the small mass lodged in his chest. It happened in an instant, the air changing,